Chapter 61 Remarks on the Shelves. Some food is here. It's the familiar beggar session again. Please order the first time. Please subscribe. Please give me a monthly ticket. Tomorrow, January 15th, Wednesday, at 12 noon, this new book will be available. If it is on the shelves, it will be the climax of 10. The unveiling session of Wee Ewan is definitely something that everyone likes. Actually, let's talk about Naruto. Don't say it, don't say it. As long as you write, you can always write happily, and you don't have to worry about the problem of koan being stuck. This book is the best in the new book I have ever written. I am grateful for everyone's support. I have been put on the shelves with 60,000 collections. I have been slapped at around 17,000, and I am really slapped at around 12,000, which is better than the data in starting as a worker from Naruto. The old way. Start selling coolies directly. Then let's talk about the update issue first. Updated on the shelves. Since there have been a lot of things in recent days, I can only update 10 chapters on the day I put it on. Daily updates daily. There are 3 chapters of normal daily updates every day, at least tens of thousands of dollars a day. This should be guaranteed because I have not lost the chain when I wrote the Naruto chapter. Occasionally updated. Early, the first order will be updated. If the first order exceeds the 6,700 first orders of the previous worker, the first order will be updated for every 300. If the first order exceeds this first order, I will update it in the subsequent daily update. In the midterm, all orders will be updated. At the end, follow up and update. As for the rewards and updates of the leader, I think it's great to ask everyone to subscribe. The following is the link to promote the book, Sacrifice. Not her teaching becomes stronger and changes tragedy. This book is another old book that is not yellow and orange. I remember this book was at the same time as The Working People, and he can continue to work in Naruto. Then let them show their loyalty. This is Chang Shijo's book. Apart from participating in it for several months, I can't get his PS5 and snack gift packages. I have no other shortcomings. Restricted Death. This book is Yi Unju's new book. It looks the same as his previous calligraphy and painting style. I haven't had time to read it yet. The system is very abstract, but fortunately I am too. This book is the first book with the first abstract antenna. I have been following it all the time, and it is easy, humorous, and perverted and abstract. Pi Investment Promotion. Pi Investment Promotion. Finish. Above. At 12 noon tomorrow, I'll ask everyone for this new book. I can't do anything, so I can only wish you an early life. I hope you will be healthy and all the best in the new year. Chapter 62 Ban. This is the Black Jew, it is my wool. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen had a good idea. Even Senju Tobirama has to admit that Sarutobi's approach is more open and honest than Shimura Danzo's idea. When Sarutobi Hinazan proposed his idea, everyone in the tent also agreed with his proposal, Konoha was at least on the peaceful side. End. This is not considered using the excellency Emiya. Konoha. Everyone knows that Lord Emiya is a pacifist, and the other party must also hope to see the war in the ninja world quell and that there will be no more people who die because of the war in this world. Speak. Akamoto, a member of the Naruto guard, was a little curious, and his fat face wrinkled like a bun. What kind of favor did Iwakimura owe Lord Emiya? Just a flood of compassion. The youth Tuanzang's voice was a little unhappy, and he seemed to dislike mentioning these past events. The first time Iron Hidden Village tried to seal the Four Tails, which caused the tailed beast to run wild, killing and injuring many people. Have you treated the injured? The Youth League nodded, with a clear dissatisfaction. If I had known today, I wouldn't have agreed to save them. Hey. This is just an angry word. The person who came to ask for help was the second generation Tugai and his apprentice of the dwarf Winter Melon, and Danzo could not affect Emiya Shiera's decision. Then let's follow the idea of a daily kill. Senjo Tobirama took the initiative to write a handwritten letter, hoping that Emiya Shiera could come forward to mediate the war between Konoha and Iwahimura. As a pacifist, Shiera Emiya would definitely not reject such a proposal, and he would most likely agree to come with the initiative. Sir Naruto. Just as Senjo Tobirama was writing a letter, a ninja suddenly came to report an important news. The messenger from Yungzio village is here. The Konoha ninja present also showed a hint of surprise. The ninja troops of Yungxian village, Iwami village, and Konoha were used as battlefields in small countries mixed between the three major powers, and once showed a three-party confrontation, and either side could suffer a blow from the other two sides. In terms of number of people, Iwaki village is undoubtedly dominant. Even in terms of number of people, they can fight against two, which is why Konoha hopes to avoid the war with Iwaki village. But the arrival of Union Messenger was somewhat unexpected. Although the first Naruto Uchiha Hashima once helped Yun Hidden Village to drive away Uchiha Madara who controlled the Eight Tails and helped to suppress the Eight Tails again, in this war that affected the entire ninja world, the past kindness did not seem to be must be able to get benefits. Just don't know. What exactly does Union Village want to do? Let him come over. While encapsulating the letter, Chihao Tobima said, "It seems that the number of troops in Iwahidian village is more than just a tricky one. There are indeed too many ninjas in Iwaken village." Not only Konoha felt that this war was difficult, but Union village, which is also a big country ninja village, also felt that the situation was a bit bad because the war was completely out of control. Once Iwaken village, Union village, and Konoha start war in the center of this ninja continent, the three villages will definitely suffer heavy losses in this area. War is like this. It seems to have become a little bit unworthy. Sure enough. The purpose of the second-generation Lei Ying sect envoy from Union village was guessed. They hoped to reach an alliance with Konoha and jointly force the Iwaki village to cease the battle. As long as the ninja world continent can cease war. The mist-hidden village, which was lonely and hanging overseas, could only retreat. The second generation of Lord Lei Ying is very grateful to the first generation of Naruto for his kindness to Yun Hidden Village, and hopes that Yun Hidden Village and Konoha can unite to maintain peace in this continent. Is the second generation of Reiying serious? Chihao Tobirama looked at Union Messenger with some scrutiny. He remembered that he had seen the other party once when he split the tailed beast at the first Five Shadows conference. The other party seemed to be quite friendly, but he looked a little fierce. As long as the second generation Naruto agrees, Union Village can announce an alliance ceremony to the outside world. The messenger of Yongxian Village brought authorization from Lei Ying, and even his attitude was not high, announced the alliance between Yongxian Village and Konoha to the entire ninja world. It sounds like Union Village is really full of sincerity. In this era, no country would joke about their credibility, especially the country of Thunder where Union Village is located has extremely developed economic and trade and pays more attention to credibility. This condition, there seems to be no reason to refuse. Koi agreed. Chihao Tobima's fingers hit the table, and his voice was a little serious. It seems that we have no reason to reject Lord Raikage. This covenant is very beneficial to the peace of the ninja world. That's really great. The messenger of Union Village was full of joy and nodded repeatedly. Then I will say goodbye first. I will report to Lord Lei Ying and prepare for the alliance ceremony. Peace in the ninja world. Senjo Tobirama's attitude was rarely a little gentle, but his voice was still serious and heavy. I'll tie it to you. After Union Messen left, a group of Konoha ninjas looked at each other. Because they didn't expect Union Village to take the initiative to extend an olive branch. That Mito Minion looked at the handwritten letter in Chihao Tomomaru and asked, if Union Village wants to seek alliances, we will next. Send someone to hand this letter to Lord Emiya. Chihao Tobima gave the letter in his hand to an Anbi ninja without changing his face. If we reach an alliance with Yun Hidden Village, it will be more conducive to forcing Iwa Hidden Village to compromise. The favor of the Lord Emiya is the way they choose to cease their face to fight. For us, peace is indeed what is needed most. As long as this ninja war ends as soon as possible, as long as we defend the existing territory of the Kingdom of Fire after the war is over. Monkey, Duanzhang, Xiao Chun, Yan, take the wind, mirror. Senjo Tobirama glanced at the group of the best young generations of Konoha around him. You can prepare, and once the date and location of the alliance are confirmed, go and meet with me. This is his Naruto guard. Same. It is also the future of Konoha. Senjo Tobirama also hopes that during this alliance, Union Village will also see the new generation of Konoha's talents, and extend the time of the alliance as much as possible. On the other side, Konoha Hospital. There are fewer and fewer casualties sent during this period. Otunad went to school, and Haki Sakuroshi also went to participate in the village patrol mission. Emiya Shiera had a while of peace and leisure time. However, Senjo Tobirama's letter broke the tranquility. When Emiya Shiera finished reading this letter, her brows couldn't help but frown, and she didn't quite understand what Senja Tobirama meant. What does it mean for my peace belief, and to avoid more people sacrificing in the war, let me convince Iwahidun village and Konoha to truce the war. Who wrote this? Shiera Emiya was a little suspicious of the other party's IQ, and a little doubted his IQ in the other party's eyes. Could it be? Do you seem stupid? Still. A victory dazzled the sender's mind? Written by the second generation of Naruto himself. Anbi Ninja was a little curious. Did the second generation Naruto forget to write down his signature? He writes well. Emiya Shiera put away the letter in her hand and nodded. Go back and tell Tomorama that I have received this letter. Yes. The second generation of Naruto also explained. Anbi Ninja quickly reminded an important news. The information about the battle situation also needs to be told to Lord Emiya that Konoha and Yun Hidden Village formed an alliance, and this news should have been announced to the entire ninja world. Now the second generation of Naruto is preparing to participate in the alliance ceremony. Perhaps this can promote Iwa Hidden Village to withdraw from the war. I understand, you go down. Emiya Shiera's brow wrinkled, he stared at the Anbi Ninja's back as he walked away, and also noticed the dark shadow slowly emerging beside him. It's the Black Priest. Since Shiera Umiya was finally able to stay alone, Heiju couldn't wait to show up because since the war began, he wanted to chat with Shiera Umiya. However, Shiera Umiya waved the letter in his hand. Black Jew. A rare ray of sunlight appeared on Emiya Shiera's face, as if he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this war is finally over. This is not the end, it is just the beginning. Heiju's figure slowly emerged from the ground, and its voice became a little gloomy and hoarse. This ninja war has fully proved how short-sighted these ninjas who have obtained chakra. Vihara. Don't believe it's the end. The real chaos has just begun. Just like the Warring States period that began after Asura's death, a new era will be opened after the death of Senjo Hashirama. The Ninja World War. All ninjas in the world will participate in the war, and no one can be avoided by war. Whether it is a big country or a small country. When they realize that there is no strong man in this world who can completely suppress their greed, the greed in their bodies will be released, and human nature will begin to become more and more distorted by their inflated greed. Ninjas will have more and more battles for their interests, ninjas will become more and more useless, ninjas will become more and more tragic, and precious lives will become more and more humble. When Heiju said this, his heart was a little happy because he could severely criticize the ninjas of this era in front of Shiera Emiya. Just as it criticized the Six-Path Immortals and Asura's ninja sect for the 1,000 years of Warring States period, this ninja war can make it criticize this world again. This is a very happy moment. Because Heiju seemed to be able to see the depression of the pain and regret deep in Emiya Shiera's heart through the calmness on Emiya Shiera's face. What a wonderful taste! This was originally a delicacy that should have been enjoyed since the outbreak of the Ninja World War. Unfortunately, Shiera Emiya has been saving people. Now taking advantage of the fact that Emiya Shiera is alone, Heiju finally found an opportunity. He tried hard to make Emiya Shiera completely despair of this world, so despair that even the Six Paths Immortals said too much, they could not change their journey to a new era filled with smoke. Don't expect humans to save themselves. Only the legendary goddess Mao can change everything. Even if Emiya Shiera saves 100 people and 1,000 people with her superb medical ninjutsu, the Ninja World War will use the deaths of 10,000 humans to return his efforts. Vihara. The war will never end. When humans hold sharp weapons in their hands to start the first war, the smoke of gunpowder for the next war has begun to float. Emiya Shiera sighed helplessly. A little regretful. Heiju is getting more and more verbose. Whenever Heiju finds an opportunity to criticize this world, he can't wait to say a few words in Emiya Shiera. It was just like in ancient times that whenever Weigong Shiwen discovered that a disciple of the ninja sect did evil, Heiju would jump out and scold the Six Paths Immortals. This guy. Isn't anyone chatting with it? Like. There is really no. No wonder. Talking in my ears every day. Even though I was paralyzed in the work of treating diseases and saving people, I thought I could escape Heiju's nagging, but I didn't expect that what I received was the release after emotional depression. Fortunately, Heiju finally did not forget the serious things. Vihara. Uchiha Madara has always wanted to see you. From the first day of the war in the ninja world, Madara wanted to see you, and he was more urgent than ever. Now, Murata is hidden in the tombstone on the back mountain of Konoha. Heiju's palm fell on Emiya Shiera's shoulder and quietly bewitched, Ihara, our plan can begin, so choose to meet today. Only we can change this world that is about to be twisted by war. In fact, Shiera Emiya didn't want to see Uchiha Madara. Because Heiju didn't explain why Uchiha Madara wanted to see him, but Emiya Shiera could barely guess something from Uchiha Madara's urgency. Perhaps. Possible. I still want to mock Shiho Hashirama? That guy Uchiha Madara. It seems that no one can chat. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would not frequently risk her life and appear secretly in the cemetery on Konoha Back Mountain. Uchiha Madara must be criticizing the innocence of Chiho Hashirama. If you want to see him, you are just taking advantage of the situation to win him over to join his plan. Facts proved. Uchiha Bambi Amiri Shiera even more rampant. Uchiha Madara is born like this. He has always been so arrogant. He is destined to become Loki when he proves that he has a more outstanding vision than Shinju Hashirama. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara's crazy laughter echoed in Konoha. The cemetery in the back mountain was a bit lonely in his laughter. Did you see it, Hashirama? The Konoha people you want to protect are dying from the war we once tried every possible way to end. The order you established is nothing more than a pile of rubble on the sand. A house that looks prosperous has lost the tree that supports them and cannot even withstand the storm of the breeze. How can you bear it at this time? Uchiha Madara stood in front of the tombstone of Hashirama Senju, regardless of the possibility that he might be discovered by Uzumaki Mito, because he knew that Konoha, who was like the sky, could not stop him at all. After a long time, Uchiha Madara's arrogant laughter gradually lowered. Uchiha Madara's palm wiped the dusty tombstone, making the remains of the Senju Hashima's tombstone clean again. So fragile, Hashirama. What a pity, you are dead, and even mocking you at this moment is so meaningless. But don't worry. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth, and the expression on her face made people unable to tell whether it was confident or arrogant. I will change the world. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. He remembered the childhood dreams he had with him, and the reason why he and his relationship fell apart. Just as we agreed when we were young, I will achieve true peace. That kind of peace will definitely be thousands of times stronger than the castle you built on the sand. The photo on the tombstone is a photo of Hashirama Senju smiling. The smile on this photo seems to be able to tolerate everything. The Senju Hashirama above seems to have no need to say anything, and his smile can make people feel at ease. Snort. Never mind. Uchiha Madara looked at the motionless photo on the tombstone and suddenly felt a little bored. You guy will never argue with me anymore. It seems a bit boring to watch the dead here. Rush rust. There was a sound of footsteps in Uchiha Madara's ears. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised, but he immediately guessed who the visitor was, because only that man in the entire Konoha village would have such a gentle attitude towards his appearance in Konoha. Does Your Excellency Emiya, who is busy at Konoha Hospital, finally have time to visit Hashimara? Uchiha Madara turned around and chuckled at the figure who was walking towards the tombstone. I originally wanted to see you at the beginning of the war, but you seemed to have been busy with those who were injured in the war. Actually, after the war begins, you should choose to stand on my side. You have done enough for Hashirama. At least I want peace like him. His Excellency Shiera Emiya. Soon. Uchiha Madara's words came to an abrupt end. It turned out that Uchiha Madara wanted to mention the fact that Emiya Shiera was used by Tomomi Senju, but at this moment a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, which made him subconsciously give up the intention of mocking the other party. Because Emiya Shiera's expression seemed a bit solemn at this moment, he held a bouquet of white flowers in his hand and carefully lowered his head to place the bouquet of white flowers in front of the tombstone of Hashima Senju. I'm leaving Konoha. Emiya Shiera seemed to be talking to Hashirama Senju, or to Madara Uchiha. Chinguya Tobira sent a letter, hoping that I can help him persuade the Iwahidun village to cease the war. Snort. That insidious villain has really reached the extreme use of you. Uchiha Madara immediately mocked Shihao Tobirama. He had heard that Emiya Shiera had rescued the ninjas in Iwa Hidden Village, but he didn't think Emiya Shiera could change the situation. This is meaningless. The war will not stop just by your words. Uchiha Madara remembered Emiya Shiera's reputation in the ninja world, and was a little uncertain for a moment, so she had to add again, even if this war is calmed down, hatred will continue, and the competition for interests will still exist, and the next war will be inevitable. Miyamiya was just looking at the remains of the tombstone. I know. Emiya Shiera's eyes were a little quiet, as if they were still talking to themselves, and as if they were still talking to Uchiha Madara. But after all, do you have to do something? I will return to the underworld soon. Emiya Shiera seemed to notice that Uchiha Madara wanted to speak a little dissatisfiedly, and continued to speak on his own, interrupting his thoughts. If you see the last glance of the world, it is the fragmentedness of this era, and you will inevitably feel a little regretful. His Excellency Shiera Emiya. Uchiha Madara was a little unsatisfied and frowned and wanted to bring up the old things again. He really hoped that the other party would join his plan. Even if we put aside the knowledge in Emiya Shiera's mind. Even if you can chat with Shiera Emiya, you can prevent Uchiha Madara from being too lonely. There are too few people in this ninja world that can really take Uchiha Madara seriously. The Senjo Hashirama who is lying in this cemetery is one, and the Umiya Shiera who is reincarnated in the filthy land is the other one. I know what you want to say. Emiya Shiera shook her head, and a touch of black appeared on his fingertips, as if it was generated out of thin air. This is... Uchiha Madara looked at the black spot in surprise. Don't worry, Spot. I know what you want. I always regard the medical skills as treasures, and I don't think you will be interested in it. Maybe the only valuable thing I have is the advantage of being born in ancient times. Emiya Shiera raised his palm, and the paint black on his hands became more and more intense, slowly dripping like liquid, gradually falling off his arms. I condensed a thought from my past into the creation of Yin and Yang escape. It used to be my desire to change the will of the ninja world, and it was a gift for you. Whether it is my research on the reincarnation eye or the secrets of the ancient times, it should be enough to benefit you. This. A hint of ecstasy suddenly appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes. This is really... Let him avoid many detours in the future. It's called Heiju. Emiya Shiera calmly introduced Heiju and sent a huge lie to Uchiha Madara. It was my past attempt to change the will of the ninja world. Its ability is very special and should help you. Emiya Shiera's eyes slowly moved, and fell from Kurojo's body on Uchiha Madara. Mara, I hope you can surpass Hashimara and change this world that Hashimara and I are unable to change. Chapter 63 Uchiha Madara can't be here to hold a tea party. Emiya Shiera's words. It really comes to the itch in Uchiha Madara's heart. Because surpassing Senjo Hashirama is originally the idea of Uchiha Madara, if he can surpass a big figure like Uchihara, it will inevitably make Uchiha Madara feel more happy. This is a person who was as famous as the Six Path Immortals at the time, and his reputation was even higher than that of the Six Path Immortals. Anyone would be honored to be recognized by him. Although Uchiha Madara doesn't think he needs this honor, he has to admit that being able to be entrusted by Shiera Emiya to the future is also something worthy of making him happy. Is this the past will of your Excellency Emiya? Uchiha Madara felt a little happy. He immediately looked at the inheritance left by Emiya Shiera to him, and looked at the strange appearance of Heiju, as if he felt a little curious. It looks a bit weird. Uchiha Madara looked at Shiera Emiya again and shook her head subconsciously. I can't tell at all what it has to do with Lord Emiya. This difference is too big. Perhaps it is thanks to the reputation of Emiya Shiera. Uchihama feels like spring breeze every time he sees Emiya Shiera. Maybe. There may be another reason. Although Uchiha Madara had seen Emiya Shiera many times, he had never had contact with Emiya Shiera for a long time due to various factors, so that when he saw Emiya Shiera, he was short-term happy, which made him subconsciously realize that it was full of filters for Emiya Shiera. This is the creation of the power of yin and yang. Shiera Emiya also looked at Heiju and said softly, if in a sense, Heiju is also a life of existence wisdom. When you can master yin and yang escape in the future, you will understand how valuable Black Jew's existence is. Spot. Heiju's voice was a little hoarse, and a gloomy smile that he thought was kindness came out on his face. In the future, please take care of it. Uchiha Madara's face couldn't help but wrinkle. Although Uchiha Madara doesn't care much about her appearance, Heiju's style of painting is far from that of Emiya Shiera, so he still doesn't adapt to it no matter how he looks. Never mind. Perhaps this is how yin and yang escape creation is. After all, based on the reputation of Emiya Shiera, this big shot will definitely not lie and deceive himself. Heiju must have mastered a lot of secret knowledge, and he should be able to get many important secrets from Heiju's mouth in the future. Spot. The path you are going to take is not easy. Shiera Emiya looked at Heiju and sighed softly, I have taken many detours. I will keep Heiju. I hope it can help you go more smoothly. This feeling. It's really like a senior who entrusts everything. Let me see. When Emiya Shiera said this, she looked at the tombstone of Chihu Hashirama again. Let Hashirama see that you can do all this. Nature. I won't let you down. Uchiha Madara's expression gradually calmed down, and his mood became particularly serious, because he knew what it meant to entrust everything to him in front of the tombstone of Chihu Hashirama, and naturally he would not let down Emiya Shiera's expectations. As a person who respects Shiera Emiya, Uchiha Madara thought for a while and planned to repay the favor that Shiera Emiya left him with a precious inheritance. So, let me help you do something. At least we must calm down the war in this era, so that the Supreme Lord Emiya will not be too disappointed with our era before leaving. Uchiha Madara's eyes became arrogant again and he sneered, although it may benefit the insidious villain Tobirama, it can only be cheaper for him once. I will help Lord Emiya calm this war. After all, war cannot be easily calmed down by words. Some people's intentions, the aspirations are more stubborn than the rocks. If you want them to be obedient, you can only completely smash their will. Uchiha Madara clenched his fists and returned to his face with confidence. He also remembered his contact with the IWA hidden ninjas. At this point, unrivaled power is more reliable than words. Don't refuse me. Uchiha Madara comes from negative. Just treat it as a gift to Lord Emiya. Once Uchiha Madara decided something, no one could listen to anyone's opinions. His attitude was very firm and even insisted on walking with Shiera Amiri. Emiya Shiera frowned. Speaking of which, who is the Earth Shadow in Yangtze village now? The country of grass. The army of ninjas in Iwahidian village is stationed in this small country. The current second generation Iwahidun village, Tuchai-wu, was personally in charge of this. He knew that Konoha village and Yunchai village opposite were their shadows. Although the second generation Tugaki thinks that his disciple Onaki is very outstanding, he still seems too immature to face a character like the second generation Naruto Tomomi Senju Tomomi. After all, he really has no confidence in facing Tomomi Senju. Even in the Warring States period. The name of Senju Tobirama is also very loud enough. Even though Senju Tomomi has always been hiding under the light of his brother, whoever dares to underestimate Senju Tomomi will basically bid farewell to his IQ in this life. When will you launch an attack if you don't have a master? Onaki's body was getting smaller and smaller in shape while sitting on the chair. He looked at the second generation of Dog Shadow who had been looking through the map, and he felt a little anxious. Be patient, Onaki. The second generation Taing had bandages wrapped around his body. He looked at the strategic map on the table, holding a red pen in his hand and circled it around the map. As a ninja known for his wisdom, Wu Lu has always been calm. We have to face not only Konoha, but also Union troops. Even if our military strength is the strongest on paper, we cannot act rashly. The second generation of Tishin knocked on the key points on the map and educated his disciples in a deep voice. Onaki, you must learn to be calm, especially the scale of this war is beyond our past understanding, so the strategies we need to adopt should be more cautious. The current situation is more beneficial to us. The most anxious thing now is Konoha and Union Village. As long as the Kamibuki is always in our hands, there will be no problem with logistics supplies, and we will be invincible in this war. But Onaki's face became even more anxious, as if he couldn't get steady at all. I heard that Unyinkan and Konoha will soon form an alliance, once they unite. What's the point? The second generation Tokugawa shook his head, thinking that Onaki's mentality was still too anxious. Even if they unite, it would be useless. As long as we firmly defend the existing defense line, the opponent's alliance will definitely change under the stalemate. The alliance between ninjas cannot be strong forever. Koha has long lost Uchiha Madara and also lost the first Hokage who can suppress everything with his own strength. Now Konoha has become very fragile. People in Yungzio village will inevitably realize that compared to becoming Konoha's ally, Konoha's enemies will benefit even more. The second generation of Dojai is very familiar with the situation in the ninja world. He thinks he is more familiar with Konoha's trouble than Tobira Senju. The land of fire occupied by Konoha is rich, but it is not dangerous to defend. Every ninja village wants to bite a piece of meat from their bodies. Become an ally of Konoha. We need to resist the swords and guns from other directions for Konoha. However, the threat faced by Konoha's country of fire is not enough to crush the situation by losing Uchiha Madara and the first Naruto. This also makes it impossible for them to have too much effort to fulfill their obligation to support their allies in the war. Even if the guys covered in muscles in Union Village have no brains, as time goes by, they will realize that it will be more than worth the effort to form an alliance with Konoha now. Because sooner or later they will find that their alliance with Konoha will only be one-sided contribution to Konoha, and Konoha will never help them. As for the promise of harvest, it's just that Konoha will not invade their territory. I really can't see clearly. The second generation of Dojao has long thought that he has seen through everything. Koha has occupied the richest land in the ninja world at the beginning of its establishment. How could Koha, whose power has been greatly reduced, covet territory that they cannot control? Then will we continue to attack Konoha in the future? Onaki immediately asked about the strategic questions about Iwahideng village. No. Koba is not important. In the war between us and Konoha, we can keep the logistics lifeline well and send a side division to block Konoha. Although Konoha's strength cannot be underestimated, it is just a spoil that can be seized for us. What you really need to be vigilant about is Union Village. The second generation of Taing's eyes fell on the map, looking at the marks he made, and in a deep voice, he taught, Yungzi village will not sit idly by and watch us occupy the country of fire, so in any war, we must give priority to concentrating superior forces to solve the brainless idiots in Yungzi village. Just defeat Yungzio. There will be no longer any constraints in the future. The army will directly press on the country of fire, forcing Konoha to cede the most fruits. Remember it's right, Onaki. The second generation of Taing looked at his disciple, hoping to imprint his strategy in the disciple's mind. Before solving Union Village, even if you can get benefits from Konoha, it will not really belong to us until the war is over. Yes, no master. Onaki nodded with a serious look. Although Onaki still hopes to defeat Konoha, he believes in his teacher's judgment more, because the second generation of Tuki has always been the wise responsibility of Iwahidun village before taking office. Speak. Is there any abnormal movement in the hidden fog village? The second generation of Taing looked at the map on the desktop. The map in his hand was based on the land of Earth as the center of the map, and he could see the maritime threats of the hidden village of fog. The ninja world is a spherical shape. The geographical location of the hidden Mitsuki village, which is lonely overseas, is very important because hidden Mitsuki village can actually attack countries on the ninja world continent from all aspects. There has been no news. I guess I should be attacking Konoha too. Onoji thought for a moment and said softly, after all, there are many defensive fortresses in our land. Even if Mizuki village wants to get land from us, it is the most difficult. Be careful. Because the enemy often surprises. The second generation Tokuwa shook his head and ordered his Iwahiko Umbu ninjas to quickly investigate the information on the coastline. He did not want a fire in the backyard when it was beneficial to their situation. Unfortunately, people always seem to become even more unlucky when they are unlucky. Before he could even wait for the people to be sent out, the country of Tuzi sent an emergency information that made him feel very troubled. The second generation water shadow ghost drawing Fantasy Moon led a unit to land. That mustache is such a lunatic. Anger flashed in the second generation Taing's eyes, and she was extremely angry at the second generation Mizu Ying's sneak attack, because it destroyed the combat plan he had prepared in advance. But unexpectedly, the second generation Mizu Cage Ghost Lamp Fantasy Moon in the hidden village of Mizuki Village was not here to seek war, but instead sent people to send an application for alliance, hoping to join forces to fight Konoha together to win the war. How can you believe such a thing? The second generation of Taing Wu did not believe in Mizuki's promise at all. However, the messenger of the hidden village of Fog seemed to know Wu's attitude, and they sent a message that the second generation of Taing had to agree to the meeting. Because of this news, it is a tricky trouble for the top leaders of the ninja world. This is the news we found from the Sand Village. Konoha has been using a master with superb medical skills to treat the seriously injured in this war. The recovery rate of these seriously injured has remained high, and many ninjas can return to the battlefield after they are cured. If you continue to stalemate here, even if there are enough ninja troops in IWA Hidden Village, it is impossible to compete with Konoha here forever. With the help of that big man, IWA Hidden Village's chances of winning may be greatly reduced. The second generation Tu Yingwei frowned with some dissatisfaction. Do you still need to remind you of this news? He had known about the existence of Shiera Emiya, and had also dealt with Shiera Emiya and asked the other party to come forward to help Koian village treat the burned villagers. You mean? The second generation Taing thought without hesitation. We should join forces to fight against Konoha. The messenger of the Hidden Village in Fog looked at the second generation of Hidden Village and asked back, Honor Tokuwa, do you think Iwaki Village alone can really defeat the coalition forces of Hidden Village and Konoha? No, master. A Iwaku ninja hurriedly sent a piece of intelligence and whispered a piece of intelligence, we have heard from the ninjas that have penetrated into the direction of the Kingdom of Fire. They encountered Lord Shiera Emiya and had to choose to retreat. It is said that Lord Emiya is about to come to the front line here. Generally speaking, infiltrating the enemy's rear must cause damage. However, when you meet Shiera Emiya, you really have no choice. After all, the arduous task of being sent to infiltrate the rear was at least led by the elite Shangnan in the village. Basically, they had seen Shiera Amiri during that disaster rescue. The most important thing is the infiltration of the IWA ninja also has reasons to retreat. The people who accompany you, and Uchiha Madara. Iwakan ninja whispered a character who made the second generation of Doi Shadow frown. What is he here to do? The second generation of Earth Shadows had to think about it. Because this second generation Taiying realized that the situation was gradually chaotic, he could not control it, but it was absolutely impossible for him to stop the army. But why did Uchiha Madara come? That kind of character can't come to the battlefield to hold a tea party. We can accept the alliance of the hidden village of Fog. The second generation Dujaiwu thought for a while and suddenly chose to accept the proposal of the hidden village of Mizuno. Even this Taoist will go further, but our alliance's goal of fighting against Konoha is to destroy Konoha because the other party used the evil forbidden technique to desecrate the ancient Saint Shiera. No matter what, we cannot tolerate that some people in this era use evil forbidden techniques to disturb the peace of the deceased. Tell the second generation of Master Mizukage that if he didn't want his body to be if people take advantage of it after they die, it is best not to have conflicts in this alliance. It looks like this banner is not easy to raise. After all, there are too many evil forbidden techniques in ninjas, and ninjas from major ninjas are desperately studying powerful ninjas in order to win the battle. However, this kind of thing can only be done but not said. Some truly evil techniques can only be used as the final trump card. Even Awakened Village cannot agree to the use of ninjas in the village, because they are worried that ninjas will go astray. In fact, this banner seems to be easy to raise again. Because the story of Emiya Shiera is deeply rooted in the ninja world, any ninja grew up listening to the story of Emiya Shiera. Even the worst step. The second generation of Tu Yingyu's mind is not pure. As a shadow of a village, it is impossible to really be a kind person. We hope that the soul of Lord Emiya Shiera will be at peace, and to make Konoha's evil public, so that we can seem to be on the rightful side. It would be better to let Lord Shiera Emiya no longer help any side for this war. Konoha lost his medical ninjutsu, so that we can continue to be stalemate here and have a greater advantage in the war in the future. In the past, Shiera Emiya was kind to Iwahide village, and even he brought Oniki to ask the other party to rescue people. This favor should not be forgotten no matter what. From this perspective, if their war was for the peace of the soul of Lord Emiya, it seems that Lord Emiya Shiera had no reason to help Konoha treat the wounded, right? Maybe Emiya Shiera will have problems with his relationship with Konoha. He doesn't believe that the kind-hearted medical ninja will like to help Konoha participate in the war. Because the other party had truly selflessly rescued the people from Iwa Hidden Village, he didn't even care about the views of the two Konoha kids. Speak. Oniki was a little curious. He remembered when he saw Shiera Emiya, is it really Konoha's evil forbidden technique that disturbed the peace of the deceased of Lord Emiya? Your Excellency Emiya never mentioned these. But the dead aura on his body will not lie. The second generation Tugaiwa knew more about intelligence. He nodded and said, we didn't know about it in the past. Now it seems that it is Konoha's second generation Naruto Tomoema's evil forbidden technique, because he used a battle method that combines the dead and the detonating talisman in this war. Anyway, this is our opportunity to take advantage of each other. Chapter 64. This is a new era that can only be determined by strength. News from the ninja world spread very quickly. When Konoha and Yungzio village announced their alliance, news about the Mizuho village and Iwazaki village alliance were also rampant, and their alliance had greater influence. Koba ninja uses evil forbidden techniques to disturb the peace of the dead, and uses the dead to fight against the living. This is an evil act that is absolutely intolerable. The second generation of Naruto Senju Tobirama does everything he wants to win the war, and even resurrects the ancient medical ninja Shiera, and uses this great medical ninja in the war. These news quickly spread in the ninja world. So much so that the already defeated Sand Village is ready to move. The ninjas in Sand Village immediately smelled the smell. They did not break the alliance, but just sent troops to the front line of the Kusha kingdom to wait for an opportunity. If Konoha is defeated in the battle, Sand Village can tear up the treaty immediately. If Awaken Village and Fog Hidden Village are defeated, Sahaidun Village immediately sent troops north to seize the territory of the land. If both sides suffer, that is a double happiness for SA Hidden Village. In this situation, the only good news that can be brought is that Union Village is still willing to reach an alliance with Konoha, because they remember the kindness of Chihao Hashima who helped Union Village. Konoha Camp. Senju Tobirama's brows were frowning very much. Thanks to the slam of the Hidden Village in Fog, the opponent and Hidden Village reached an alliance, causing the already gradually opening situation to fall into a deadlock again. A bunch of bastards. The Youth League was very clear about the attitude of those hostile ninja villages. He knew that the other party must have taken the opportunity to attack, and cursed with gritted teeth. In the past, they clearly used the medical skills of Lord Emiya, but now they are calling us to the outside world to disturb Lord Emiya's peace. Be quieter. Chihao Tobirama glanced at Shimura Danzo and said in a deep voice, "This excuse is irrelevant at all. Before the war is won, anything can become their excuse. When it was past, it's just to rob the land of the Kingdom of Fire. Now it's just to make them famous in the war." It's precisely this reputation that sounds good. But it is the most deadly thing for Konoha. Konoha has no advantage in facing Iwahide village, not to mention that there are troops from Muhide village, and the distant relatives of Wakei village can only help defend. However, Senju Tobirama also knows the problem. This is the backlash of his use of Emiya Shiera to participate in the war, or Konoha enjoys the backlash of benefits brought by using Emiya Shiera. In the past peace period, Konoha was the only one in power. Because the first Naruto Senju Hashima was still intimidated, even though he chose to reincarnate Emiya Shiera, Emiya Shiera's 10 years of traveling in the ninja world have allowed all major ninja villages to enjoy the benefits brought by Emiya Shiera's resurrection. Konoha is just the greatest benefit, such as the medical skills left by Emiya Shiera, and the power given to them by Emiya Shiera. This situation, isn't it the same as when Konoha was first founded? Konoha has always occupied the big interests of the land, and the interests of other ninja villages in their territory are far inferior to those of the Land of Fire where Konoha is located. They are also dissatisfied, but they are suppressed by the first Hokage. Now, the first Naruto was dead. Konoha also occupied the land of the country of fire. Konoha also occupies the benefits brought by Shiera Emiya, the medical ninja. This backlash is exactly the same as the origin of the outbreak of the Ninja World War, but it has been added as an excuse for war. If we look at the previous situation, Tomomi Senju believes that he can change everything by just ending the war quickly, and it doesn't matter to take advantage of Shiera Emiya. Now Konoha's strength cannot end the war quickly, and even needs to find a way to reach an alliance with Union Village as soon as possible to stabilize the increasingly worse battle situation. First, stabilize the alliance with Yungzio Village. Senju Tobima sighed deeply. After all, he relied on the favor left by his brother to this world to bring an ally to Konoha. Sir Naruto. Some people still want to raise objections. Because this alliance between Konoha and Union Village is placed on Union Village, once they encounter the siege of Union Ninja, they will be in trouble. Although the alliance with Union Village is still very important at this time, it made Chihao Tobirama, the second-generation Hokage, so dangerous. However, Senju Tobirama's attitude was very firm. Now the alliance between Konoha and Union Village is crucial. If you dare not attend an alliance ceremony, you will be underestimated too much. Not only will you be mocked by Union Village. If Union Village believes that Konoha does not attach enough importance to this alliance ceremony, the cancellation of the Tongmenghui on this grounds makes Konoha's situation worse. Although I'm older, but it's not without the courage to go to the danger. What's more, Union Village announced this to the ninja world in advance. The other party showed great sincerity. We cannot be rude because of this, so that the other party thinks that Konoha Ninja has a small weapon. This covenant is crucial. Senju Tobimaru rejected the advice of others, and his attitude was very firm. As long as I reach a covenant with the second generation of Lord Raikage, Konoha will be able to gain the advantage again. Under the current circumstances, it shouldn't be possible for the Supreme Master Emiya to persuade Iron Hidden Village to withdraw. Let's meet him when we come back from Yun Hidden Village. On the other side, Iwian Camp. The second-generation Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Fantasy Moon from the Hidden Village of Mist has arrived at the camp of Iwaki Village in advance. This second-generation Water Shadow is very brave and doesn't care that he will fall into the danger of being sneak attacked and assassinated. I thought you wanted to attack the land of Earth. The second-generation Tu Yinghui reached out to hold the palm of the second-generation Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Huanyu, and said something unhappy to everyone. After all, the Mizuki village is lonely overseas, and the ninjas in Mizuki village have never had any credibility. No, no. The second-generation Water Shadow Ghost Ding Huanyu laughed boldly on her face. He grabbed the second-generation Taing's palm. At least, we are still very credible in the face of common interests. If you don't agree with the alliance, it's not too late for me to lead the team to attack the Taing country. Now, in order to reassure you, I can come to meet you in a risky situation, and even let the ninja troops in our village enter from other places across the sea. The second-generation Tu Yinghui showed a hint of distrust in his eyes. He understood Ghost Ding Huanyu's thoughts. The other party was just worried that he would be attacked by Iwa Hidden Village when he was transiting the country of land. Even if Yan hidden village can make its promise, the shadow of a village cannot deliberately let its subordinates march in dangerous places. There are so many small countries in the ninja world. It will be safer for the troops in the hidden village to pass by from a small country. Don't worry, bandaged man. We came here with sincerity this time. The second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanyu expressed her true intentions very sincerely. Compared with the narrow valleys of the Iron Hidden Village, the Iron Hidden Village still prefers the wealth of the Kingdom of Fire. That would be better. The second generation of Taiying barely recognized the other party's words. Although there is evidence of slandering the two kingdom in the other party's words, the second generation Tu Yingwu did not intend to care about this little thing with the other party. Well, I didn't plan to find you. It's a pity that the defense of Vortex country is too strong. The second generation Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanya seemed to relax a little, and she said indifferently, we can only find another shortcut and think of a way from here. In fact, we originally wanted to join the Sakai village, but that village was defeated too quickly. Yunkai village wanted to get closer to Konoha again. After all, we could only choose you. Snort. We don't plan to join you either. The second generation of Taiying's mouth will not fall behind, but they exchanged information with each other when they were fighting here, but an unexpected change may occur on the battlefield. What's the change? His Excellency Shiera Emiya is coming to the battlefield. While leading the other party into the tent in the camp, Dai Taiying spoke, and his entourage. Oh, let's have a cup of hot tea. The second generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Fanyu greeted Onaki to serve him tea, and seemed to not take Emiya Shiera and his entourage seriously. It doesn't matter, we have known each other's existence for a long time, and the other's medical skills are indeed quite powerful. This second generation Mizukage from Mizuki village really didn't care about diplomatic etiquette at all. She took a cup of steaming tea from Onaki's hand, and drank it directly without caring about the heat of the tea. It seemed that she couldn't feel the temperature at all. Onaki's eyes were straightened. And this Mizuhashi is really strange. It's clearly talking about the war that is at stake. The second generation of Shui Ying's mentality is a bit unprecedented. The second generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Fantasy continued to discuss the topic of Emiya Shiera and the war. After all, the outcome of the war depends on strength. It is enough for our coalition to defeat Konoha with overwhelming force. No matter how powerful a medical ninja is, it is impossible. The entourage of the Excellency Emiya is Uchiha Madara. The second generation Taiying casually interrupted the ghost Ding Huanyu and casually uttered a name that made the second generation Shui Ying frightened. Puff. The second generation of Mizukong ghost Ding Huanyu sprayed out the hot tea in her mouth on the spot, and turned around and scolded Onaki who was pouring the tea. Hot burn, do you want to burn me to death? Don't use my disciples as an excuse to cover up your disobedience. The second generation Tu Yingwu immediately cursed and said coldly, you guy is using high temperature steam to fight, how could you feel that the tea is hot? That's going to be troublesome. The second generation of Shuiying Guidian Huanya put down the teacup in his hand, and the hot tea on his body slowly turned into steam, making his clothes dry again. If they join Konoha's side. The second generation Mizukage Ghost Lamp Huanya frowned, as if she didn't like the news about Uchiha Madara. Our coalition may not be in an advantage. We are all ninjas who have experienced the Warring States period. Even if we can solve the problem with the number of people, we cannot bear such huge losses. After saying that, the second generation water shadow ghost Ding Huanya stood up, as if she was about to get up and leave. When I think about it now, we don't seem to be suitable for the alliance. This guy. It was so unconventional. Then you can't go back today. The second generation Tu Yingwu knows the other person's personality very well. Oh, I really didn't expect that I would fall into the trap. The second generation Mizukong Ghost Lantern Huanya sat down helplessly and continued to assign Onaki. Forget it, little kid, help me prepare some refreshments. Onaki was even more stunned. No. Is this the serious shadow of a village? Why does the other person look like an old gentleman in his clothes, but his personality looks so a little unruly? Is the message confirmed? After the second generation Mizuhashi Ghost Lamp Huanya sat down again, his face suddenly became solemn. If this news can be confirmed, we must prepare for Uchiha Madara's tactics in advance. Very sure. The second generation Tu Yingwu nodded. That would be better. The corners of the second generation water shadow ghost Ding Huanya's mouth curled up. He touched the mustache on his mouth and grinned with a confident smile. With the humiliation of the Warring States period, it will all end in this war. A trace of shock flashed across Onaki's face. This little dog shadow disciple looked at the second generation of Mizusha Ghost Lantern Huanya in disbelief. He never expected that the other party would dare to challenge Uchiha Madara. As someone who has seen Uchiha Madara's power, Onaki is still afraid of Uchiha Madara and practices day and night to make him no longer cowardly when encountering enemies like Uchiha Madara in the future, but he is still a little scared. Maybe. I really underestimated this Mizuhashi. This second generation Mizukage actually has the strength to challenge Uchiha Madara. Don't be so confident. The second generation of Taiying Wu said, exposing the confidence of the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanyu as if it was a balloon, and said in a deep voice, it's better to determine the other party's purpose first. After all, he came with Lord Emiya. I don't think that Lord would let him start a big kill. Then I'll leave it to you. The second generation Mizuhaha Ghost Lamp Huanya simply let Tokugawa take action. He started to enjoy afternoon tea again. What can I do? Anyway, my strength is not possible to be a rival to Uchiha Madara, and my brain is not as good as you, a bandaged man. Let's drink tea first. Onaki's eyes twitched. Originally, he thought the other party was really a brave man. Now it seems that this Mizuki is clearly a bad person. Little devil. Pour a tea. The second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon acted as a mighty man in the Union camp, shouting loudly at the disciples who bullied Taiying, as if they were lawless. Onaki really wanted to smash the teapot on his head. But think no matter how much you think about it. The Iwi camp was actually a bit unexpectedly harmonious. The second generation Tu Yingwu and the second generation Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Fantasy are old opponents for many years. They know that the other party is, at least at this moment, the alliance between the two sides was barely officially established, leaving only the army waiting for the arrival of the hidden fog village. However, the army in Mist Hidden Village has not arrived yet. The ones who really arrived at Iwi camp were the people they didn't want to see. Emiya Shiera, Uchiha Madara. On the way to the front line, Uchiha Madara and Emiya Shiera received a lot of news, such as the alliance between Iwaki village and Mizuki village, such as the ninja of Sand village, and the front line of the Karako country, and the alliance between Yunkan village and Konoha continues. Obviously, this is already a place where the 5 major countries meet. Certainly. They also learned about the war slogans of Awaken Village and Fog Hidden Village. How could a group of ninjas left over from the Warring States period care about any forbidden techniques? But they just wanted to use the Lord Emiya. Uchiha Madara saw very clearly about his ninjas of his contemporaries. He knew the essence of those ninjas. These ninjas are just for the benefit. Now, these high-sounding words are also to make Lord Emiya leave Konoha's side dissatisfied, so that the despicable villain Tomoma could not use Lord Emiya's medical skills, which was also a surprise to everyone. Snort. This ninja world is hopeless. When Uchiha Madara said this, he stroked his eyes. Only our plan can truly save the world. The 5 major countries in the ninja world all have their own ideas. There are still thousands of ninjas in the ninja village, and everyone has different thoughts. Only the means that can change the world can truly achieve eternal peace. The country of grass. Above a hill. Uchiha Madara and Emiya Shiera arrived here. When they looked down at Iwaki camp not far away, Uchiha Madara sneered at the other party's little abacus, and he even knew what these ninja villages were doing. Now the army of the 5 great powers ninja villages is gathered here. A little conflict may expand the war, and alliances and betrayals may occur at any time. I thought when we came, the war should be coming to an end. Now it seems to be a little more troublesome than I thought. This war is getting more and more intense. That insidious villain Tomoma always likes to use despicable means. This time, Konoha that Hashirama wants to protect may be burned to ashes in this war. But it's not a big problem after all. It's impossible for me to compete with me. In Uchiha Madara's opinion, the only opponent, Chihu Hashirama, is dead, and the remaining guys are just a group of native chickens and tiles. Uchiha Madara has a very arrogant mentality. Compared with Emiya Shiera's equal respect for everyone is to take everyone seriously, Uchiha Madara's equal respect means not taking anyone in the ninja world seriously. Let me come in person. Shiera Umiya shook his head, not intending to let Uchiha Madara participate in this battle. If you were asked to come, there might be many people killed or injured, right? This is not Emiya Shiera's confidence. If he had come before, perhaps Shiera Emiya did not have this confidence, because his total chakra output was too small, so it was likely that he would have a hard time playing. However, on the way here, Shiera Emiya obtained Hashirama cells by helping Uchihama Madara check the opportunity of observing the awakening time of the reincarnation eye. Level Commission, obtain the cells of Shinmara Senju, the total amount of chakra is increased, and the power of wood exit is increased, currently limited by the reincarnation of the filthy land. Certainly. Other than that, this does not matter. What is really important is that the body of the filthy earth can be strengthened through Hashima cells, and its total chakra output has increased to above S. Chakra energy, S, approximately 10 calories. If the infinite chakra of the filthy body and the magic release without ceiling should also make the other party willing to listen to him say something. Uchiha Madara, Emiya Shiera. The second generation of Dogchi was sitting in the tent, still thinking about Shiera Emiya, quietly waiting for the ninja he sent out to send information about Shiera Emiya and Madara Uchiha. That big man is not a problem. The second generation Mizukage sat on his side and gave his own judgment. Although he is a good person, he can't talk about any morality in the war. As long as Uchiha Madara doesn't take action, it shouldn't be a big problem. Anyway, we have no grudges with Uchiha Madara. Sir Toying, Lord Mizukong, someone is here to visit. AIWA ninja walked into the tent and talked about the person they were mentioning. It's Lord Emiya, he came alone. Are you finally here? The second generation Tu Ying felt relieved. He was just worried that he didn't know what the other party wanted to do. Now that Shi Yui was willing to visit, he could test the other party's intention. I guess I hope we and Konoha will stop making peace. Onaki touched his head, feeling embarrassed on his face. It seems that it is really hard for us to refuse the request of Your Excellency Emiya. Hey, little dear. You really don't understand politics. The second generation of Mizuhashi Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon knocked Onaki's head. Don't bully my disciples. The second generation Tuyingwaya scolded him coldly. Although Onaki's idea is indeed very simple. The second generation Tuyingwaya sighed, his brows frowned more and more. If you came to discuss the truce, the idea of Your Excellency Emiya would be a bit too naive. Now is not the peace era like in ancient times. Indeed. This idea is too naive. Although Emiya Shiera has a high reputation, the kingdom of Satsuo gathers troops from the 5 major ninja villages. How could it be that it would be possible to stop just by one sentence at such a tense moment of confrontation? Not getting enough benefits. How could someone give up? Let's go. Let's go out to greet you. The other party finally has kindness to awaken village. The second generation Tuyingwaya didn't want his disciples to become unhumane. He stood up and put on his tying hat. If you want us to withdraw. Do you want to refuse? Onaki's face couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Of course you can't refuse directly. The second generation of Taiying was a little disgusted with his disciple's stubborn head like a stone, and cursed angrily, "But we can't agree. As the future Taiying in Yangtze village, you must learn to think about problems with other thinking." What a fool! The second generation of water shadow ghost Ding Huanya couldn't help laughing on her face. Shut up! The second generation Tu Yingwu glanced at the second generation water shadow ghost Lamp Huanya and then taught his disciples again, "Even if I can agree, the rest of the country of Tu will not agree. We have wasted so much military resources and cannot withdraw without any gains. Just delay it. Even if you agree." The second generation Mizukong ghost Ding Huanya grinned and smiled and taught Onaki, the disciple of Taiying, "I, an ally, cannot agree. If the other party insists on asking for an answer, then we can only let the other party give an explanation to withdraw the troops. For example, force." The second generation Tu Yingwu grabbed his hat and spoke in a deep voice, "We need to let this saint of the ancient times know that this era is no longer a paradise of the ancient times, but a new world where power can determine its destiny." Chapter 65 This is the greatest medical ninja Shi era. In the tent of Iwian camp, Shiera Emiya was treated as a distinguished guest. Even the guests accompanying him were the second generation Mizuhasha from the hidden village of Fog. However, whether it is the second generation of Tokuwa Wu and the second generation of Mizuki ghost Ding Huanyu, the attitude is very clear, and we can meet any requirements of Your Excellency Emiya except to end the war. We also hope to seek justice for Your Excellency Emiya. The second generation Mizukage ghost Lamp Huanya smiled and looked like a good person. The second generation Naruto actually blasphemed the soul of the dead, especially a great medical ninja like Lord Emiya. No matter what, our inner justice cannot tolerate it. What a great sounding speech! Onaki, who was standing next to him, was shocked by the shamelessness of this mustache. How could he really speak this name in front of him so smoothly and smoothly? I will persuade Tomorama not to use that access control technique anymore. Amiya Shiera frowned and said with some disconfidence, "For me, it doesn't matter whether my soul is blasphemed. It is necessary to let this war end and make more innocent people stop bleeding and sacrifice." Is it true that the forbidden technique used by the insidious Naruto? The second generation water shadow ghost Lamp Huanyu immediately took the opportunity to get a needle, as if she had found a loophole. This kind of forbidden technique is too despicable. Shiera Emiya glanced at the other party strangely. Why are you talking in a mess? Old Master Emiya. We know that your character is noble. However, we have jointly launched this battle of great power for this name. The supplies from IWA Hidden Village have begun to be mobilized and transported to the front line. The ninjas from the Hidden Village of Twig are also coming across the sea endlessly. We cannot stop all this when we go back. The second generation Tu Yingwu looked a little hesitant, as if he was not the one who started the war. The situation in Tu Ying Kingdom is complicated. Tu Ying and Daming in Iwai village jointly govern the country. This is the result of my discussion with Daming, and I cannot agree. The land of water is even more complicated. The second generation of Mizukong ghost Ding Huanyu touched her mustache and said of her difficulties, "If we just stop the army and go back like this, some ninja tribes in the water country will think that the village is cowardly and may not necessarily launch a rebellion. Onaki heard it a little ashamed. However, this disciple of Taing was also studying hard. Although the situation in the water country is not very clear, Onaki is very clear about the situation in the earth country, because the Taing, which implements the dual system, has great power in the country. Not only can it monopolize the military, but also can make a move in government affairs. If the war is to end, the second generation of Taing can end the war by itself. Although the village and the country of Tu may be dissatisfied, the second generation of Tu Ying has worked hard since the successor to govern the country and has enough prestige to suppress the country. End. The teacher has become very different. Say it wasn't choking at all. Is there really no way? Emiya Shiera frowned, as if he didn't know the two shadows on the other side were delaying him. His face was even a little depressed, as if he had no choice but to do anything about it. Do you have to flow into blood on the battlefield? Unless the first Naruto will be reborn. The second generation Hokage Wu immediately mentioned this impossible condition, and was even very pertinent. Only those who are strong enough and are interested in peace, the country of earth and water, will be convinced, and the war may be quelled. It's a pity that Hashirama is dead. Amiya Shiera sighed, as if helpless. Now my strength is not as strong as Hashirama. Although I am not good at fighting, can I try to calm this unnecessary war? Is it necessary to defeat everyone here to end this war? A look of surprise flashed across the second generation Tu Yingyu's face. Even the second generation water shadow ghost lantern Huanyu next to her was a little shocked. The ninja world has always known that Shiera Emiya's medical skills are very clever. People who have infused a lot of time and effort in medical skills seem unlikely to have an advantage in their practice. Plus, Shiera Emiya rarely takes action. It is inevitable that they will be a little surprised at the other party's choice. What does Lord Emiya mean? The second generation Tukage looked at Emiya Shiera with some hesitation, hoping that he had heard what he meant. Does he want to quell this war with his own strength? If I take action. Emiya Shiwan nodded and looked at the second generation of Tou Yingyu. It shouldn't cause too many people to die. You can also give an explanation when you go back. We don't want to hurt Mr. Emiya. The second generation Tu Ying subconsciously wanted to refuse and said in a deep voice, "For Awakened Village, Lord Emiya has great kindness to repay. I should have agreed to Lord Emiya's request to withdraw, so how can I?" Actually, the second generation of Taing is not a person who talks a lot. He is even a very honest person. However, at this time he could only say so, and even took an extra look at his disciple Onaki, hoping that Onaki, the disciple, would listen carefully. This kind of words is indeed a bit verbose. It's just that in some occasions, you can use it as an excuse for others. However, the second generation water shadow ghost drawing Huanyu couldn't stand this kind of talk, so he quickly spoke up to interrupt the second generation earth shadow's nonsense. But the Umiyashi spoke first. Don't worry about hurting me. Because the body of the filthy land is an immortal body, only by breaking my body and sealing me can I stop moving. The second generation of Tying Wu was a little helpless. It's better to do this. The second generation water shadow ghost Ding Huanya noticed the other party's mood, touched his beard, and suddenly said, "Since Lord Emiya will not be injured, let me and the bandage man take action together. If we lose, the war will end. Anyway, if the shadows in both villages lose, there will be no one on the battlefield to stop Lord Emiya. You guy is too shameless." The second generation Tu Yingwu glanced at the ghost lamp Huanya beside him, couldn't help but want to scold the other party, and whispered, "And do you think I will lose to Mr. Emiya? Nonsense." The second generation Mizukong ghost lamp Huanya glanced at Wu and had to remind him, the other party is a ninja from the ancient times. Even if it is just a medical ninja, it may have quite unique combat methods. I don't want this war to end, so you must avoid accidents. Absolutely, you can't lose. If the two shadows also lose, it would be too embarrassing. Indeed. The second generation Tu Yingwu had a pretty good mentality, and his eyes became a little dim, "So, just don't pull my hind legs." Shiera Emiya was silent and did not answer. These two guys. It seems to be a bit shameless. The second generation of Mizuchi wants to take action at the same time as the second generation of Mizuchi. Amiya Shiera took a look at his mission commission panel, because the task panel was not the only one who defeated the two shadows, but instead 3 mission commissions were refreshed. S-level commission, the second generation Tu Yingwu who defeated the Awaken village. S-level commission, defeat the second generation water shadow ghost lamp fantasy moon in the hidden village of mist. SS-level commission, quell the first ninja world war and defeat the second generation of Tuchai Wu, the second generation of Fengying sword and the second generation of Mizuchi ghost lantern fantasy, making them convinced that they are willing to end this war. This is from judging the situation. Amiya Shiera once noticed the system's task delegation mechanism. For example, during the first Konoha Nine Tails Rebellion, it will be refreshed according to the situation. According to the system's judgment, you can defeat the 3 shadows and also means you can end the war. Shimiya Emiya could only give one of the commissions first, and he gave priority to accepting the task commissions of the second generation Tu Yingwu. This task is highly likely to give the second generation of Earth Shadows blood elimination dust escape. This is the bloodstream that Shiera Emiya has never had time to merge. Dust escape's attack is very terrifying, and it can even exert superpower in the state of reincarnation of the filthy land. Shi Yuhara still hopes to get the reward for this task. Although I want to fight with them at the same time, if I defeat the second generation of Tying first, I may still have time to receive the next commission. Shiera Emiya thought for a second, glanced at the commission to end the war in the task commission list, and then made a suggestion to them, "Do you want to call the second generation of Fengying shaman from Shangsha Hidden Village? Maybe this doesn't have to be more troublesome." The second generation Tying Wu and the second generation Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Fantasy Moon were both shocked. Not. It seems to be true. Because Sakura Hidden Village is indeed not very honest in the ninja world. No. No. But does this ancient medical ninja really think he has enough strength to solve the shadow of the 3 villages? Or does the other party hope to end the war completely? After all, the second generation Naruto of Konoha and the second generation Liang of Yun Hidden Village do not want this ninja war to continue. The second generation Liang is preparing for an alliance ceremony with the second generation Naruto Senju Tobirama in the Kingdom of Thunder. Those who really hope that this war will continue are the second generation of Tuyingwu in Yangtze Village, the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon and the second generation of Feng Ying Shaman. Therefore, when the news came, the second generation of Feng Ying Shaman actually agreed immediately. Sir Sarah, the girl from Sand Village, Cho, had to remind the other party what it means once she participated in this gambling battle. The story of Lord Emiya has been passed down from generation to generation. Lord Emiya once helped our ancestors get rid of the disease and poison. Even people who live in the desert country are still using the antidote left by Lord Emiya to treat the poisoning of sand scorpion. If they knew that Lord Sarah participated in this gambling battle against Lord Emiya, the war must continue. The second generation Feng Ying Shaman didn't care about his reputation. His personality was very distinctive and cold, and he didn't want to see his subordinates questioning his orders. If Awaken Village and Fog Hidden Village stop, Sandin Village will never have the chance to gain the benefits of this war. As long as this bet is invalid, we can even reach an alliance with IWA Hidden Village and Hidden Village of Fog, tear up the previous humiliating treaty, and unite to attack Konoha. The second generation Feng Ying knew that if Iwaki Village and Mizuki Village withdrew from the war, Sand Village would not be able to continue to take advantage of the situation. He also hoped that the Cage side, who could decide the end of the Ninja World War, would win. It's good to win or lose. If we win, then we will start a war with the insidious Konoha second generation Hokage Tobirama in order to liberate the soul of the Supreme Lord Emiya. If we lose the bet, the voice of the second generation Feng Ying Shaman suddenly calmed down, and his mentality seemed to calm down. After all, it is the war that you hope to end. We obey your will. The kingdom of Fengzi will no longer have any opinions on the village, and even the fault of the previous defeat will not be pursued. To be honest, the second generation of Feng Ying Satan looked at the Feng Ying hat in his hand. In this era, there were thousands of casualties in the war between the ninja villages, and only the ancient Lord Emiya had this prestige and could try to end the war in such a peaceful way. No matter whether we lose or win, there will be no opinions in the village or in the country. Maybe. The same is true for the Hidden Village of Fog and Hidden Village of IWA. The wind is a little noisy. There was a smell of blood in the wind of the country of grass. This small country is a battlefield. During this period, ninjas from major ninjas have been constantly testing and assassinating each other. It seems that there is a bit of blood. When the second generation Feng Ying sword came, the second generation Tying Wu and the second generation Water Shadow Ghost Ding Huanyu also had a little happy face because they knew they had welcomed an ally. Although Emiyashi chose to end the ninja war, if Emiyashi lost, then the second generation of Feng Ying shamans will definitely join their war alliance, and this war will immediately appear larger, with the war alliances of IWA Hidden Village, Fog Hidden Village and Sandunk Village fighting against the peace alliances of Konoha and Yun Hidden Village. The bet immediately attracted the attention of a group of ninjas. In addition to the ninjas in Sand Village, the ninjas in Iwaki Village, the Mizuki guards in Mid Village, and even the Konoha and Yun Hidden Village on the other side have sent ninjas. Union has prepared the alliance ceremony. The Thunder Shadow Guard A of Yungzio Village stood beside Konoha ninja. This Lei Ying guard has no name because he will succeed the future 3 generations of Lei Ying and will inherit the names of Lei Ying in all generations. Because of his extremely powerful strength, he was even thought to have surpassed the 2nd generation of Thunder Shadows for a long time, so he was sent to the front line of the war. This future Thunder Shadow stared at the group of figures in the field and said in a deep voice, "Once this bet fails, we will start a joint battle." Holy Lord Naruto is already on his way to the alliance ceremony. The ninja in Konoha village was Sarutobi Suzuki. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it would be better if peace could be reached in this way. Who do you think can win? It should be Mr. Emiya. Suzuki was very confident about Emiya Shiera because he had seen Emiya Shiera with his own eyes. The storm of the 9 tails was easily suppressed. Although there are also reasons for taking tricks. But Emiya Shiera's combat power is definitely not weak. Because he has been walking on the road of life to cure diseases and save people for many years, his strength will always be subconsciously ignored, or it seems that strength is not important to him, regardless of strength. But if those movies lose, the 3 generations of Lei Ying in the future don't believe in the other party's credibility, can they really abide by the agreement? After all, the people in Yan Hidden Village have always been cunning with a reputation of kindness. Do they want to violate the agreement of Your Excellency Emiya? A surging fighting spirit appeared on Suzuki's face. If they really dare to do this, then Konoha ninja will really fight to the death and safeguard the reputation of Your Excellency Emiya. Your Excellency Umiya's reputation will never be allowed to be trampled on. It is really hard to say what the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows will do in the future. After all, it is really a bit morally unpleasant to Konoha's desecration of the soul of the Lord Emiya. However, he had also seen Shiera Emiya and knew that the other party didn't care about these trivial matters, but these things could not be avoided as weapons to attack them. But they won't have to worry about this bet soon. Because the person who actually hosted the gambling battle finally appeared. This is a person that no one can imagine, and it is also a person that no one can guess, because the other party accompanied Shiera Emiya to come to the Kingdom of Grass. Boom! A proud figure dressed in red armor fell in the center of the venue. This figure has been in the ninja world countless times, and his appearance has already left trauma and indelible fear in the hearts of the world. Uchiha Madara. Or only Uchiha Madara can ensure the peaceful execution of the agreement. Although Uchiha Madara was invited by Shiera Emiya to host this gambling battle, he really hoped that he would challenge the 3 ninja villages, no matter how many people came to the other party. But both Emiya Shiera and the 3 villages all thought it was appropriate to decide the outcome of the war by fighting between them. Even the second generation Tokumai and the second generation Mizuki Ghost Tin Huanyu thought that Uchiha Madara's proposal was a bit scary. Compared with Uchiha Madara's dangers, the Emiya Shiera in ancient times seemed so weak and could be bullied. Snort. You guys are lucky. It can actually allow Lord Emiya to end the war in this way. Uchiha Madara looked at the second generation of Tukage, the second generation of Mizukage and the second generation of Fengchai, and couldn't help but sneer. In addition to the dead Hashirama, there is another person in this world who can defeat me, and only Lord Emiya is left. The second generation of Taiyang's heart sank. Whether it is the second generation Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Fantasy Moon or the second generation Feng Ying Sword, the faces of the second generation Wind Shadow Sword can't help but change, because they don't know the information at all. Although Emiya Shiera had a conflict with Uchiha Madara when she was reincarnated in Konoha by the Filthy Land, causing Uchiha Madara to escape from Konoha, the identity of Uchihara at that time was still top secret. Not good. They shouldn't. Did you choose someone who is more troublesome than Uchiha Madara? It's different. Emiya Shiera took the initiative to stop their random thoughts and explained, at that time, it was just that your state was too weak, and your strength was above me. Snort. Uchiha Madara smiled with satisfaction, still looking at the second generation of Togawa and others arrogantly, but he sincerely praised Shiera Emiya. Although I want to accept the praise of Your Excellency Emiya without any hesitation, I still don't have enough confidence in fighting Your Excellency Emiya. I am not as confident as the three of them. Yes. Uchiha Madara really has no confidence. Although Emiya Shiera's filthy body is far from reaching its peak, Uchiha Madara still has no confidence to fight Emiya Shiera whenever he thinks of the huge soul that is surrendered to this filthy body. But what? There is no need to fight between them. Emiya Shiera's desire to fight was too low, and Emiya Shiera's behavior and speech made Uchiha Madara unable to raise any fighting spirit, so he would not be happy even if he won. Challenge a medical ninja. Especially this medical ninja has only a little residual power. What you say? Isn't this kind of thing too embarrassing? Especially someone actually teamed up to challenge such a medical ninja. This bet. It's for a false peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara had no good feelings for the shadows of the three villages. As soon as he opened his mouth, he made people furious on his forehead, but he continued to speak without hesitation. If Lord Emiya can defeat the Shadow, Iwa Hidden Village, Fog Hidden Village and Sand Hidden Village of the three villages, they will withdraw from the war. Once they violate their promises, they will be provoking my reputation. In the name of Tisha, Iron Hidden Village will not violate its promises. The second generation Tu Yingwu immediately agreed. Although this second generation Dujeo doesn't care about lying and deceiving, he cannot violate the agreement of Shiera Emiya, let alone the killer god Uchihama, supervising here. In the name of Water Shadow, Mizuho Village will not violate its promise. The second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon raised his fingers, changing his past unruly. I'm in the name of Fengying, Sand Hidden Village will not breach your promise. The second generation Fengying shaman raised his fingers, and his voice was particularly serious. I am named Shiera Umiya. Amiya Shiera raised his fingers and stared at the three opponents on the other side calmly. Same. Uchiha Madara looked at the three shadows present, and his voice became a little cold. If Lord Amiya loses in this battle, he will no longer interfere in this war, nor even join any side of the war, but Lord Amiya will set up a medical camp outside the battlefield to medically rescue all the seriously injured in this war who cannot participate in the war. All the ninjas present couldn't help but look shocked on their faces. At this moment, the number of ninjas gathered in the Kingdom of Grass has reached tens of thousands, and the ninjas from the ninja villages of the 5 great powers has arrived one after another. When Iwahidun village announced that Amiya Shiera was resurrected and used by the impure land, they learned that Amiya Shiera, the ancient ninja, was resurrected just as a person in the bedtime story. At this moment, they all heard Uchiha Madara's words. A group of ninjas couldn't help but talk about this because this fact was a bit thankless, and they really couldn't imagine how a person always wanted to do such a thing to save people. A group of medical ninjas are very clear about Amiya Shiera. They know Amiya Shiera better than anyone else, the traces of Amiya Shiera's life that have been spread all over the world for thousands of years, and the medical ninjutsu that are still being used today. Because he's a medical ninja. To endure the pain that people cannot bear and save the world who cannot escape the pain is the will of the medical ninja, and this is the way of the medical ninja. Chapter 66 The Bet Between the 3 Stars and Shiera Amiya. This man. His traces are still gently caring for the world. This is the glory of ancient times. After a long time, it still shines on the world, bringing a ray of warmth to them in the cold ninja world. If a rare disease appears in a place, then inquire about some stories about the passing of Amiya Shiera near this disease. As long as you listen carefully, you will likely find a way to rescue the disease. Until now, this man is still saving peace. Even if this man fails in this bet, he will not hate others because of this, and he will even continue to rescue the seriously injured in this war. A little ashamed. The second generation of Tuyingwu is really a little ashamed. I am really ashamed. The second generation Fengying shaman was a little guilty and did not dare to look up. My conscience hurts a little. The second generation Mizukong ghost Ding Huanya stroked his heart position, but after pretending for a while, his face became solemn again. If Lord Amiya builds a camp on the battlefield after the defeat in this bet, I'm in the name of Water Shadow. No battle of the Fog Ninja cannot affect the camp of Lord Amiya, and the war activities of the Fog Ninja cannot appear in the camp of Lord Amiya. This is from the promise of the second generation of Mizuha. Battles often occur within a region, and war activities include all-purpose means such as spying on intelligence, hiding whereabouts, assassination, and poisoning. Once the second generation Mizukage makes this promise, if the ninja in any village encounters danger and trouble, as long as they hide in Amiya Shiera's camp, then the hidden village of Mizuki will choose to give up the mission in front of Amiya Shiera's camp. I'm in the name of Fengying. No battle of the Saurian ninja cannot affect the camp of Lord Emiya, and the war activities of the Saurian ninja cannot appear in the camp of Lord Emiya. I'm in the name of Earth Shadow. No battles of Iwaku ninja cannot affect Lord Emiya's camp, and Iwaku ninja's war activities cannot appear in Lord Emiya's camp. The second generation of Taiying Wu and the second generation of Fengying samurai were not behind, and their eyes gradually became firmer, and the respect in their eyes was almost overflowing. To be honest, if it weren't for the future of the village, they would have really wanted to give up the gambling battle at this moment and respect Emiya Shiera's wishes to end the war. But the name of carrying shadows. They cannot betray their responsibility to protect the village. If you want to become a shadow, you must shoulder the courage to bear everything. Just so. There was another one in the audience. I am named after the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows in the future. The future 3 generations of Thunder Shadows flashed all over their bodies, and they announced loudly to all the ninjas present, no battle of Union Ninja cannot affect the camp of Lord Emiya, and the war activities of Union Ninja cannot appear in the camp of Lord Emiya. All the ninjas present were shocked. If all the promises of these people are counted, it means that no war or ninja activities will appear in Emiya Shiera's camp, and a truly absolute safe zone will appear on the battlefield. No. No. There is another village that has no promises. End. This village has been using Emiya Shiera to try to win the war. Place. Even the ninjas subconsciously looked at the Konoha ninjas wearing vortex-shaped forehead guards, and their eyes couldn't help but subconsciously want to dodge. Sarutobi Suzuki lowered his head with some shame. A group of Konoha ninjas even regretted coming here. Since the second generation Naruto Senju Tobirama did not explain so much before leaving, but just asked them to stay in the camp, he would come back soon after attending the alliance ceremony. I never expected. The second generation of Naruto has not appointed a person in charge who can exercise power on behalf of others, and there is no future third generation of Naruto has come forward to save face. After all, no one dares to say that they can be named in the future. The most important thing is that Suzuki really couldn't raise his head because he knew the second generation Hokage Chihao Tobirama's style of doing things and did whatever it took for Konoha. Nature. It also includes Shiera Emiya. Even in order to win the war, Tomomi Senju sent all the seriously injured people on the front line to the rear for treatment in order to save medical resources on the front line. This style of conduct. It is difficult for Suzuki to judge the hearts of their second generation Naruto Tobirama. Maybe it may be said in public and will violate the promise in the future to allow Konoha Ninja to use Emiya Shiera's camp. After all, they have been using Emiya Shiera. It's really bad. Now Konoha really can't raise her head in front of other ninja villages. Ha 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 ha. The crowd was excited for a while after the Shadow and other villages and the future 3 generations of raiders issued a declaration. When they saw the silence of Konoha ninjas, they suddenly began to make a burst of hilarious noises. If it were Konoha ninjas, they would definitely not dare to make such a vow, because they have been using the Emirati to try to win the victory. Originally, Konoha can't hold on, right? Our awakened village owes Lord Emiya a huge favor. Konoha's second-generation Naruto Tobirama wants to take advantage of the kindness of Lord Emiya Shiera, to ask Lord Emiya to help him ask us to withdraw our troops. If this is true, the second generation of Lord Takamiya will definitely agree to Mr. Emiya, but before Mr. Emiya arrived, we had allies, so we had to choose to continue fighting. It's so embarrassing. The three future generations of Lei Ying looked at Konoha, who was collectively silent, and couldn't help but feel a little moved. It seems that the alliance between Union Village and Konoha should be considered carefully. During this war, the second generation Lei Ying in Union Village chose the alliance for the sake of morality and the fate of the first generation Lei Ying. But if there is any war in the future, such an alliance really doesn't have to continue. The faces of Konoha ninjas were more and more embarrassing. Because the accusations from other ninja villages are too fatal but too real. For example, Suzuki knew that it was indeed a letter from Chihao Tobirama, who asked Shiera Emiya to help get the troops in Iwahiko village to withdraw. These facts ruined Konoha's reputation at this moment. You can't continue like this. Suzuki took a deep breath, intending to wait until Chihao Tobirama returns to persuade the other party, and be sure to seriously consider Konoha's reputation. After all, Konoha during the first Naruto period was the world peace envoy, and his reputation has always been quite high. Why did Konoha's reputation plummet when it was the second Naruto turn? It won't. Everyone chose the wrong person, right? Suzuki couldn't help but look at Uchiha Madara in the field. When Konoha's first Naruto election, everyone naturally recognized Hashirama Senju very much, but Hashirama Senju made a hope that Uchiha Madara would be the one, but no one was willing to let Uchiha Madara be elected. Everyone seems to have already made accusation. The first Naruto election was made by Hashimara Senju as the first Naruto, and the second Naruto election was made by Madara Uchiha as the second Naruto. The two of them worked together to manage Konoha. But Senju Tobirama came from behind. As a Naruto assist who is quite political and good at governing government affairs, Tobira Senju's various actions such as establishing Konoha Ninja School to establish Umbu, etc., immediately acknowledged that he was a more suitable candidate for Naruto than Uchiha Madara. Finally, Uchiha Madara left. It is impossible to judge whether it is because of the failure of the competition for the position of Naruto. However, at this moment, Suzuki and a group of Konoha ninjas couldn't help but subconsciously think that if they were willing to let Uchiha Madara be the Hokage, Konoha wouldn't have fallen to such a point where everyone scolded him, right? Pity. It's too late. The only thing Suzuki can do at this time is that he can only expect Shiera Emiya to win. Once the opponent loses, Konoha will completely become the target of public criticism. The tens of thousands of ninjas present became more and more noisy. Due to the joint accusation of Konoha, the ninjas from other ninja villages present seemed to be talking, accusing Konoha of using a great person like Emiya and talking about some secret gossips he knew. quiet." Uchiha Madara's voice echoed throughout the venue. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, which shocked tens of thousands of people for a moment and did not dare to move. Everyone subconsciously broke out in cold sweat. This man. Is it still so scary? This battlefield Shura in the Warring States period was very intimidating when speaking and doing things. He looked at the scene with satisfaction and calmed down before looking at it. He looked arrogantly at the three shadows who had just announced the agreement to establish a neutral camp, and his words were full of contempt. Snort. I'm really confident. Before the battle has begun, I will issue a declaration of victory here, thinking that I can defeat Mr. Wei Mi? Do you think that you three can win by working together? The second generation Tu Yingwu's expression was a bit unfair. Even the second generation Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Fantasy Moon and the second generation Feng Ying Shaman are a little unaware of what to do. Can this be mistaken for being a provocation? They obviously want to express their respect for Shiera Emiya. Emiya Shiera was also a little helpless. Uchiha Madara. No wonder he can't be a Hokage. This is not provoking me. Shiera Emiya took the initiative to help Ying from the three villages defend her, and even bowed her head slightly to the other party, expressing her gratitude to the other party for his willingness to agree to the neutral district's behavior. Thank you. I really don't dare to take this. The second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanya was so scared that she wanted to kowtow first. After all, Emiya Shiera's considerations are also beneficial to their subordinates, and it is even a good thing for all ninjas in the ninja world. So, let's end the chat. Susanoo suddenly appeared half of Uchiha Madara's body. Although Uchiha Madara took on such a role for the first time, he was not at all nervous. This guy never retreated on any occasion. He loudly announced the beginning of the battle. Now, let's start. Uchiha Madara controls half of her body and quickly withdraws from this area, leaving the battlefield to both sides of the gambling that determines the future of the ninja world. Tens of thousands of ninjas are also retreating. Due to the greetings of the Mist Ninja and IWA Ninja, some of the magical techniques of the second generation Tou Yingwu and the second generation Aquarium Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon are very terrifying and can often cause large-scale damage on the battlefield. Therefore, they only dare to stay away from the situation to avoid being affected by the magical techniques. Old Master Emiya. The second generation Taiyang's body floated up, and the dust-escaped chakra began to condense in his hands, and immediately began to attack. Fighting is not a game of house play. We bear the responsibility of the village and have a reason to never lose. Anyway, he doesn't have to care that Emiya Shiera will die in this battle. Although the guy Senju Tobirama did all the good things and did the bad things, his art of reincarnation in the filthy land does have a very wonderful effect. Be careful. The second generation Mizuki pounced on him, and his fingers quickly began to form handprints. The battle in this era is very fast. Although the winner is good for me. Two scrolls flashed out of the second generation Feng Ying Satan's hand, but Sand Ninja doesn't want to lose any battle, especially because I have the name of Feng Ying. Don't worry. I try not to hurt you. Amiya Shiera stood opposite them and spoke sincerely, if you accidentally hurt you, I can heal your wounds. The eyes of the second generation of Earth Shadow, the second generation of Feng Ying and the second generation of Water Shadow were all twitching. Although they knew that the other party was telling the truth, and even the other party's true thoughts, it would be a bit too contempt for them to say it. Let's start. The second generation Feng Ying shook the Feng Ying hat on his head, and the scroll in his hand was first thrown into the air. 2 puppets flew out of the 2 smoke. When the Feng Ying hat on his head was thrown away, the second generation Feng Ying's terrifying appearance was revealed. There was a blue dragon tattoo on his head, which spread to the top of his head, and a black dragon claw was painted on one eye. When this second generation Feng Ying entered the combat state, it became as fierce as him, and chakra lines flew out of his fingertips. These chakra lines were directly wrapped around the puppet, and the 2 puppets suddenly rushed towards the direction of Shiera Emiya as if they had come alive. Sorry. Shi Mia just smashed him head-on. Click. A mechanical puppet was smashed by his heavy punch in an instant. Even the most exquisite puppet it is just a toy in front of Shiera Emiya's absolute strange power, and even the corners of his clothes are not dirty. A strange force like the first Naruto. The second generation Feng Ying sword suddenly realized the other party's power, and he saw the fleeting chakra in Shiera Emiya's fist. As a Sorant ninja who has always been eyeing the kingdom of fire, the second generation of Feng Ying shaman is always paying attention to Konoha, so he is naturally not unfamiliar with this kind of strange power. The second generation Feng Ying shaman hurriedly controlled another puppet to escape from Emiya Shiera's attack. However, he saw Emiya Shiera lifting one of his hands, and the green chakra scalpel appeared in his palm, cutting off all the chakra lines with one knife. Some information was found. The second generation Feng Ying shaman watched his puppet land on the ground and turned around to remind his teammates, the opponent should be very good in close combat. Although it is just a medical ninja, the medical ninja's scalpel can also be transformed into his fighting style. I know. Second generation Water Shadow Ghost. The lights and moon quickly use handprints. Torture escape. Emiya Shiera's voice was a little calm. Next moment, the bodies of the second generation Feng Ying and the second generation Water Ying flew backwards. Emiya Shiera's palm suddenly slapped on the ground, and a tall and wide city wall emerged from his feet, isolated their figures behind the city wall. Is this the wall of Tuliu City? The second generation of Doi Ying's face suddenly changed, because he looked at Emiya Shiera's movements in the air very clearly. It was released directly without any seal. Sure enough, ninjas in ancient times were extraordinary. Even medical ninjas have strong combat power. Next moment, a wave of water hovered from Emiya Shiera, turned into a huge water dragon in the air, and flew towards the body of the second generation of Taiying. 44 Seals of Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The second generation of Dog Shadow quickly controlled the white light of dust escape to eliminate the water dragon invisibly, and his expression became even more ugly, This is not that the other party is proficient in dog shift ninjutsu, but that he does not need to pass the seal when using any technique. Hey, is it so exaggerated? The second generation of Mizuhashi shouted loudly on the other end of the city wall. More exaggerated than you think. The second generation of Dojai's body was swimming rapidly in the air. He had already realized the horror of Emiya Shiera. The ancient ninja techniques did not require seals, which was too advantageous in battle. Boom! The tall city wall was quickly defeated. The figures of the second generation Feng Ying and the second generation Water Ying rushed out at the same time. Water escape and water cannon technique. The second generation water shadow ghost lamp Huanyu's fingers were like guns, and quickly shot a series of water bombs in the direction of Shiera Emiya. Shashuriken. The second generation of Feng Ying Satan quickly controlled the sand on the ground to float, turning into countless dense sand shurikens flying towards Amirishi Shiera. Target escape. A solid stone wall blocked Emiya Shiera. A series of water bombs left countless bullet holes on the stone wall, and countless sand shurikens were stabbed on the wall and changed again to yellow sand. Dust escape, the art of stripping the original realm. The white light of the dust escape in the second generation Tu Yingwu's hand turned into a cylinder and suddenly shot towards Shiera Emiya. He used the dust escape to separate the stone wall in front of him into atoms. The moment the cylinder landed, it also triggered a big explosion. The second generation water shadow ghost lamp Huanyu's fingertips were also shooting water bombs quickly, all of which were facing the smoke. Emiya Shiera's figure flew backwards out of the smoke. Don't underestimate the gravel on the ground. The eyes of the second generation Feng Ying shaman flashed, and his hands suddenly raised at the same time. The yellow sand that was originally turned into by his Shashuriken fell to the ground, quickly gathered together. The yellow sand actually directly wrapped around Shiera Emiya's ankles. Chapter 67 The completely suppressed battlefield, the defeated second generation Tisha. The shadow of this era. It's really hard to underestimate. If the first generation of shadows in each ninja village built a house for everyone to live in, then the second generation of shadows has opened up a way forward. Whether it is the dust escape of the second generation of Taiying Wu, or the sand controlling technique and puppet of the second generation of Feng Ying monks, they have truly become the pillars of a village's future. Is it a technique of sand exercise? Shiera Emiya glanced at the yellow sand on his ankles, then looked at the countless flying water bombs, and his palm stretched out forward. A fire wall dozens of meters high appeared in front of him. No matter how many water bombs were burned into mist by the fire wall at this moment, the fire wall suddenly turned into a continuous fire dragon and rushed towards them. Hey, that's not right. The second generation Mizukong ghost lamp Huanya saw this scene with her own eyes, and was shocked by the two terrifying fire escape ninjutsu released by Shiera Emiya. This power. It's really a bit too scary. Can't escape. The second generation Feng Ying gave up helplessly and continued to use the sand-killing technique to control Shiera Emiya. His palms flipped and the ground suddenly turned into yellow sand. All these yellow sands rose up in the sky and turned into a flowing sand wall, firmly blocking the fire dragon flying towards them, and the sound of bursting came one after another. This is. The yellow sand is burned into crystals by flames. Hey, hey, bandaged man! The second generation Mizuki breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the air, wanting to call the second generation Tying to help continue the long-range attack. I know, dust escape and limits. The second generation Tu Yingyu's palms closed again. However, Amiya Shiera's technique is faster. A thunder penetrated into the sky and suddenly hit the body of the second generation of Tying. The speed of thunder escape is the fastest among all ninjutsu, because it naturally possesses the characteristics of natural thunder, which is so fast that the human body cannot avoid. In addition, Shiera Emiya's unmarked technique made the second generation of Tu Yingyu have no time to react. His body slightly tilted and was hit by the thunder. In an instant, his body entered a state of paralysis and was about to fall to the ground in the blink of an eye. Not good. The second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanya was also shocked. The second generation Feng Ying hurriedly controlled a strand of yellow sand falling under his feet, and his body also stepped on the yellow sand and flew up. Under his control, the yellow sand grabbed the second generation Tying, for fear that his teammate would fall to death on the ground. Superior. Water escape. Suddenly, dense drops of water appeared in the sky. The yellow sand that the second generation Feng Ying wanted to control immediately became heavy and condensed, making him unable to control the yellow sand to save the second generation Tying. He even had to choose to land on the ground again. He won't be surprised at this height. Amiya Shiera watched the second generation Tokaiwa's body fall straight from the air, and said calmly, I once treated a person who fell from the mountain. His internal organs were basically broken, but I still rescued him. Don't say such terrifying things. The second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanya was frightened. Fortunately, the paralysis state of thunder escape is only a short time. The second generation of Tu Yingyu finally used the earth escape and super light and heavy rock technique again at the dangerous moment of landing, making his body light and floating in the air again. Only the second generation of earth shadows dared to fly too high. Even he was afraid of suffering the crisis just now, so he hurriedly used the invisibility technique he was best at. No dust is blocked. The figure of the second generation of Earth Shadow quietly disappeared from sight. This is the unique invisibility technique of the second generation of Earth Shadows. It can avoid people's sight, and even make his traces disappear almost completely. It can avoid chakra perception technique. This technique, it is the real invisibility technique. No one can find where the second generation of Tying is. At least in the next battle, he could hide calmly beside him, waiting for the opportunity to attack Shiera Emiya. Do you play this trick again? The second generation Mizukong Ghost Ding Huanya was a little unsatisfied, but he also knew that under the thunder escape of Shiera Emiya, the second generation Tukong teammate was really too easy to become a target. You will attract attention when you attack, and I will cover your attack and let him prepare in advance to launch a fatal blow. The second-generation Feng Ying shaman immediately formulated a strategy and even told him about the prototype of the Sarawak Ninja Squad in the future. 3 people can cooperate with each other. Clear. The second-generation Mizukong nodded helplessly. Because the second-generation Feng Ying sword lacks attack ability, the only way to rely on the sand-killing technique will be restricted by Shiera Emiya's weather technique. Really? It's unimaginable. It can rain in just one sentence. However, the second-generation Feng Ying exposes the truth about the rain in the sky in one sentence. He is born in a country of water-deficient wind and has been studying the formation of rainy climate. This is the terrifying fire escape temperature that just now caused the rise of airflow, which was wrapped in water vapor from the ground and took off. This raining technique also took advantage of the weather. But this kind of weather should be very beneficial to the water escape ninja. The second-generation Feng Ying's eyes fell on the second-generation water shadow ghost Ding Huanyu, which was also the reason why he let ghost Ding Huanyu take the lead in the next battle. But they soon couldn't discuss the primary and secondary issues. Because in this weather state, Shiera Emiya is obviously more like a fish in water than the second-generation water shadow. The water escape technique he released does not require any seal at all, and the infinite chakra of the reincarnated body of the filthy land also makes him not afraid of the consumption of chakra. The 2 of them had not finished speaking. Water dragons followed one after another. The second-generation Feng Ying could only control the heavy sand and barely condense a sand wall, providing them with a safe shooting area. Then let me do it. This kind of hazy and drizzling weather is most suitable for clams. The second-generation Mizukage suddenly bit his finger, quickly put his hands together and made seals, slapped it hard on the ground with a palm. At least we must have a safe area first, ninja method and spiritual art. Next moment, huge clams appeared. This clam has a hard shell, which slowly opened up the moment it landed, revealing a pair of tentacles that cast layers of fog. I will let the clam use the fog illusion to block his vision. The second generation of Mizuki took the second generation of Mizuki to hide next to the big clam. With the help of the hard shell of this psychic beast, he resisted the water dragon bomb in the sky, and proposed his combat plan: as long as he can't see us, the water dragon bomb in the sky will not fall. Wind escape. A hurricane suddenly blew in the sky. This hurricane blew away all the fog in an instant. The fog that was originally summoned was completely blown away before it could be truly cast out to cast visual illusions. Torture escape. The soil on the ground suddenly surged out. This soil quickly wrapped around the big clam. No. It's not the soil that surges upwards. But the ground is collapsing rapidly. If the spiritual beast of Ghost Lamp Huanya really continues to stay, it will only be suffocated to death by these soil escapes soil. Bang! The big clams turn into smoke and dissipate. Ah! The second generation Mizukong could only watch all this happen in a daze. This is a technique that I have always used to decide the outcome on the battlefield, and it can even make myself able to fight against 100, but was violently cracked by Shiera Emiya before it was cast. Careful. The second generation Feng Ying frowned, and his fingers hurriedly released a chakra line, lifted the second generation Water Ying's body and threw him to the side. When the second generation Shui Ying's body had just left the place, the Water Dragon Bullet technique continued to hit him. Outside the battlefield, a group of ninjas were stunned. Although the battle between these Kage and Emiya Shiera was only constantly releasing their respective ninjutsu, they could all see that Emiya Shiera was at ease. This medical ninja simply used ninjutsu to continuously attack, but the shadows of the three villages had to use their means to block them in every way. It looks like Emiya Shiera was so relaxed. Because he does not need any gaps in battle when performing ninjutsu, nor does he need to find opportunities, he can release it directly as long as he wants to release any trick. This strange ability. It will undoubtedly cause a headache for anyone. If this is on the real battlefield, Emiya Shiera's desire to attack is strong enough, he can quickly use endless ninjutsu to bury everyone on the entire battlefield, and even now he is constantly attacking one after another with the Water Dragon Bullet technique. The most important thing is, Emiya Shiera's technique is very powerful. Often, a single technique can severely damage a shadow by hitting it directly. It looks like Tisha disciple Onaki stood in the middle of the crowd, his brows frowned and said in a deep voice, "The outcome of the battle depends on Lord Wu's attack. As long as the second generation of Taiying hidden in the air attacks, everything will be fine, and the three shadows will no longer be passively beaten. Sir Mizukong is okay, too." The ninja in the hidden village of Mizuki couldn't help but retort. Master Feng Ying is the strongest. The ninjas of the Sand Village believe that their second-generation Feng Ying shaman performed the best in battle, and even the hardest on the entire battlefield. The sky is getting more and more gloomy. The raindrops in the sky were still drizzling, even more dense than they had just fallen, so it quickly became a pouring rain. In the heavy rain, the rain turned into several water dragons and swam in the air. These water dragons are constantly generating and falling, and the second generation of Water Shadow and the second generation of Feng Ying are both somewhat embarrassed to hide. My technique will be very restrained. The second generation Feng Ying's face looked a little ugly. He could not use the sand-killing technique in such a field, and it was even difficult to use it for defense. This kind of weather. It has always been the dream of the Wind Kingdom. However, their real life is always in the desert, so all their techniques are often more suitable for fighting in the desert and are extremely unsuitable for rainy weather. Water Escape Water Array by the second generation Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanya hurriedly formed a seal to release a water wall to block the water dragon falling down again in the sky. He couldn't help but frown his brows, as if he was a little surprised. Is it rainy today? Now let's not say it's the main issue. Even if they want to defend, it becomes extremely difficult. Under the endless ninjutsu attack of Emiya Shiera, the second-generation Mizuki and the second-generation Feng Ying could only rely on each other and support each other's defense. After the second generation of Feng Ying shaman shook his head, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the figure with his fingers standing up in the pouring rain. No, that priest has been constantly releasing the water escape technique, it is him constantly increasing the water vapor in the air. It can't be just to limit you, right? The second generation Mizuki looked at the sky in surprise. It probably won't be that. However, the second generation Shui Ying suddenly realized the problem. He hurriedly looked at a part of the sky that was washed by heavy rain but still blank. There was a location where the second generation Shui Ying had no hidden. Even if the second generation Earth Shadow can hide, his technique is just an invisibility technique after all, not absent from space, and his body is still a physical entity in reality. Under the erosion of the rain, the second generation Earth Shadow immediately showed its outline. He is looking for the position of the bandage man. The second generation Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Huanyu immediately realized the problem. This practice is a bit too extravagant. The second generation Feng Ying suddenly realized why Shiera Emiya was constantly using the water dragon bullet technique, and even kept using the water dragon bullet technique to swim in the air. The attacks we encountered were just easy. The second generation Feng Ying's face became particularly ugly. He looked in the direction of Shiera Amiri. The other party has been releasing the magic to facilitate attacking tying at any time. Emiya Shiera's eyes raised. Finished. Emiya Shiera's voice became a little light, as if he could see through the hidden embarrassment of the second generation of Earth Shadow. The rain will exert gravity on your body, so your speed is also decreasing, and now you have no way to avoid it. Emiya Shiera quickly raised his palm. A purple lightning shot straight into the sky like a tree branch from his hand, and in an instant it hit the outline, which fell down instantly. However, the outline dissipated after it fell down. It's a clone. From the clone of the second generation of Tu Yingwu. No. Not a clone. To be precise, it is a split body. The second generation Tu Yingwu's proud skill can divide his chakra equally with his clone, which is also the original body in a sense. Whoosh! A sword light flashed in the rain. This sword light came so quickly that it came from behind Shiera Emiya. He had always been hiding behind Shiera Emiya. The figure of the second generation Tou Yingwu quietly appeared from behind Emiya Shiera. After he entered the invisibility of Wuchen Misses, he split himself into two entities. The strength of this split body is very even. In this state, the second generation of Toying cannot use dust escape, but he found another battle plan and secretly hid behind Shiera Emiya, allowing Shiera Emiya to constantly crush his two teammates with ninjutsu. But this is not insurance enough. The second generation of Dogawa lets his split body hide in the rainy curtain of Emiya Shiera's sight. When Emiya Shiera discovers the split body and launches an attack, he will launch a sneak attack from Emiya Shiera at this moment. Real combat plan. Always sneak attack at the most appropriate time. This is also very consistent with Wu's fighting style. Dust escape has never been his trump card. This kind of opportunity to create sneak attacks in battle is what he has always been good at. Whether it is Wuchen Miskru or the split body, it serves this. The power of dust escape is indeed powerful. However, he has no advantage in front of Shiera Emiya's Yunwu ninjutsu. Just one thunder escape can prevent him from using dust escape to fight. I've realized it long ago. The second generation Tu Yingwu waved the sword light in his hand, and his eyes became firmer. Even if I use dust escape, it is impossible to perform the magic faster than the Lord Emiya. Beautiful bandaged man. The second generation of Mizusha was dancing and watching the second generation of Mizusha's sneak attack. This guy hid until this time and even launched a sneak attack at this time, worthy of their pressure from Emiya Shiera. It should win. The second generation Feng Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because Shiera Emiya had just released a thunder escape, his body had no time to react, and he would definitely be cut by the second generation of Tu Ying. But Wudi's sneak attack was avoided by Shiera Emiya. The medical ninja seemed to have eyes on the back. His body suddenly swayed past Wu's sneak attack, and then snatched the ninja knife in Wu's hand, and punched Wu's lower abdomen with one punch, easily knocking the second generation dog Shadow to kneel down to the ground. What the hell is doing? The second generation Shui Ying covered her forehead with some headache. This is too embarrassing. I am actually as famous as such a person. This is not Taiying's fault. The second generation Feng Ying couldn't help but stumble when he saw this scene. He vaguely guessed something. Taiying's invisibility ability was not hidden from the perception of Your Excellency Uchimura. I could probably guess Taiying's combat plan, and I could even almost succeed. But if he had been in the perception of Lord Emiya, all the actions are seen by people, this kind of combat plan seems a bit ugly, and it is simply unavailable. How is it possible? The second generation Taiying slowly knelt down while covering her lower abdomen in disbelief. I was still curious just now. Shiera Umiya seemed to be even more disbelief than this second generation Tokuwa, and looked at him in surprise. How come there are two you on the battlefield? I even sensed that both of them are their own bodies. The second generation of Earth shadows are about to fall into the rain. You lost. Shiera Emiya hurriedly supported him, asked him to use a ninja knife to support his body, and even helped him heal. It should be no problem. The force of the punch I just now was well controlled, which just happened to make you lose your ability to move. Don't say it anymore. I really don't say it anymore. The second generation Tu Yingwu couldn't raise his head with shame. Why is this medical ninja so powerful that he makes his combat plan seem so embarrassing, and even loses this battle so embarrassingly? Your ability is excellent. Emiya Shiera gently praised the second generation of Dogawa in front of her. If you attacked me with that dust escape technique just now, I should have lost. S-level commission, defeat the second generation Tu Yingwu in the Ice Hidden Village and obtain the Blood Reincarnation Elimination Dust Escape. The split body cannot use Dust Escape. The second generation Taiying had a helpless face. He glanced at the two teammates in the distance and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If they could hold back the Lord Weigu, maybe I would have the chance to use this trick. Chapter 68 Mui who endured humiliation. Why are you embarrassed to say to me? The second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanyu cursed the second generation of Taiying in a hurry, and even forced the second generation of Taiying to ban the speech, "Don't speak if you die." You. The second generation of Taiying was so angry that he had a headache. After all, this Tokuwa voluntarily withdrew from the battlefield. His combat plan had been perceived by Shiera Emiya, and it had failed at the moment. If he had died in the real battle, Shiera Emiya was only kind-hearted and let him go. Next. Only two are left. Shiera Emiya was satisfied with his gains and looked at the second generation Feng Ying the direction of the sword, and the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon is planned to entrust the next second. To be honest, we are definitely not opponents of Your Excellency Emiya. I might as well surrender, so as not to be like a bandaged man. Ghost Drawing Huanyu immediately raised her hands, not caring that she had only made a little contribution in this battle, and simply chose to surrender. Emiya Shiera's eyelids twitched. This second generation Mizukong surrendered so quickly that even he didn't have time to take over the commission to defeat Mizukong. But the Ushigushi was still in time. Because the second generation Feng Ying sword is an honest man, he cannot act as unruly as this second generation Mizuhashi. Emiya Shiera quickly took over the commission to pacify the First Ninja World War, and then looked at the second generation of Feng Ying sword. If you surrender, you will lose your face. The second generation Feng Ying monk couldn't help but glance at the second generation Mizuki beside him, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with his choice to surrender. Then you can continue to fight. The second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lamp Huanyu made a retort without hesitation. The second generation of Feng Ying shaman shook his head. He looked at Emiya Shiera seriously and lowered his head respectfully at the other party. Before this battle begins, Sakura Hidden Village is willing to accept the peace intention of Lord Emiya. It's obvious. Losing the second generation of Taiying, the two of them had no hope of winning. Although the second generation Mizukage still has some tricks that can be used, there is no chance to use them in front of Emiya Shiera no Miji Ninjutsu. As for the second generation of Feng Ying swords, in this bad weather that was artificially created, the second generation Feng Ying's sand control technique was completely unable to be used, and he did not think that he and Mizukage would join forces to be Shiera Amiri. After all, the fighting style of the two people is actually incompatible. In this case, it is very unlikely that you will defeat Shiera Emiya, and it is better to lose the face of the second generation of Tu Ying and protect their face. Is the war going to end? Someone finally asked this most caring sentence. Although the alliance between Union Village and Konoha has not yet given any answers, Iwaki Village and Mujin Village have both chosen peace, and it is a bit too ignorant to continue the war between Union Village and Konoha, especially because they themselves are the parties who want peace. It's just the end of the first war. Uchiha Madara was bound to come over and pour a few words of cold water. He looked at a group of ninjas cheering and celebrating, and then at the second generation of Dogakami and Shirkami who were shirking responsibility to each other. The next war is not far away. I'm already satisfied to see the end. Amiya Shiera sighed, as if she was worried about the future of the ninja world. That being said, the real peace ceremony is still quite serious. The second generation Mizukage, the second generation Fenkage and the second generation Tukage seriously announced to everyone present that the three ninja villages would end the war together. SS level commission, suffer the first ninja world war, defeat the second generation Tucheo Wu, the second generation Feng Ying sword and the second generation Mizukage ghost lantern fantasy moon, making them convinced that they are willing to end the war. The commission has been completed in the SS level chakra, about 1000 calories. Although the reward is a bit thin. But at least I have time to entrust the next one. If the second generation Feng Ying shaman speaks a little later, the task commission may disappear, and it may be possible that it will not be completed next. That would be bad. Shi Miyamiya could not let time reverse. No matter what. At least this commission has been considered completed. The entire ninja world is about to enter a state of peace. The only problem is Unyinkan and Konoha, which depends on whether they will not choose to withdraw their troops. Union Village originally hopes for peace. The three generations of Lei Ying in the future agreed, because he could make any decision on the battlefield, and his strength and status could also say such words in Union Village. In comparison, Konoha's condition is worse. Although Sasuke Sarutobi also wanted to announce that Konoha would accept peace, and even he thought that this was what the second generation Naruto wanted, he could not make the decision after all. The only thing I can do is arrange for Konoha ninja troops to retreat to the border of the Kingdom of Fire to avoid causing anger in other ninja villages. But Sarutobi Sasuke doesn't have to worry too much. Because Senju Tobirama soon received news from the Kingdom of Grass. The second generation Naruto Chiho Tobirama, who is far away in Yunhaidian village, received the news, and even he and the second generation Raikage received the peace news sent by Yunhaidian ninja together. Certainly. There are also some unhappy news. For example, the future three generations of Raikage hope to carefully consider the alliance between Yunhan village and Konoha, because in this ceremony that determined the peace in the ninja world, Konoha's performance was a bit unsatisfactory, and Konoha's use of Amiya Shiera, the great medical ninja, was really unethical. No morality. The second generation Lei Ying's expression is a bit not very good. In this era, Union Village is a very severe accusation. Say it without hesitation. If a Union ninja is considered to be unethical, he will basically be completely isolated, and no ninja in the same village will want to be a companion with him. This is due to the atmosphere of Union Village. Since the Laying family needs a sworn brother to practice a powerful technique with Laying, if you don't have a brother's loyalty or other temperament, you cannot become Laying. The expressions of Sarutobi Hinazan and others were very awkward. Because they are used to the kindness of Amiya Shiera on weekdays, they do not think there will be any mistakes in using this kindness, but now they are criticized by other villages. End. According to Union Ninja's reward, the gambling scene that day was very spectacular. Other ninja villages announced that they would not use Amiya Shiera's neutral camp to conduct ninja activities, but Konoha Ninja did not dare to announce it, and people scolded Konoha Ninja so much that they could not raise their heads. Although Amiya Shiera won the gambling battle and calmed the war, which led to the failure of the neutral camp plan to implement, Konoha's reputation also made it not famous now from the peace messenger of the first Naruto. Because the impact of that day was too great, the second generation Thunder Shadow could not block the news. The Union Ninjas refused to give these Konoha Ninjas a good look, and the whispering of whispers could always reach the ears of these Konoha Ninjas. In this case, no one can stay. Even Union Village doesn't want them to stay any longer. The second generation of Laying is still loyal. Although he believed that there was no need to form an alliance, the alliance ceremony was still completed in view of the fate of the first generation of Raksha and the face of the first generation of Naruto, and the matter was originally proposed by Union Village. Only this alliance ceremony was not pleasant to complete. Union Ninjas were very opposed to forming an alliance with Konoha, believing that this would affect Union Village's reputation. As a result, someone took the opportunity to make trouble during this period, and some unexpected surprises occurred that no one expected or expected. Two elders, Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers from Union Village, led their troops to launch a coup, and used the magical artifacts left by the Six-Path Immortals to severely damage the second-generation Thunder Shadow in Union Village. Konoha's second-generation Hokage Tobirama was also seriously injured by the sneak attack by two brothers, and had to lead the members of the Naruto Guard to retreat in a panic. This seems to be no surprise, because the position of the second-generation Thunder Shadow has always been unstable. As two elders of Union Village, the Jinjiao and the Yinjiao brothers have always had strong power. They are descendants of the Six-Path Immortals and can master the magical artifacts of the Six-Path Immortals. A strong body alone is not enough. To use the Six-Path Immortal artifact, a huge chakra is required. Therefore, Golden Horn and Silver Horn tried to swallow the Nine Tails in the physical sense in the Warring States period, but were swallowed into their stomachs by the Nine Tails. However, the two brothers were swallowed into the belly by the Nine Tails and were not dead. With their strength in their bodies, they bit the Nine Tails in the body, forcing Nine Tails to spit them out, which also allowed them to obtain some of Nine Tails' chakra. Obviously, such a tough character will definitely not easily convince people. It would be fine if it was the first generation of Laying who founded Union Village. The second generation of Laying was inevitably unwilling to obey Jinjiao, and Yinjiao just came to power. In addition, the recent fact that Union Village is both dissatisfied with the alliance between the second generation of Laying and Chihao Tobirama. This is the best opportunity. I have to say, this coup was a success in one fell swoop. According to their speculation, the second generation of Thunder Shadow will undoubtedly die. The only small problem is that Senju Tobirama escaped. If Tomomi Senju escaped alone, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn would probably feel that it was not ordinary trouble, because Tomomi Senju had the title of Norma, the fastest in the ninja world. Unfortunately, Senju Tobirama seemed reluctant to let go of his Naruto guard. This made Jinkyo and Yinkyo immediately realize the weakness of Chihao Tobirama, and the two brothers immediately led their elite troops to chase him. It won't work if this continues. Youth League Zhang was not injured. When this coup began, the Youth League avoided the first wave of attacks and immediately started the War of the Curse Seal mode, and even had enough energy to do so now. The others were injured. Senju Tobirama's body was severely injured by the sneak attack of the Silver Horn of the Nine-Tailed Chakra, and he was almost on the verge of death. He was just relying on the curse seal given to him by Shiera Emiya. The enemy is going to catch up. About 20 people, all of them are elite. Senju Tobirama's fingers fell on the ground. He knew that the situation was already extremely critical and that their team could not escape. Along the way, Chihao Tobirama communicated with other people who were reincarnated in the Filthy Land. However, the combat power of these people who were summoned by the Filthy Land was not very good, and they were even intact. They could only be used to use the technique of mutual detonation talisman to die with the enemy, but they also attracted the ridicule of the Union rebel troops. In this way, naturally, the morale of this Naruto guard team has been lowered. They fought and fled along the way. They thought they could escape, but now it seems that Senju Tobirama realized that he had to use his trump card. I'll come to Tongling Uchimura. Senju Tobirama didn't have time to think so much, and subconsciously wanted to try his trump card, healing everyone's injuries first. The combat power of the Supreme Lord Emiya is enough. However, if Shiera Emiya knows the situation they are facing, Shiera Emiya, who is kind by nature, will definitely choose to help, and at least be able to rescue them quickly. If you can, Emiya Shiera will definitely participate in the battle. End. Senju Tobirama knew that Emiya Shiera would definitely help. According to Emiya Shiera's combat effectiveness, it is enough to defeat the shadows of the three villages, and naturally it is enough to solve the threat of Golden Horns and Silver Horns. Do you want to use your Excellency Emiya to fight? Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded Chihao Tomomi with some embarrassment. Master Tomomi, Lord Emiya has never liked to fight, and if the information in Union Village is true, our use of the Lord Emiya has already caused dissatisfaction in the ninja world. That's not dissatisfaction. That's already a humiliation to Konoha. Kyodeo was angry and a little dissatisfied. Because the Aikido clan's temperament has always been straightforward, he does not want to publicly accuse Chihao Tobirama, but just expresses that he is unhappy. Senju Tobirama was silent. I'll cover everyone to retreat. Aikido Tomoki thought that his father and brothers might be mixed with the humiliation, and couldn't help but speak, we just need a bait. I'll be the bait. Other ninja villages will respect Lord Emiya. Only we have always received gifts from Lord Emiya, but we have been constantly using Lord Emiya. Take the wind, don't be impulsive. Chihaotamoma scolded his subordinates coldly. But Kyudeo Kafeng was still a little angry. He was a little disappointed. Now Lord Emiya has calmed the war and helped us solve the biggest crisis. Now we still have to rely on his words and use the matter today to take advantage of Mr. Emiya. Does Tobirama know how the ninja world will discuss Konoha? They will only completely determine one fact. Koha is the only village in the ninja world that is not moral. Even our allies have an internal coup because of their alliance with us. Do we still have such a thing? Senju Tobirama was still silent. Because of what happened in Union Village, it was also a great humiliation for him, the second generation Naruto. A big country ninja village like Union Village has caused an internal coup due to its alliance with Konoha. Once this news spreads, Konoha's diplomatic environment. Actually, there is no need to consider diplomacy. In the future, Konoha will have to spend more money to restore its reputation. Even some subtle changes will occur inside Konoha. The village's ninja may consider his second-generation Hokage's attitude and his eldest brother, the first-generation Hokage, but they will definitely point fingers at him, the Hokage, behind their backs. At least, Senju Tobirama could see from the Akitheo Fengfeng in front of him, the Konoha ninja's attitude towards him after returning to the village, because the ninjas of the Akitheo clan are the most outspoken, and they will not hide their thoughts. Same. People from the Kyudeo clan. Their hearts are also kinder than others. If even Akito Quibuki of the Akito clan thinks that he, the second-generation Naruto, has problems, then how would the others from Konoha accuse him secretly? Actually, Mr. Emiya himself wouldn't think so. Youth Domainzo frowned and said in a deep voice, many things were done by the Lord Emiya, and even some things were for Konoha. Then I can die for Konoha's morality. Akito Kwafeng's face was particularly serious and heavy. He even began to help his ninja guards up. Living in humiliation is even more unbearable than dying. I don't want the village to be criticized by others in the ninja world, so that Konoha, founded by the first generation of Naruto, will become the laughing stock of the ninja world. And, what will everyone in the village say after we return to the village? Because our cowardice has covered Konoha's reputation, he actually desecrated a great man for a mere death. At that time, I feel that it is better to die at this moment. I can think of it. What kind of humiliation did my father suffer before that bet? However, that kind of humiliation is a fact that we cannot clear anyway. The 4 ninja villages are all choosing to respect Lord Emiya. They will never use Lord Emiya's kindness to fight between ninjas. We have gained the most friendship of Lord Emiya and received the most help from Lord Emiya, but we still want to use Lord Emiya at this moment. The Union rebel ninjas who are chasing us behind us are ridiculing us. Akito Quibuki clenched his fists tightly, and he stood up directly, turning his head to walk far away. Before leaving, he turned back at Senju Tobirama, if possible, don't let Konoha be shamed anymore, Lord Naruto. This is the character of the ninja of the Akitheo clan. These fat young ninjas have not shown much courage. After becoming ninjas, they are also very timid, even more timid than other ninjas, afraid of death and even pain. However, once they encounter the stubbornness that awakens them, they will definitely choose to die calmly. For example, for the so-called morality of Konoha. In order to stop Konoha's name, he is shamed. Take the wind. Sarutobi Hinata quickly stopped Akira to get the wind. Because their Sarutobi clan and the Akito clan had a good relationship in the past, he could not have watched Akito take the wind to die. Master Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his teacher and said with a serious and sincere expression, "Let me go, just lead the enemy away. My strength is stronger than the Feng, and it is stronger than everyone present." Sunkill. Kyudeo's Haifeng looked at his companion in shock. Do you all think so? Senjo Tobirama raised his head slightly and stared at everyone present. However, Sarutobi Hinako's eyes were firm, Akideo's attitude of taking the wind was firm, Uchiha Miki's brows were slightly frowned, and the eyes of Koharu and Mito Minion dodged. Only Youth League was a little worried, as if he had his own opinion on this. Why don't we let Master Emiya make a choice? If he was willing. Danzang. Sarutobi Hinata frowned and looked at Shimura Danzo, seemingly not understanding the other party's thoughts. Now, it's not a question that Shiera Emiya is willing at all. Sarutobi Hinazawa realized his friend's moral flaws and could only hold his shoulder to remind him, "It is because we have always known that Lord Emiya will definitely help us willingly, that we have always used him with peace of mind. That is why we are criticized by other villages today. Even now, no village is willing to become friends with Konoha. The people in the village have already understood that our use of Lord Emiya has always been somewhat unethical, and we cannot continue because of this." Monkey. You take them away. Senjo Tobirama suddenly raised his head and looked at Sarutobi Hinazo, and said in a deep voice, "From today on, you are the third generation Hokage of Konoha." Mr. Tobirama. Sarutobi Hinaru looked at his teacher in disbelief. You must support each other in the future. What Konoha now needs is unity, not criticizing each other. Senjo Tobirama glanced at Shimura Danzo again before looking at Sarutobi Hinazo again. "Monkey, Konoha's future depends on you. You must remember to unite the people around you and take on the responsibility of a Naruto." Master Tobirama. Youth League treasures were also a little unbelievable. Senjo Tobirama no longer paid attention to their persuasion and continued, "It is indeed the fault of me, Naruto, to this point. At all costs for Konoha. This is a sacrifice. Do whatever means to make Konoha. This is a conspiracy. Naruto should have the awareness of sacrifice." Senjo Tobirama looked at his subordinates present and continued in a deep voice, "At critical moments, someone always needs to stand up and sacrifice. Naruto should have assumed this responsibility at this time. I will cover you to retreat from here, and I will also untie the filthy reincarnation technique on the body of the Emiya, so that things in this war can slowly calm down." It is not enough to just unlock the reincarnation of the filthy land. It even takes the price of your own life to end. Only he was dead. Only he who has been using Shiera Emiya has died. This accusation from the entire ninja world against Shiera Emiya will slowly fade. As long as he is still living in this world and has used the art of reincarnation of the filthy land to resurrect Shiera, he is still in the position of Naruto. Other ninja villages can always blame Konoha. Let's end here. Senju Tobirama remembered the first time he was reincarnated in the filthy land and resurrected Shiera Emiya. He was just trying to save his elder brother, but he didn't expect that one day he would reach this point. Since my elder brother passed away, his attitude towards Shiera Emiya is also changing. No. Or his attitude has always been like this. He can sacrifice himself for Konoha or use some dark means for Konoha at all costs. Speaking of it, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but think of his two students. Sarutobi Hizawa was the kind of excellent ninja who could sacrifice himself for Konoha, and Shimura Danzo was the kind of dark ninja who could do anything to make for Konoha. Danzang. Senju Tobirama looked at Shimura Danzo and calmly told him, I know you and Monkey have been competing since childhood, but Konoha now needs unity. You must support and help each other in the future. Yes. Youth League tugged down his head helplessly. He has always been the one who has always implemented the will of Tobirama, so why did he choose Monkey as the Naruto at this time? In terms of strength, I got the curse seal of Shiera Emiya. His strength is no less than Sarutobi Hinasar. You guys go. Senju Tobirama waved his hand and began to check his ninja bag, signaling his subordinates to leave. He was about to prepare for his death. Fortunately, there is no more constraint here. Senju Tobirama can calmly use the mantra seal given to him by Shiera Emiya. At this moment, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but remember the promise he had when he received the mantra. If he used the mantra in the fight between ninjas, his soul would not be able to rest in the underworld. Can't the soul rest in peace? Senju Tobirama doesn't care about himself at all. The promise made the spell seal on his arm flow, allowing him to enter the spell seal mode in an instant. Nani-I method and psychic technique. Senju Tobirama first used the psychic technique. Because he could not determine whether he would have the power to summon Shiera Emiya to liberate him in the filthy land. Bang! A burst of psychic smoke appeared. Emiya Shiera's figure appeared in front of Tobirama Senju. The first time Emiya Shiera appeared, he looked at Chihao Tobirama in front of him in surprise, as if he didn't quite understand why he chose to psychic himself. This is Chapter 69 Tobirama, what is the difference between you and Uchiha Madara? Now I want to liberate the reincarnation of the filthy land of Lord Uchimura. Senju Tobirama's fingers slowly wanted to form handprints, and said in a deep voice his decision, Before I die, I must complete this. What happened? Amiya Shiera raised her hand and pressed it on Tobima Senjo's arm, stopping his movements. You seem to be injured. While talking, Shiera Amiya even took the initiative to help him treat his injuries, and asked in surprise, I was discussing with Madara with the matter of supervising the withdrawal of other ninja villages. Didn't you discuss the alliance with Union Village? Chihao Tobirama's face was a little unfair. Although Chihao Tobirama was a little unhappy about Uchiha Madara and Amiya Shiera's relationship, he didn't have time to care so much at this time, so he could only hurriedly mention what happened in Union Village. A coup occurred at the alliance ceremony. Golden Horn and Silver Horn led the team to attack him and the second generation Lei Ying. Now the two brothers are leading Union rebel ninja troops to chase him. Just as Chihao Tobirama was talking about this, a group of intensive activities appeared in the forest. It was obvious that the pursuers from Union Village arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flashed in the forest. Two high-speed moving figures appeared in front of them first. One of them was covered with blonde hair and the other was covered with silver hair. The two were very strong, with long black horns on their heads, and some embarrassing and ugly explosion wounds on their bodies, which were slowly healing. It is the Golden Horns and Silver Horns of Union Village. With the appearance of the two of them, their subordinates rushed over one after another, surrounding Shiera Emiya and Tomoema Senju in this area. I finally caught you. Koi's second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. We've been watching you for a lot of time. You are still using the Lord Shiera Emiya. When Jinkeo saw Shiera Emiya, a hint of mockery was faintly mixed in his smile. If it weren't for your unethical attitude towards this big man, the alliance between the second generation Lei Ying and you would not have caused so many people to be hostile in our village, and we wouldn't have made this coup so smooth. I was unexpectedly smooth. Yin Jiao's face was also very satisfied, and he seemed to be a little bit of a false gratitude to Chihao Tobirama. Koha has already been shouting and beating everyone in the ninja world. Now we are here to kill you and take your body back, which will make the people in the village more satisfied. Yes. This was a coup that was smoother than expected. Although the ninjas in the village do not agree with their attack on the second generation Naruto, they do not object to the mistakes in their attack on the second generation Naruto. The only problem is, it would be great if I didn't do this at the alliance ceremony. Compared with the original behavior of Jinky Silver Point, the original Jinky believed that it was necessary to use its power to shock the ninjas in the village, which could make the ninjas in the village neither agree nor object. Some even began to argue whether their coup was right or wrong, which was enough to satisfy them. Just kill the second generation of Naruto. After returning, you will be able to steal the power of Union Village. It looks like this went very smoothly. Because the second generation Naruto Senju Tobirama is waiting for them in this forest, it seems that he has lost the idea of wanting to escape. As for those young ninjas of Konoha, it seems that he has escaped from here in advance. But that's it. Nothing this matters. For the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, Senju Tobirama is their only goal, and the others are not important at all. The only trouble lies in Emiya Shiera. Old Master Emiya. Although we used disgraceful means, but it has already received the approval of most people. This second-generation Naruto has been using you to participate in the war, so the alliance between him and the second-generation Naruto has aroused many people's dissatisfaction in Yungzi village. I hope you don't interfere in this matter. Can't you stop here? Amiya Shiera frowned, as if she was dissatisfied with their behavior. The other ninja villages have retreated, and the war has ended, so why bother to increase unnecessary casualties? The war will not end. A trace of fighting spirit flashed across Jinjiao's face, and he said ambitiously, "We know the strength of Lord Emiya, but Union Village will never withdraw from the war. Only war." Jinjiao agreed with his brother's opinion very much and said seriously, "Only war can gather Union's power faster. Only this. Union Village no longer opposes their rule. I'll get rid of them first." This time, Tomomi Senju took the initiative to give up using Shiera Emiya. He pulled out a ninja knife from his hand and said coldly, "Dissolve them, such clowns who want to jump into the war, don't need Lord Emiya. I will clean up them first and then remove Lord Emiya's filthy land reincarnation." Did the second-generation Naruto give up resisting? Jinjiao smiled and looked at Chihotobima, who was still there unscrupulously. "With your strength, you are no match for us." It seems that he was so humiliated that he stimulated his nerves. There was also a mocking smile on Jinjiao's face. His results in this coup attack made him extremely proud, and he didn't care about the threat of Senju Tobirama. But this guy actually gave up using Shiera Emiya. This is a great thing for their brothers, because they don't have to worry about the trouble that Emiya Shiera's power will cause to them. Both sides of this battle. It seems that he doesn't want Emiya Shiera to intervene. Two idiots. Chihotobirama's face was a little impatient. The curse seal on his arm gave him a particularly powerful force, and his fingers slowly stood up. "Do you think you will definitely win?" "You are now." A cold smile appeared on the corner of Jinjiao's mouth, and his fingers slightly raised. "No matter what, it's impossible to be our opponent. Let's go together, Jinjiao." However, they were too careless after all. When Tomomi Senju released the form of the curse seal mode, his strength and speed were even better, and even the quality and quantity of chakra leaped. The 6 flying thunder gods were scattered. The sudden change of the Senju Tobimara into a ray of light, flashing among the crowd, and several ninjas were solved in an instant, and blood began to flow in the emerald green forest. Those kuns! Be careful of those kunao! Be careful, Lord Silverhorn! A Union ninja noticed a kunao and reminded Jinjiao in horror. Silver corner! Jinjiao looked at the figure of Chihotomomi appearing beside Jinjiao in horror on his face. He looked at the danger his brother was about to encounter. What? Yunjiao also realized the danger, subconsciously turned his head and saw a sword light from Senju Tobirama slashing through his body. Flying Thunder Slash. Chihao Tobirama's eyes were particularly cold. He was like the younger brother who killed someone in the past, and today he killed another person's younger brother. Silver Corner. Jinjiao looked at his younger brother falling down in disbelief. Roar. A roar broke his reason. The surging chakra suddenly became excited. A scarlet chakra cloak suddenly appeared on Jinjiao's body. His appearance had completely changed into a fierce beast. 6 chakra red tails appeared behind him, and suddenly pounced on Chihao Tomomo. This is the 9-tailed chakra mode. As a reward for devouring the 9-tailed flesh and blood, Golden Horn can use this ferocious tailed beast mode, but this 9-tailed chakra will also make him lose his mind. However, it doesn't matter. When Yunjiao died, Jinjiao's reason completely disappeared. What kind of magical artifact left by the 6 Paths Immortals? He just wanted to tear Kishao Tobirama into pieces. But he couldn't do it after all. If Kishao Tobirama, who got the curse seal, could not even do anything to the real 9 tails, let alone the 9 tails state, in which the inability to use the 6 paths of immortal artifacts would make him no longer possible to defeat Kishao Tobirama. The battle ended very quickly. Even faster than any battle. Relying on the Flying Thunder God's technique and the Curse Seal mode, Tobira Chihao was able to have a full advantage in this battle, and his only shortcoming chakra was also filled with some Curse Seal. The bodies of Union's rebel nuns were lying in the forest. Chihao Tobirama's body was also severely damaged by the counter-attack before Jin Kao's death. He sat under a big tree in a little cramped manner, and a hint of relief appeared on his face. Now, there is still some time left. Senju Tobirama wanted to chat with Emiya Shiera. Because after I died, I never had such a chance again. Old Master Emiya. Senju Tobirama saw Emiya Shiera coming over and lifting the healing ninjutsu, and said softly, "No need to treat me, just let me die here." Always. Thank you for helping Konoha save many lives. Actually, it seems a bit ugly. In order to save medical resources on the front line, I have been arranging to send seriously injured people to the rear to use your medical skills. I'm a medical ninja. Shiera Emiya shook her head, as if she didn't care about what she had done. But this was finally backfire. Chihao Tobirama remembered the information he received during the gambling battle in Yungzi village, and couldn't help but talk about his plans. Now Konoha is also notorious for this matter. Perhaps this is the price to pay for using power that does not belong to him, so a bad reputation needs to die to end all this. Lucky. The war is over. I don't have to worry about the village. When Tomoema mentioned this, a hint of gratitude finally appeared on his face. Thank you, Lord Emiya, for calming this ninja war. I just don't want to see more people die. Emiya Shiera shook her head, as if she was talking to herself, and as if she was asking the other party, "This ninja war is over, so what about the next time? Leave it to future generations." Senju Tobirama shook his head. "When I decided to sacrifice here, I have designated the monkey as Konoha's third-generation Hokage. I believe he can protect Konoha and he can protect the peace of the ninja world like my elder brother. Now, there is only one thing left. Unlock the filthy land reincarnation on the body of the Ushimura, so that your soul can return to the underworld and get peace again." After Chihao Tobirama finished speaking, his palm slowly closed, and he formed the handprints of reincarnation of the filthy land bit by bit, and said softly, "I'm really sorry for the restlessness of the Lord Emiya. It doesn't matter. I once said that being able to see this era is also a novel experience." Emiya Shiera's body slowly shone with light, and his soul seemed to be about to escape from his body. His voice calmly said, "Although for me, I have always been dissatisfied with this era. I'm really sorry." Senju Tobirama couldn't help but want to laugh at himself. He raised his head and wanted to say something more, but his eyes saw Shiera Emiya's actions. "Old Master Emiya." Senju Tobirama's face suddenly changed. Reincarnation of the filthy land and interpretation. Emiya Shiera calmly untie the restrictions on the reincarnation of the filthy land, so that he no longer had to be controlled by Tomomi Senju, and even the liberation of the soul of the reincarnation of the filthy land would no longer be of use. This is the loophole of the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. As long as the reincarnated person in the filthy land detects this loophole and uses the loophole to get rid of the connection between the casters, he can stay in this world in this way. The light on Shiera Emiya's body slowly calmed down, and his face no longer had the sympathy, but a desperate silence. "Why?" Senju Tobirama realized that the connection between them had been cut off. This also means Emiya Shiera got rid of his control. "Because I'm very dissatisfied with this era." Emiya Shiera shook her head and slowly lowered her palm after forming her hand seals. Ancient times. I also believed in people like Hashirama, who believed that he could bring eternal peace. Now it seems that this era is inevitably too disappointing. Even if I can quell this war by chance, the future war will continue to emerge, and the battle between ninjas will not stop. It doesn't matter. This era is not completely helpless. Emiya Shiera's soul returned to the body of the reincarnation of the filthy land, and his eyes were slightly raised. "Since people in this era are powerless, let me, the ninja of the ancient era, use other methods to save the world again." Just as hopes of achieving eternal peace have appeared on Madara's body. A hint of panic flashed in Senju Tobirama's eyes. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara colluded with Shiera Amiri. What a joke! How could an evil person like Uchiha Madara collude with a kind existence like Shiera Emiya? But this is not a joke. Because Emiya Shiera is too easy to be used. If Uchiha Madara really used any eternal peace to lie and convince Emiya Shiera, a person like Emiya Shiera who has soft ears and kind hearts would be really convinced. The trouble that has never been eliminated by the elder brother is to collude with Shiera, the ninja of the ancient era, and the entire ninja will fall into a bigger storm, which may allow Uchiha Madara to obtain the terrifying power of the ancient era. Although Chihao Tobirama didn't know about Uchiha Madara's plan, he knew that Uchiha Madara had always been evil and it was definitely impossible to be a just way. Maybe Uchiha Madara had never thought about peace at all, but just wanted to use this to steal the power of the ancient times. After all, Emiya Shiera's power. It is indeed what he has coveted. Old Emiya, Madara is taking advantage of you. Senju Tobirama was very eager to wake up this ancient ninja. Maru is not for peace at all, he just wants to get your strength. Totomama. Emiya Shiera's eyes were the dead silence of the reincarnated person in the filthy land, but there seemed to be a silent mockery in those dead eyes. Aren't you also using me all the time? Senju Tobima's heart suddenly tightened. This question from Shiera Emiya made him unable to refute it. He could use the reasons for Konoha to swear his subordinates, but he could not find any reason to refute Emiya Shiera's words, because this is an iron-like fact. I have always used Shiera Emiya. Perhaps it has also become a means for Uchiha Madara to persuade Amiri Shiera. No matter you, Hizawa, Danzo. You have obtained the power of the curse from me. Weigong Shiera looked at the body of Union Ninja lying on the ground and continued, you have all promised me that you will not use this power to fight between ninjas, but in the end they still use this power to kill others. Senju Tobirama was powerless to refute. Because in this war, Sarutobi Hizawa and Shimura Danzo were shining. When they used the curse seal to fight, they were even stronger than some ninjas in the Warring States period. I saved a lot of people in Konoha. You sent these people to the battlefield again. Why can you take advantage of all this to blame Madara for granted? At least Madara is really willing to help me calm this war without for the benefit of a village. But Senju Tobirama tried hard to refute. However, no matter what, he seemed to be unable to find a reason. Because when he was trying to fight against other ninja villages with Yongzhou alliance, Uchiha Madara was really accompanying Emiya Shiera to resolve the war. Under the gaze of the entire ninja world, Uchiha Madara presided over the bet that decided to be peaceful in the ninja world. There are even rumors that Uchiha Madara originally planned to attack all ninja villages by himself and force them to retreat, but Shiera Emiya didn't want to see too many people die before taking action. Now, the only thing that can be used to refute. Perhaps only Uchiha Madara is a person. Sparrow is born evil. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and wanted to tell what Uchiha Madara had done. That guy is for Totomama. Emiya Shiera interrupted him and asked calmly, would you, according to Madara, use the art of reincarnation to disturb the peace of your soul, and use the dead to participate in the war? Are you more righteous than Madara's actions? Senju Tobirama could no longer speak. This sentence No matter how good he is at debate, he cannot refute cleverly. Because this fact was before us, it even caused hostility to the entire ninja world for a while. I couldn't say anything about the reasons such as Konoha. For the sake of the elder brother? It was indeed for the life of my elder brother. Because my elder brother's life is indeed related to the peace in the ninja world. What happened later? Later he changed. No. It should be said that it has never changed. Since he saw the power of Emiya Shiera, he has been eager to extract enough benefits from this ancient man. This is an irrefutable truth. By now, Emiya Shiera no longer said anything to Tobirama Senju, and turned around and wanted to leave here. Since you want to sacrifice your life, then die here. I will not save those lives that want to end on their own initiative. Senju Tobirama still sat under the tree. Just as Shiera Emiya turned around and left, Chihao Tobirama's figure jumped up and suddenly rushed towards Shiera Emiya. His palms quickly formed a sealing technique. Feel sorry. Old Master Emiya. I can't let Madara get your strength. This second-generation Hokage of Konoha didn't care about thinking so much. He knew that his body could not last until he could go back, so he could only find a way to seal Emiya Shiera first. Uchiha Madara is already scary enough. If he gets the help of Shiera Emiya again, it makes people unable to imagine what that man would do. Fortunately, now Uchiha Madara has blinded one of his eyes. Although the man who was once arrogant and still looked strong after losing one eye, his pupil power was greatly reduced, and Susanoo could not be stronger. Only Shiera Emiya, a medical ninja, can cure Uchiha Madara's blind eye. Perhaps this is why Uchiha Madara has been in contact with Shiera Emiya. Now seal the Emiyashi as it is, perhaps leaving Uchiha Madara's eye blind forever, and Uchiha Madara's threat to the ninja world will be minimized. Bang! When Senju Tobirama suddenly approached. Even when there was only one step left before Emiyashi, the air suddenly became quiet. The sound of breaking the wind at the high speed disappeared. Senju Tobirama's figure suddenly stiffened in front of Emiya Shiera. The black curse seal on his body continued to flow, slowly covering his body. The mantra seals controlled his body, which came from the mantra seals that Shiera Emiya once gave him, but now these mantra seals controlled his body and stopped. This kind of curse seal. Let the weak Senju Tobirama at this moment be unable to break free. This kind of curse seal. Sure enough, he also has the ability to control his body. Senju Tobirama's eyes turned slightly, looking at his inactive body, watching Emiya Shiera slowly turn around. Emiya Shiera looked at Chihao Tomoma's close face and asked calmly, "Tomoma, do you want to use my power, to attack me?" Chapter 70 The Disappeared Shiera Emiya. I don't want you to be used by that guy Madara. Senju Tobirama frowned and tried hard to get out of the trap, but his body was completely blocked at this moment and could not move at all. The art of spiritual transformation. Senju Tobirama's soul suddenly escaped from his body. Even if the curse seal can seal his power, it cannot seal his soul. The spiritualization technique itself is a soul exiting technique that can enter the enemy's body, kills the soul of the enemy. Chihao Tobirama's research on souls is no less than that of anyone in the ninja world, and even second only to Emiya Shiera, who once lived in the pure land of the underworld for a long time. His soul suddenly rushed into Emiya Shiera's body. It's so close. There is no possibility of any mistake. There is even no possibility of being blocked. Generally speaking, the spiritualization technique is already powerful enough. However, using this technique by Senju Tobirama is tantamount to seeking death. When Senju Tobirama's soul appeared in Emiya Shiera's body, his head couldn't help but look up at the soul as majestic as a god. Somewhat amazing. Senju Tobirama was also a little shocked at this moment. No wonder. No wonder Uchiha Madara has always wanted to collude with Shiera Amiri. This kind of soul power often means the strength of the deceased during his lifetime. Emiya Shiera's power is even stronger than his brother Chihu Hashirama. This is also the power that Uchiha Madara has been coveting, right? Chihao Tobirama remembered the conflict that Uchiha Madara had when Konoha first met Shiera Emiya. Perhaps it was at that time that Uchiha Madara used illusion to control Shiera Emiya that realized that Shiera Emiya was powerful. Not only to treat his eyes, but also to get the power of the ancient times from Shiera Emiya. Seeking death. Emiya Shiera's soul looked down at Senju Tobimaru, sealing his spiritual space and forbidding his soul from leaving this place. Even though Shiera Emiya was a little calm when speaking, she seemed a little deafening with such a huge soul energy support in such a closed spiritual space. You're a little too conceited, Tobirama. Emiya Shiera stretched out his palm and grabbed the soul of Chihao Tobirama, as if he was reaching out to capture a toy. This is the real self-investigation. In the battle at the soul level, Emiya Shiera is not only able to beat Senju Tobirama, but it seems a bit thin to describe it as crushing. No matter how strange the Senju Tobirama has, he cannot be the opponent of Shiera Emiya at this moment, and he cannot even have any hope of victory. It's absolutely impossible. Even if his soul can use any technique in the world, it is impossible to win in this pure power competition. Unless Chihao Tobirama's soul quickly formed handprints. He looked at the fallen palm of Emiya Shiera, and a decisive flashed in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Thanks to the secrets of Emiya that Emiya once told me about the secrets of the underworld, I happened to learn a sealing technique for the soul. Si highway mao su ziu wu si." Senju Tobirama's palms suddenly formed a cross shape. Boom! The entire spiritual space trembled. The soul of Chihao Tobirama was involved in a surging soul power. The corpse ghosts are sealed. The hideous shadow of the god of death crawled out from the soul of Chihao Tobirama. This phantom of death looked like a ghost. Its body shape was almost the same as that of Shiera Emiya. Its head had long horns and sharp fangs all over its mouth. Grim Reaper. The most terrifying god in the legend. This is a legend that it controls everything in the underworld and is a monster that can devour souls. The Vortex clan discovered the existence of the god of death when studying the technique of sealing the soul, and even developed the corpse ghosts that could psychic summon the god of death, and could even seal any enemy in the body of the god of death. Even Emiya Shiera. It is impossible to underestimate the power of death. Even if he is as strong as Shiera Emiya, if he wants to solve the threat of death, he must use the power of the Six of El Path. Feel sorry. Chihao Tobirama looked at the short sword in the hands of Yumiya Shiera, who was dodging the short sword in the god of death's hand, and finally calmed down in his heart. I can only seal the Lord Emiya in this way. You who can't escape from your body. Death will surely be able to capture your soul and seal you. Although my soul will be sealed in its body because of summoning the god of death, in order to make the power of Lord Emiya no longer become Madara's help. Senjo Tobimaru accepted his ending calmly and continued, when your soul is sealed, even the reincarnation of the filthy land will not be able to resurrect you again. Your soul will be sealed in the body of the god of death forever. In such a short time, what Chihao Tobira came up with was such a sealing method. After he solved the Union rebel ninja troops, he was no longer able to fight again. After the sneak attack and seal failed, he had to adopt this tactic of dying together. Now it looks. Maybe I was a little sorry for Shiera Emiya. However, Uchiha Madara could not use Emiya Shiera no matter what. Even if he found half of Emiya Shiera's other body, he would never be able to reincarnate the other party through the filthy land. It looks like everything seems to be finally over. However, when the Phantom of Death reached out to grab Shiera Emiya, Emiya Shiera's palm suddenly grabbed the palm of the god of death, punched the god of death in the face, and threw the god of death out heavily. The god of death fell directly behind Kishao Tomomaru. Chihao Tobirama's face changed in an instant. Emiya Shiera. How could it be so powerful? Isn't even death an opponent of Shiera Emiya? Todomama. Emiya Shiera's soul needed his wrist, as if he could vaguely feel the recoil pain caused by his fist, and his eyes fell on the tiny soul. You want to use the god of death to seal me. But you shouldn't know that I have been fighting against the god of death in the underworld. Those souls who are lost in the gap between life and death and will never be liberated have always been me taking them back to the pure land of the underworld. This is also one of the reasons why I dared to let Hashima exist in the gap. Chihao Tobirama's soul trembled a little. Not good. I did something stupid myself. No. I made an irreversible mistake. Because Chihao Tobirama remembered what Emiya Shiera mentioned, the only one who could freely travel through the pure land of the underworld was the legendary godlike power. Emiya Shiera. He is a true god. This is a god who cannot be sealed by the god of death. Amiya Shiera's fingers were inserted into his hair, holding his forehead, and he seemed to be a little confused and didn't know how to mention it. I didn't expect you to want to use the god of death to seal me, trying to make me sleep in the god of death forever. The reason was just because I would help Madara. On your body. I can't see any hope. You can get anything, but you don't allow others to share it. You can block yourself into individuals in order to hate other individuals. Feel sorry. Chihautobirama's soul slowly wanted to retreat, and wanted to continue talking bad things about Uchiha Madara, because I have seen the pain that Madara once brought to the ninja world. So. Shiera Emiya lowered his head slightly and looked down at the tiny soul. Has the spot once made death devour the souls of other people? Has he ever done this kind of pain that makes human souls fall into unrelief? Senju Tobirama can never refute it. You may not be able to get to him. You used the reincarnation of the filthy land to disturb my soul's peace. I want to obtain the secrets of the ancient times from me through deception, and secretly guide me to try to obtain the power of the ancient times from me. While I was traveling to the ninja world, I privately appointed Shimura Danzo to secretly monitor me, and even tried to use this to control my communication in the ninja world. After the outbreak of the war, I began to use my medical skills with the concept of a medical ninja, so that I could help you rescue Konoha's seriously injured day and night. In the difficult times of war, I want to use me unceremoniously in the name of peace to achieve the goal of withdrawing Iwahideng village, so as to help you Konoha win the war. Amiya Shiera's face still looked to be tolerant, and she continued calmly, these are just trivial things to me, and I won't care about your little offense, but why do you dare to think that you are more suitable to get my favor than Madara? Feel sorry. Senju Tobirama's soul even wanted to sweat. Because Senju Tobirama never thought that everything he did was seen by Shiera Emiya, or it might be Uchihama's secret complaint. After all, just now, Shiera Emiya mentioned Uchiha Madara did secretly sue him. That naturally evil bastard has always been colluding with a god like Shiera Emiya. To get rid of death, I have to pay the price of returning to the underworld. As Shiera Emiya was talking, 9 black jades of prayer slowly floated behind him. Only this posture can solve the problem of death. Under this posture, the art of reincarnation in the filthy land will be automatically removed, because this is a force that cannot be accommodated by the filthy land body. Chihautobira subconsciously wanted to retreat. Because the phantom of the death god behind it is also slowly retreating. When Chihautobirama's arm was slowly lifted, the death phantom's arm was also lifted, but he could clearly feel the death phantom trembling constantly. Grim Reaper. He was actually afraid of Shiera Emiya at this moment. But it doesn't matter. Shiera Emiya didn't care about returning to the underworld this time to escape from the filthy body, and his voice was also very dull. When someone breaks the taboos of life and death, the rules of the agreement to stay together will no longer be followed. Don't want. There was a little despair in Chihautobirama's eyes. Because he realized the meaning of Emiya Shiera's words. Is death the other party's taboo? Is this saying that I used the power of death to really anger Shiera Emiya? No need to despair. Now you can be proud. For you, calculating an existence that may be called God by you is enough to make you proud. After Emiya Shiera said this, his aura gradually rose, and his palm suddenly grabbed the soul of Chihao Tobirama. I also want to learn from the ninjas of your era, how can you carefully calculate others? Emiya Shiera's palm slowly raised up, and suddenly grabbed the soul of Chihao Tobirama under his palm. Under this soul like a god, thousands Shutotama's body and soul were a little small, and he even had a vague illusion that he would be pinched by Shiera Emiya's head with one hand. However, in a place where the soul of Senju Tobirama cannot see, a pair of reincarnation eyes quietly appeared in Shiera Emiya's eyes. Next moment, Senju Tobirama suddenly felt that his memories were being extracted. A glimmer flashed in Shiera Amiri's eyes, and his face was not surprised or happy, and the eyes of the reincarnation continued to absorb the chakram memories deep in the soul of Tobirama Senju. Emiya Shiera took all the theoretical sources and processes of all the forbidden techniques developed by Tomoma Senju Tomoma, and his soul was quickly refining all the forbidden techniques. The technique of the Flying Thunder God. The art of reincarnation in the filthy land. The art of spiritual transformation. There are so many techniques like the stars in the sky. All the techniques mastered by Tomoma Senju were extracted by Shiera Emiya at this moment. Under the chakra level of the 6-Dao mode, Tomoma Senju had no ability to resist at all these forbidden techniques and memories. It will also be the biggest gain of Shiera Emiya's resurrection this time. After all, in order to maintain the character of a medical ninja, Emiya has never had any interest in the techniques of Tobirama Senju. The reason why he had never dabbled in any forbidden techniques in Konoha was at this moment, he really extracted these techniques from the minds of the developers of the forbidden techniques. Certainly, strength is not the most important thing. What is really important is that you will have this knowledge from Tobira Senju, and it will be easier to guide the person who resurrects himself in the future. Finally, all memories were extracted cleanly by Shiera Emiya. Emiya Shiera's eyes returned to normal, and he threw the soul of Chihao Tobirama on the ground in the spiritual space. The second-generation Hokage's eyes were full of pain. The pain of the soul made him unable to react at all for a moment, and it seemed like he had experienced a storm torture. My memory. Senju Tobirama tried his best to struggle to stand up. Ninja's intelligence is top secret, and all his information has been read by Emiya Shiera, even from the Warring States period when he was born to this day. Your soul doesn't look noble at all. Emiya Shiera looked down at Chihao Tobirama's soul. The god of death floated silently with his mouth open. Because Senju Tobirama's soul is the reward it should receive. Take his soul and go. The phantom of death did not hesitate anymore. It grabbed the soul of Chihao Tobirama with one hand and threw it into the mouth full of fangs. It was finally able to reap its own reward. When Chihao Tobirama's soul fell into the mouth of the god of death, he was even relieved. A row of fangs appeared in his sight, allowing him to see Shiera Emiya from the gaps of the fangs. This medical ninja. What will it become? What will this medical ninja who once took saving others as his mission, after he used the god of death to deal with him, after Uchiha Madara used to deceive him? Chihao Tobirama looked at the gap in the fangs of the god of death, as if he had seen the slim hope of the future. Only hope can support his will. The seal of death. It's not just the end. The Vortex clan also has a way to liberate the soul from the body of the god of death, but the soul also needs to be sacrificed. If necessary, no living will do this. Maybe. It will take a long time later. However, when Kishao Tobirama's soul fell into the mouth of the god of death, the ordinary eyes in the eyes of Shiera Emiya's eyes were still staring at him until the other party was swallowed into the stomach by the god of death. Are you still holding hope? But there is no need for these. The moment you can come out of the god of death, you will become a new pawn. Emiya Shiera's soul returned to the present world. His soul was still suspended in the present world, but he quickly restrained his power. My other chess piece is almost coming, right? Since the body reincarnated in the filthy land has collapsed, he cannot continue to stay in the present world for too long. He looked up at the sky and seemed to have infinite nostalgia for the world of the living. Only this world with bright colors. Only then can people truly experience the taste of being alive. Even though he had long had the power as strong as a god, Shiera Emiya was trying to keep himself in the heart of mankind. It should be coming soon. Because when Emiya Shiera was summoned by the Tobirama Senju, Uchiha Madara had noticed his situation. Now they will definitely come desperately towards Emiya Shiera. Maybe it's fine. Uchiha Madara also wanted to take the opportunity to kill Tobira Senju. The art of spiritual transformation. Emiya Shiera obtained the magic of spiritualization from the memory of Tobira Senju. His soul flew quickly to the distance, and he still had to leave his last words. On the other side, Uchiha Madara was indeed as expected by Shi Mihara. Even Uchiha Madara brought Heiju together. The combination of these two people quickly moved towards this area, but their speed was slower after all, and it was impossible for them to arrive quickly. In the sky, Emiya Shiera's soul was flying rapidly. In the spiritual transformation with the ability of the art, Shiera Emiya's soul flew amazingly fast because he could not continue to stay in this world in this state. What is that? While rushing to the road, Uchiha Madara raised his head and looked at the luminous object flying at high speed above. The object was rushing towards them at a rapid speed. That's the soul of Lord Emiya. Uchiha Madara's eyes were shocked. Vihara. Heiju looked at Shiera Emiya's soul in disbelief. Bien, black. Emiya Shiera's soul fell down quickly, and he didn't care about Uchihama saying hello, and hurriedly informed them of what happened to him. Is something wrong with Tobirama? We just found out. Heiju quickly reminded Shiera Emiya, I heard that a coup occurred in Union Village. The future 3 generations of Lei Ying couldn't wait to withdraw his troops and went back. Tobirama is dead. Emiya Shiera's face was a little dissatisfied, as if dissatisfied with his own experience, and took the initiative to say, because before he died, he thought that my connection with Madara would threaten the ninja world. Tamura removed the filthy art of reincarnation on me, and even wanted to use the god of death to seal my soul. Now, in order to get rid of the god of death, my soul has to return to the underworld. That despicable villain. Uchiha Madara didn't expect that the day would come so quickly. How to say it? This is a good news and a bad news within one day. Although Uchiha Madara was not very happy that Emiya Shiera's soul returned to the underworld, this guy Senju Tobirama died. Although Uchiha Madara also felt that it would be harmless for Emiya Shiera's soul to return to the underworld, and she would not be too sad about it, but this guy Senju Tobirama was really dead. This made Uchiha Madara feel happy. Snort. This shameless behavior is really his personality. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. He seemed to be able to think of the shameless villain Senju Tobirama who liberated Amiri Shiera's soul while criticizing his relationship with Amiri Shiera with righteousness. Emiya Shiera frowned. Snort. Uchiha Madara sensed Emiya Shiera's attitude and sneered and explained, I know that Emiya hopes that death is the most important thing, but Emiya is so kind that he is a little weak. Never mind. Now you have also seen peace. You don't have to feel sad when you return to the underworld. Uchiha Madara still respects Emiya Shiera very much, and did not throw Emiya Shiera aside because of the inheritance of Heiju. He said seriously, return to the underworld with peace of mind, Lord Emiya, this era will be calmed for at least a while. Chapter 71 Tsunade's heart is incurable wounds. Konoha village. This village welcomed a funeral. The 3rd generation of Thunder in Union Village came to Konoha in person and sent back the body of the 2nd generation of Naruto Senju Tobirama. He was a little sorry for the coup initiated by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn in their village that affected Konoha's senior management. The other party's posture is very low. It undoubtedly won the favor of many people. Especially when Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been designated as the 3rd generation of Naruto, met the 3rd generation of Raikage in the Kingdom of Thunder. They cannot be said to be sympathetic, at least they know that the other party will definitely not be unknown in the future. In addition to the body of the 2nd generation of Lord Naruto. After the 3rd generation of Lei Ying explained the body, he mentioned the situation at that time, we also found the body of a Saurian ninja beside him. Some people in charge of searching saw someone's soul ascend to heaven. Thank you, that's the soul of Lord Emiya ascends to heaven. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to smile on his face, but he could only give up helplessly. We also gave up on using the Lord Emiya. In this Yunxian village coup, Konoha's losses were greater than Yunxian village in a sense. He lost the 2nd generation Naruto Senju Tobirama who protected them, and also lost the medical saint Emiya who had always been guarding Konoha ninjas. It's obvious. Before his death, the second-generation Naruto must have eliminated the reincarnation of the filthy land and took the initiative to help Shiera Emiya's soul ascend to heaven. That would be better. The third generation of Lei Ying finally felt a little satisfied. Union Ninja was also very dissatisfied with Konoha's use of Emiya Shiera. If the other party is willing to free the soul of the Lord, the second-generation Naruto will also use sacrifices to help solve the coup in Union Village. They can barely be satisfied with this alliance. Sarutobi Hirudo, as the representative of Konoha, held an alliance ceremony in Konoha with the third-generation Leichao. News from all over the world is coming. The First Ninja World War. Finally it ended with the intervention of Shiera Emiya. Konoha Hospital. Otari stood in the corridor of the hospital in a daze. Whenever the little guy comes back to the hospital after school, he will subconsciously return to the hospital. However, there is no medical ninja in this hospital who teaches Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, and sometimes rewards her with a glass of sweet sugar cane juice or glucose, and is taking care of her carefully every day. Has Lord Emiya been back yet? Otari ran to the nurse's platform happily, and tried his best to tiptoe, trying to ask the person on duty at the nurse's platform. I haven't come back yet. A medical ninja was afraid to see this little guy, nor did he dare say that Shiera Emiya would never appear here again. Fortunately, Otari won't stay for too long. The little guy quickly came home with a loss and kicked the stones all the way home. Uzumaki Mito had known about the ascension of Shiera Emiya's soul ascend to heaven, and she didn't know how she should tell her granddaughter, so she could only teach her to practice seriously. Maybe children should be able to forget it soon. However, Tsunade was very smart. She quickly noticed something was wrong and immediately found the most familiar Hashiki Sakuroshi, and learned from the other party that the truth about the soul of Shiera Emiya's ascension to heaven. Mr. Umiya, I will never come back. Hashiki Sakuroshi lowered his head and felt a little sad, but he had to tell the truth under the threat of Otari. You are lying. Tsunade punched Haki Shuashi, turned around and ran towards the outside of the village. Tsunade. Haki Shuashima didn't care about his injuries and hurriedly chased him in the direction where the other party left, for fear of seeing something happen to Tsunade. Fortunately, Otari was stopped by someone. Sarutobi Hinazun, who was patrolling the village, stopped the crying little girl and patiently told why the human soul ascended to heaven before sending Tsunade back to Uzumaki Mito's home. Mito, Lord Mito. It's better for people to follow her during this period. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade, who was still sobbing in Uzumaki Mito's arms, and felt a little sad. Due to the 10 years of travel, Sarutobi Hinata and Emiya Shiera spent more time together than Otari. The most energetic era when they grew from a teenager to a young man was also under the guidance of Emiya Shiera. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in her heart. Perhaps when this child grows up, she should be able to accept the truth calmly and not care about the pain at this time. After all, the time when Emiya Shiera appeared is so short compared to the long life of human beings. Even if that man is as bright as fireworks in their lives, he will eventually become ashes like fireworks and come to an end. Maybe. This should be the ending for every deceased person. Only when people see things related to them at some point will people think of their existence. However, someone seems to have left a little more things. When Tsunade grew up slowly, she was able to graduate from ninja school and formed a team with her two companions to become a student of Sarutobi Hinazan, and began to embark on the formal path of ninja, but found that she still had to face her childhood. Tsunade, you are very good at medical ninjutsu. This is some case scrolls that I sent back to Konoha when I was traveling to the ninja world. Sarutobi Hizaki handed over some of the case scrolls he collected to Tsunade, and even handed over the authority of a secret room to Tsunade, which were filled with the case scrolls he and Shimura Danzo had helped carry back Konoha. Hey, that's too much. A white-haired boy who was so scared that he couldn't help but jump out and pointed at the basket full of scrolls, unable to believe his eyes. If you learn these, I don't know when I will learn. After saying that, the white-haired boy suddenly became a little happy again. Fortunately, I don't want to become a medical ninja, otherwise I would have to learn until my hair turns white. Idiot. Your hair is originally white. The adolescent Tsunade waving her fists angrily and hit the other person. She lowered her head and looked at the familiar handwriting on the scrolls, and laughed unconsciously. It looks very interesting. Another long-haired boy leaned over unconsciously. I didn't find it interesting at all when I was a kid. I don't want to spend time with me after every operation because that guy wants to write a case scroll. Every day when I fell asleep, I saw him writing a case scroll. Every day when I woke up in the corridor of the hospital, I still saw him writing a case scroll. It is obvious that those who are sick can easily treat it, so why do you still need to write these case scrolls? The girl Tsunade muttered, and reached out to pick up one of the scrolls. She took off the ribbon on it and saw the dense text and illustrations on the scrolls. The long-haired boy looked at the content on the scroll carefully and gave a very positive evaluation. Even if I only have a brief understanding of some medical skills, I know how to treat this disease. The long-haired boy looked at Tsunade and sincerely told his teammates about his cognition. Tsunade, the person who left these scrolls is really a great medical ninja. That's more to say. The girl Tsunade was a little proud and arrogant. Let me see. The white-haired boy rushed over to look through it. However, his figure was punched away by Tsunade again. It would be a waste to see this in your mind. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his students play with a smile, and greeted the white-haired boy to come to his side. I have a gift for you too. What? Some travel notes when traveling through the ninja world. Sarutobi Hinata smiled and took out a handbook and handed it to Jiraiya. This is what a great man stayed, and he also wrote it. I have written some essays and travel notes, you should be very interested. When the boy Jiraiya opened his tent, he saw the first picture of a sunrise painting, which even marked the location and eating customs of the scenery, which looked like a travel guide. Let me see. The girl Tsunade hurriedly came over. This handwriting. This is his thing. The girl Tsunarily looked at Sarutobi Hinazawa with a furious look, as if she was very annoyed. I obviously want to travel too, why do I always give me case scrolls and refuse to show me these? Ha ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile, shook his head and said, when we were traveling to the ninja world, you were not born yet, Tsunade, these are the gifts left to me by Lord Emiya. End. The scenery in some places is more interesting if you discover it yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen educates his students. Is there any Orochimaru? The girl Tsunade saw the long-haired boy standing next to her. Certainly. A 2-meter wide scroll appeared in Sarutobi Hinako's hand as if it was a magic trick. Is this a gift for me? The young man Orochimaru looked at the wide scroll in surprise. When he reached out to slowly open it, he saw strange plants painted inside the scroll. Each plant was painted in different sizes, and the medicinal properties and toxicity and origin were written next to the plant. These paintings are all equal proportions of 1:1. The young man Orochimaru discovered the preciousness of this scroll at a glance. Angry. The girl Tsunade's face became bulging again, because everything Sarutobi Hizaki took out was very suitable for her wishes, at least it was more interesting than those case scrolls. Whether it is Jiraiya's account. It's still the herb scroll obtained by Orochimaru. All these were things she had never obtained in her childhood. Even that person never mentioned these things. Why did she hear in her ears every day when she was a child that either cure this disease or that injury? Tsunade, if you want it. The boy Orochimaru felt a little reluctant to give up the gift he received, but he still wanted to share it with his companions. We can exchange it for each other, but in fact those cases also look very interesting. Well, I don't want these. The girl Tsunade shook her head and felt indescribable. She just pursed her lips angrily. What I'm angry about is why I never heard him mention these interesting things when I was a child. Every day, I can only teach me how to treat injuries and teach me how to write cases. At that time, you were only interested in medical skills. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help scratching his head, not understanding Tsunade's thinking very much. Well, he left too early. The girl Tsunade couldn't help but sigh and picked up the heavy basket with one hand. The young man Jiraiya and Orochimaru had their eyes hopped at the same time. This kind of strength. It really makes people reluctant to anger her. Who is that he? The young man Jiraiya suddenly became curious about the person his teammates were talking about. He couldn't help looking through his tent. He also saw a place with the name of the owner of the tent, Emiya Shiera. This name sounds so familiar. The girl Tsunade's figure froze. Sarutobi Hinazo's expression suddenly changed. The young man Orochimaru's pupils suddenly tightened. This name. It usually only appears in fairy tales before bedtime. However, for a while, Konoha always had rumors about this name, but it soon disappeared under the order of Sarutobi Hinesan. They began to forget each other as if they were hiding in a shell. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became very serious and he gave his order in a deep voice, "Don't mention the name of that honor, at least not mention it in the village." Didn't we always hear his story when we were kids? Jiraiya became a little curious and asked in surprise, "I remember it seems like a medical ninja is coming." Idiot! The girl Tsunade couldn't help but hold her forehead. If the person you heard in bedtime stories when you were a child suddenly appeared in front of you one day, what would you feel? When the girl Tsunade finished speaking here, she could no longer say anything and her body suddenly became stiff. Because only she has truly experienced all this. Only she once saw the protagonist in the story she admired appeared in front of her, passing through her childhood like a meteor. Actually, it's not that strict, because the existence of that person is not prohibited by the ban. Sarutobi Hiko's voice gradually calmed down, and he spoke softly, "Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the traces of the appearance of that priest on Konoha are just our selfish orders after all." Sarutobi Hidari issued an order. Anyone who has met Shiera Emiya and anyone who has met Shiera Emiya must not mention Shiera Emiya's experience in Konohara. Originally, according to Shimura Danzo's intention, I hope anyone can be forbidden to mention Emiya Shiera. However, the name of Emiya Shiera cannot be banned because the traces of Emiya Shiera's existence cannot be eliminated forever. He is not Konoha's ninja, but a magnificent treasure of the entire ninja world. No matter what, Konoha's family power cannot make a person's existence disappear. Even they could only eliminate the traces that the other party had once existed in Konoha as much as possible. Because the fact that Senju Tobirama used the filthy land to reincarnate Emiya Shiera was too amazing, and the reputation of Emiya Shiera in the ninja world has always been slandering the reputation of Konoha's second generation Naruto. I'll leave first. The girl Tsunade seemed not to want to mention these things, so she carried the basket of case scrolls and went home. What's wrong with her? The boy Jiraiya also watched his teammates leave with some curiosity. Perhaps. The young man Orochimaru shook his head and didn't say what he wanted to say, because he had met Tsunade at Konoha Hospital and had secretly spied on the back of the man under the afterglow of the sunset. Nature. The young man Orochimaru could also guess Tsunade's mood. But I couldn't tell anyone else about Tsunade's feelings. As a person with good EQ and IQ, the young Orochimaru knew very well that he could not make his teammates cry secretly when he went home. Perhaps. That girl. It's really sad, right? Modified Chapter 69. Modified. The content of about 7,000 words has been modified, and there will be no additional charge. As for the previous first version of the abandoned plan, because when I was writing it, I found that the ninja world is not a moral world, and it is unlikely that I will start a military campaign for the protagonist. There is only conspiracy in the ninja world to deceive interests, and the only thing that is a little sunny is that he is willing to die for his companions. A plot of 50,000 words. First, let's take a look at whether it is possible or not, and then make changes slowly. Chapter 72: The Appearance of the Second Crystal Coffin. Time is spreading forward little by little. The traces of Shiera Emiya seem to never disappear. Because that person who once really existed always reminds Konoha ninjas of constant thought, and will appear again whenever people may forget him. For example, medical ninja courses. No medical ninja can avoid his name. The treatment method for any disease can be found in the case scroll he left behind. Tsunade grew up gradually. She became an excellent medical ninja. Over the years, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru have formed a ninja team and performed many tasks for Konoha, and her strength has become stronger and stronger. Say it bluntly. Tsunade's strength should be the strongest in the team. She can act as a combat ninja that blocks all attacks in the front, a medical ninja to rescue the wounded in the back, and even an excellent perception ninja. Because she had received the teachings of Shiera Emiya. Same. Tsunade was looking forward to becoming a person like Shiera Emiya. Tsunade kept searching for traces of slugs in the ninja world. Because of the bedtime story when she was a child, she always thought that a medical ninja should have a slug on her shoulder, and she finally found the legendary wet bone forest. The only problem is, this slug seems not too small. Although the slug's voice is very cute and soft, its size is as scary as a huge hill. Fortunately, the slug acts very kindly. At least it is as kind as in fairy tales. This immediately relieved Tsunade's nervous mood. So you are a medical ninja? The slug's voice was soft and beautiful. It seemed to be worried that the shallow blonde girl would be afraid, so she took the initiative to split her body into pieces. A small slug came out. Yes. Tsunade's heart finally relaxed. Because this little slug looks cute. Then let me see if you're medical ninjutsu. The slug's voice suddenly stopped. It sensed that Tsunade's eyebrows had a strange diamond mark on it, which was divided into two triangles from the middle. The triangle mark on the top is half black, and the triangle mark on the bottom is half purple, which looks particularly strange. Such a strange mark is not abrupt on Tsunade's forehead, but instead highlights her beauty. That mark is... The slug's voice suddenly became a little excited. This is... Tsunade subconsciously wanted to avoid this problem. As she grew older and became a qualified ninja, she subconsciously wanted to keep the secret whenever she thought of that person. However, Tsunade soon realized another problem, and her body suddenly stiffened because she realized that the slug would definitely know that person. Maybe I admit my mistake. The slug even subconsciously avoided this problem. Because the adult's plan has always been a secret. For the so-called plan, the adult left a pair of his eyes and a crystal coffin, so that it could be kept well. The crystal coffin can accompany it. Those eyes can keep looking at it. In this wet bone forest it has spent more than 1,000 years and has been with a crystal coffin here for more than 1,000 years, or it has been with the crystal coffin for more than 1,000 years. Although he didn't know why he had to leave half of the corpse, or maybe he would be able to be resurrected faster if he left the whole corpse, he always believed in that adult. That adult once said it. Sooner or later, they will meet again. When they can meet again, when his life no longer has a lifespan limit, he will give those eyes back to him at that time. In fact, the slug doesn't know how to make a human immortal, but the person who raised it said so, so it has been waiting here obediently for the day of reunion because the adult entrusted everything about him to it. After more than 1,000 years, this day has not arrived yet. Every day it can only stare at the silhouette in the crystal coffin, recalling the past when it was still young. That adult also mentioned it. Most of my life is boring. If you don't want to make the long time boring, you need to let yourself do something meaningful for a period of time so that you can use the remaining time to continue to reminisce about that meaningful past. But this time has been too long. Because its life is too long. The only beautiful childhood memory that can support it is how short it is compared to the thousands of years. The more it reminisces, the longer it feels, the longer it feels. Let's test the medical ninjutsu first. The slug looked at Tsunade in front of him and whispered his request, "If I can satisfy me, I can sign a psychic contract." Tsunade passed the test very easily. For her, this kind of test couldn't be easier. The slug's clone lay on Tsunade's shoulder, watching her sign the psychic blood contract, slowly praised her, "Your medical ninjutsu is very excellent. If one day your medical ninjutsu can be better, there will be a special gift." "How can I meet the standards?" Tsunade asked curiously. "This is a unique ability. The slug clone takes this matter very seriously, because this was what the adult told me, it is that we can store chakras in normal times, and through extremely subtle chakra control, the body functions are in full swing." Tsunade was silent for a while. The blonde girl slowly raised her head and stroked the lower half of the diamond mark on her forehead because this was the technique she had developed. At the same time, it is also a technique mentioned by that person. Chakra control in this way can not only make people's body at its peak, but also make medical skills more refined. Only through this method can one become an excellent medical ninja in the future, and even be able to perform any subtle surgery on patients. The upper part of the diamond mark on Tsunade's forehead is a curse seal, which allows her to use natural energy to fight, and the lower part is a yin seal, which can be practiced in daily life and released during battle. And natural energy can also make chakras stronger. Is that true? Tsunade stroked the lower half of the mark on his forehead, as if she was a little embarrassed, although I have just tried to practice successfully in the past few years, it sounds like this. The tentacles of the slug clone touched Tsunade's diamond mark. It unconsciously wanted to touch the upper part because it always had a sense of familiarity. This familiarity. It's really too easy to make it curious. However, the slug clone was still very obedient to do serious things first. It sensed Tsunade's seal and its body became stiff unconsciously. Yes. That's it. What the adult once mentioned. Only by practicing to this state can you be qualified to obtain the crystal coffin. I seem to have asked if I can meet again in this way? The adult seemed to be smiling and said that he might meet again. If something really happens, at least the crystal coffin can be used to help the medical progress of the ninja world. The laughter at that time. It made the slug feel very sad. Now. Is it time? More than 1,000 years is long enough, right? Now that I have really seen a medical ninja who has practiced to this level, I should be able to send the crystal coffin out, right? Wait a moment, I'll go get the gift. The slug clone quickly withdrew its tentacles. Good. Tsunade was a little confused. She was even guessing what the other party's gift was. However, Tsunade vaguely understood why that person always likes slugs, and there will always be slugs in his story, because slugs are really kind of cute and cute. What kind of gift would it be? Tsunade just hopes that it is no longer a case real. Because she can always see the case scrolls left by Emiya Shiera in various places about medical materials in Konoha, and even Umbu has stored a batch. It is said that the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen accompanied Emiya Shiera to travel and Umbu brought it back. Proper outline. While her hands were muttering in her heart, she felt her feet suddenly collapse. Next moment, the wet bone forest really seems to have collapsed. Because the slugs, like endless mountains, were like huge bodies that could not see the end at first sight, began to split rapidly, and they split into countless small slugs. These small slugs were as numerous as water droplets in a river. They held up something, and the thing was swimming little by little in the direction of Tsunade. Tsunade has good eyesight. It is precisely because of her good eyesight that she can see these small river-like slugs holding something. That's a crystal coffin. There are extremely exquisite patterns on the crystal coffin. Tsunade's eyes were unconsciously attracted by the crystal coffin. She did not notice its beauty, she just saw a familiar silhouette. In that crystal coffin, a familiar silhouette lay. The legendary medical ninja Emiya Shiera, the ancient medical ninja, left 2 crystal coffins, one of which was left in the Thousand Hands clan, and the other was missing. No wonder. No wonder this crystal coffin has been missing. Because this crystal coffin has always been in the wet bone forest. This is the last crystal coffin in this world, and it is also the last little body tissue left by Shiera Emiya in this world. I'll give it to you. The slug clone on Tsunade's shoulder whispered. A group of slugs climbed on the crystal coffin and didn't want to leave. This is a person's crystal coffin. The slug clone on Tsunade's shoulder was whispering, as if afraid of waking up half of the corpse sleeping in the crystal coffin. I wonder if you have heard of his name. Emiya, Shiera. Tsunade reached out and touched the crystal coffin. She looked at the familiar silhouette inside and suddenly shed tears slowly. I know his name. Even. I have also seen him. That happened more than 10 years ago. His story is still circulating in the ninja world. He has left many precious treasures for this world, but he has not left himself. Can I take it away? Tsunade's heart couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Because Tsunade had seen the other party with her own eyes and knew how to resurrect the other party through half of the corpse, but the forbidden technique to resurrect him had long been permanently sealed by Konoha and he was absolutely not allowed to be practiced by anyone. Sure. The slug clone on Tsunade's shoulder felt a little aggrieved. A group of small slug clones slowly fell off the coffin. If you have time. Tsunade saw the reluctance of the slug clone and explained seriously, Slug, I will summon you. If you have time, you can also see him. In all the stories in the ninja world, there is always a small slug on his shoulders like we are now. The slug clone was a little surprised. Now. Is there any story about him? Actually. Tsunade mentioned his childhood a little embarrassedly. Master Emiya once returned to this world. Have Lord Weewen been back? The name of the slug clone is somewhat different. The entire ninja world generally calls him Lord Emiya or Lord Emiya Shiera, and some people also call him Lord Emiya or Lord Emiya Shiera. The slug was a little shocked at the news. The entire wet bone forest started to move, and countless small slug clones got together again. They quickly became the body that could not see the boundaries at first glance. Mr. Weewen. Tsunade heard this unique title for the first time. Because I was raised by Lord Weewen. The slug's voice was almost exactly the same as the clone, and it even mentioned its past happily. Lord Weewen asked me to call it that. No. Title is not important. Importantly, it finally got the news from Lord Vihara. Although they have not met again yet, it knows that Lord Weewen's plan will definitely succeed. He said that they will meet again one day. Where is Lord Weewen now? The slug started asking curiously. He is dead again. Tsunade suddenly felt a little angry. Because of Shiera Emiya's farewell without saying goodbye, she didn't expect that it would become a farewell from then on, giving her no chance to say goodbye. Oh. The slug didn't make any more noise. Because the resurrection is a secret that cannot be mentioned. No. What's more, it's said. Their past cannot be said. Never mind. Let his soul be peaceful in the underworld. Tsunade sighed and looked at the silhouette in the crystal coffin. Now I know too, actually he has never liked this era. The slug did not answer again. In fact, Lord Weiyuan definitely doesn't like peace in the underworld even more. He likes this vivid and gorgeous world, and he likes every color in the world. He wants to live. Always live in this world. But none of these can be said. However, now there is finally hope. Maybe this crystal coffin, it can really bring Lord Weiyuan back. The plot has been basically revised. You can refresh it again. From according to the first edition, the design basically makes a large-scale modification to the plot, and the number of words should be only a large or a small one, so those who have originally subscribed will not suffer any losses. Above. Today I will update 1 or 2 chapters. Updates will be restored normally tomorrow. Chapter 73 Age Spots. Konoha Village. Tsunade brought back a crystal coffin. Although she stored the crystal coffin in her own medical ninja room, she was still noticed by some people soon because she knew too many people in the crystal coffin. Fortunately, the harm caused by Konoha's use of Emiya Shiera last time was still there, and most of the senior officials of Konoha did not dare to regenerate the idea of using Emiya Shiera. Certainly, this must exclude someone. For example, Shimura Danzo, who served as the assistant of Naruto. As a witness that Konoha's powerful power could suppress all oppositions when he had witnessed the existence of the first Naruto, Shimura Danzo gradually realized the importance of power. He wanted to get the curse seal of Shiera Emiya to strengthen his ninjas. But there are 2 problems with this. First, of course, he did not learn the art of reincarnation in the Filthy Land, and no one even learned the art of reincarnation in the Filthy Land. The 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hirosen strictly prohibited anyone from learning the art of reincarnation in the Filthy Land, so as not to be criticized and humiliated again. Secondly, it is naturally because Tsunade has been keeping a close eye on it and is studying next to the crystal coffin every day. Her identity makes Danzo Shimura feel very afraid. After all, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Naruto. Moreover, she also mastered the power of Shiera Emiya's curse seal. But Tsunade did not hide the fact that she obtained the crystal coffin from many people. For example, she couldn't hide her friend. Orochimaru, who had just returned from Dragon Dick Cave, noticed that Tsunade was in a wrong state. The young man Orochimaru looked more handsome, and his temperament seemed to become more sinister. He was holding a scroll of cases in his hand, curious about what happened to his companions. Tsunade, you seem to be a little restless recently. Didn't you say you've been looking for the immortal land Wet Bone Forest? I've already obtained the psychic contract from Dragon Earth Cave. Because Jiraiya was accidentally sent to the three immortal lands by the psychic arts, Mikiyama, who was accidentally connected to the three immortal lands, this also attracted the attention of Orochimaru and Tsunade, because they happened to learn about the other two immortal lands. When his parents died in his youth, Orochimaru obtained a white phosphorus snake shed, so he also searched for the Dragon Dick Cave and successfully obtained the psychic contract of the Dragon Dick Cave. Oh, don't mention it. Tsunade lay on the table with some exhaustion, fiddling with the teacup on the table weakly. I also found the wet bone forest and passed the test of slugs. Isn't this a happy thing? The young man Orochimaru looked at her in surprise, picked up the teapot and filled the tea in the cup. I remember you have always liked slugs. But Tsunade wanted to tell that she had obtained Emiya Shiera's crystal coffin. She studied next to the crystal coffin until very late every day, so she was a little tired, but when she thought of Emiya Shiera's taboo in Konoha, she could only take a sip of tea and decide to shut up. Forget it, I won't say it. Then think about more things that are worth our happiness. The young man Orochimaru shook his head and handed her a small plate of refreshments. When it comes to that, didn't Jiraiya say that he had gone to practice too? Why is there no news yet? That guy Jiraiya. Tsunade shook her head, not wanting to mention that unreliable teammate. Do you miss me? The voice of the young man Jiraiya immediately echoed in the room, and a hint of confidence flashed across his face. I heard a magical story when I was practicing in Mayama Mountain. Tsunade, you will definitely be interested. The big toad immortal in Mayama Mountain once met someone. No interest. Tsunade waved his hand and signaled him to play. I guess it's the story of the Six Path Immortals and Ninja Sect? I'm not interested. No. The young man no longer kept him in a silence, and simply revealed the truth. His face also reminded him of the shock when he heard the story. Do you still remember the taboo in our village? It's the name called Shiera Amiri. Tsunade's expression suddenly changed. There was a hint of curiosity on the young man Orochimaru's face. Although Konoha has been forbidden to mention Emiya Shiera's affairs in Konoha, it is not a secret for the three of them. Just ask in the ninja world and you will know what happened back then. During the First Ninja World War, Konoha used Emiya Shiera to participate in the war, which eventually aroused public anger, and Emiya Shiera finally calmed the Ninja World War. I didn't expect it. Jiraiya's face became proud and took away the refreshments from the plate without any hesitation. He picked up Orochimaru's teapot and poured it into his mouth. If you want to say it, just say it, and if you don't say it, get out. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a little upset. He. The young white-haired man quickly did not dare to take Joe, and his face was as if he had known some big secret. You can't guess it, right? The Emiya Shiera used to hate the Six Paths Immortals. Mayama Mountain, the Big Toad Immortal, once invited Shiera Emiya to join the ninja sect on behalf of the Six Path Immortals, but he refused. Then what? Tsunade looked at him curiously. Ah! This guy scratched the back of his head and continued with a little embarrassed look, then it was gone. The Big Toad Immortal did not tell me the story behind. Take him out. Tsunade waved her hand directly. Hehe. Orochimaru smiled and pulled Jiraiya's collar, pulled his body to the window and threw it away. Hey, you two! The young man Jiraiya was so scared that he grabbed the window ridge, turned over and got up again, and angrily accused his teammates, I told you kindly, aren't you always interested in him? The young man Orochimaru pursed his lips and said with a chuckling, but this kind of thing doesn't sound interesting at all. In fact, it's better to find out what you heard in Dragon Dick Cave. The White Snake Immortal is not afraid of talking about Shiera Amiya, but it is inevitable that he will feel a little regretful when talking about the other party, which makes Orochimaru discover some clues. That was a man who was not obsessed with power, but later he got the power of a god by chance. He used this power of a god to save some people who should not have been saved and ruined his life that he should not have ended. Cut. It seems that nothing new. The young man Jiraiya was also dissatisfied with Orochimaru's words and taught him angrily, what we want to listen to is stories, and what we hear is interesting stories. For example, how did he die because of saving people? It's nothing good. Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya and planned to leave here on his own. I'm going to see the case, you guys are here to chat. I didn't find out more either. The young man Orochimaru slowly shook his head and stopped mentioning these things. Instead, he mentioned the recent incident. Has something happened in the village recently? What's wrong? Tsunade didn't notice anything wrong. You've recently. As a meticulous person, Orochimaru immediately realized something was wrong. Have you been in that medical secret room for too long? Normal work and rest. Tsunade waved her hand to signal the other party not to worry. I go to bed after I read a few volumes every day, and I did not delay my practice. Nothing happened during this period. Tsunade thinks that he has been in the village all the time. He walks around every day and goes to the secret room to study and practice. He sleeps there directly when he is sleepy at night. He usually comes with a bottle of glucose when he is thirsty. If he is really bored, he comes out to buy a glass of sugarcane juice. This kind of life. It's as regular as when I was a child. The only difference is that at that time she was a person who could talk, and that person would help her get a small blanket when she was asleep. What I want to say is that what you haven't noticed in the secret room has been that many people in the village have gone on missions, and this situation is a bit abnormal. The young man Orochimaru mentioned this matter, and his narrow eyes became faintly like snake eyes. This year, there are more and more conflicts with IWA Hidden Village and Sand Hidden Village. There are always some interests in the ninja world. No matter which ninja village it is, they wish they could waste their meals, and they would not be willing to leave these benefits to other ninja villages. In the end, conflicts will inevitably break out. Compared with these young people, an old man saw these truths more thoroughly. Due to the recent large number of Konoha ninjas going out, an old man trembled into Konoha village, and his figure was hidden with a hood on his head. The old man's traces were very strange. He neither went to the commercial street of Konoha village nor went to see the scenery outside the Naruto in Konoha village, nor did he publish any ninja commissions. Instead, he came to the most unpopular Uchiha tribe in a trembling manner. Nanga Shrine. This is the place where the Uchiha clan holds a clan meeting. It has not even been changed since the Warring States period. This shrine was included in Konoha's territory at its beginning. His purpose. It is the stone tablet in the Minamiga shrine. Although the old man had a strange whereabouts, he never met a person along the way, and he just avoided all Konoha ninjas. Spot. Can you still hold on? Heiju's figure quietly appeared and he asked the old man's body in a low voice, if you can't hold on, find a Baiju to come. Cough 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 cough, it's okay. The elderly Uchiha Madara's hair was all white, and she walked into the Minaga shrine tremblingly, step by step towards the stone tablets passed down by the Uchiha clan for generations. Now, he could finally see the last content on the stone tablet. The elderly Uchiha Madara stretched out his palm, his eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of reincarnation eyes, staring at the contents on the stone tablet. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara got the interaction between the positive and negative forces from the stone tablet, and he could achieve everything. For this reason, he tried his best to get the flesh and blood of Shimura Chiwara, but he did not do anything except awaken the power of the wood exit. Later, Uchiha Madara received guidance from Emiya Shiera and knew that the power of the samsara is the reincarnation eye, and also knew that it only took time for the reincarnation eye to slowly awaken. Now, his eyes on reincarnation finally turned on. It was even as Emiya Shiera expected. The eye that had been blind to escape the disaster has also recovered, and even evolved into the reincarnation eye together. These two reincarnations' eyes have the power to communicate life, death, yin and yang, and also allow Uchiha Madara to communicate with a strange object called the tent-tailed body. He called his heretic golem. Under the guidance of Kuroju, Uchiha Madara used the vigorous fertility of Hashima's cells and the golem of the heretics to try to cultivate a group of Baiju to take care of his daily life. Now, Uchiha Madara wants to see the last secret on the stone tablet. The method left by the six-path immortals that can change the world and completely achieve eternal peace in the ninja world is exactly his dream of surviving. Infinite monthly reading. Uchiha Madara read all the secrets on the stone tablet and also knew all the clues of ancient times. A hint of clue finally appeared on his face. No wonder. A smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face, as if he understood something. It was only then that I realized why Lord Emiya had been reluctant to tell me the truth. It turned out that this technique was really the choice for humans to reach the worst era. I originally wanted to tell you. Kuroju spoke carefully, but he didn't care much about Uchiha Madara's repentance, and he was even playing the will of Shiera Emiya. But Lord Ihara always thinks this is the last moment of humanity's choice. After the last ninja world war was calmed by Lord Ihara, the ninja world has been peaceful until today, and your health has been bad. Do we have to delay the implementation of this plan? Cough 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 cough. It really needs to be delayed. Uchiha nodded, and in the midst of Black Jew's fear, he retorted in a deep voice, "But it is not because of the peace in the ninja world. The next ninja world war is brewing. This world is getting worse and worse. The plan of infinite moon reading must be implemented. The reason we chose to procrastinate is that I am weakening. Infinite moon reading needs to collect the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world and inject their chakra into the 10-tailed body I had accidentally communicated with before. Now my power is too weak to snatch the tailed beasts from the great ninja village. Let's go back and discuss new plans. I need to find someone who can withstand the power of the reincarnation eye to carry out the previous plan to collect tailed beasts on my behalf, and finally let him use the natural art of reincarnation to resurrect me, and I will complete the last step of infinite moon reading." After saying that, Uchiha Madara began to mock herself again. I had known that I should have been more interested in the medical skills of Emiya at that time, so I asked Emiya for some techniques that could be used to maintain the body's heyday. Ha ha ha. Heiju couldn't help but laugh with him. This cannot be said. I don't know the medical skills of Shiera Emiya. After all, when Emiya Shiera traveled around the ninja world to treat diseases, it never followed him, and I don't know if Emiya Shiera had left away. Certainly. If Heiju keeps monitoring Konoha, he will find that Emiya Shiera may have really stayed, that is, Tsunade has already developed the Yin seal. Alright. It's time for us to leave. The elderly Uchiha Madara turned around and planned to leave. His steps became heavier. Fortunately, I want to implement this plan. If it were Lord Emiya, with his temperament, I don't know when I will make up my mind for the eternal peace of this world. That's how Lord Weiwan. Heiju spoke carefully. His hoarse voice seemed to mock and miss him. When you encounter something, you always like to consider others, think that you have the ability to save the pain of the world, and in the end he will only endure everything in pain. I'm not as ruthless as him. The elderly Uchiha Madara staggered away from Konoha, and a smile appeared on the corner of her wrinkled mouth. If he was still in this world, maybe he would jump out to stop the upcoming war in the ninja world. Pity. He will never be able to appear in this world again. This world has long been gone. Chapter 74 Jiaodu, I embezzle my money, no matter how old I am, I can still take it. Facts proved. Uchiha Madara's moral level is not high. The plan for finding a successor was soon implemented. Heiju and Baiju acted together and found a descendant of the Vortex bloodline in the Rain Kingdom, and transplanted Uchiha Madara's reincarnation eye into the eyes of the child named Nagato. Certainly. Uchiha Madara is not the only one who uses the Uzumaki clan. Konoha also found a girl named Kushina Uzumaki during this period. Because the life of the previous generation of the nine-tailed Manchuriki Uzumaki Mito is about to come to an end, Konoha needs to find a new Manchuriki and seal the nine tails in the body of this Manchuriki. Koi wants my strength, right? Jiwei's body was lying in the sealed space. It already knew Konoha's plan, which made its chakra extremely unstable. Now you have used the Gyamiri Shiera and want to use me again, right? Sorry, Nine Lama. Uzumaki Mito's face was a little ashamed. Both Emiya Shiera and Nine Tails, Konoha did something wrong, and she felt guilty about breaking her promise to use 9 tails. Koi will not use your power. It was even a little difficult for Uzumaki Mito to say these words. Because this kind of words are too false. According to Konoha's reputation, no one would believe it, let alone the 9 tails who have been through thousands of years. Snort. Don't call my name. What a hypocritical face, Mito. You even need to use that guy Shiera Emiya. Joey looked at Uzumaki Mito's old image standing in the sealed space, mocking his first tyrant. Jiriki, do you think I will believe you? I heard that your Uzumaki clan is about to be destroyed, right? This is the price for your Uzumaki to believe in Konoha. Uzumaki Mito felt extremely guilty. Wakao village is heading for destruction. The Vortex tribe is all looking for a new home in dispersion. In order to use the power of the tailed beast, the ninja villages in the ninja world began to find a way from the Uzumaki clan who was best at sealing, and kept invading the Uzumaki country openly and secretly. Konoha was unable to actually help. Just as the second generation of Doujao did not expect, becoming Konoha's ally can only help Konoha, and when facing difficulties, he cannot get Konoha's positive feedback. The last time Wakao village mentioned something. Emiya Shiera once visited Uzumiya kingdom while traveling in the ninja world. She believed that the Uzumiya tribe was strong and should have taken on more responsibilities. They should move to Kusato country to live and exchange land with the weak ninja village. In this way, the Uzumaki clan can also continue to live next to his traditional ally Konoha. At that time, the Vortex clan did not want to leave his hometown and chose to refuse. The Uzumaki clan believed that staying in the Kingdom of Grass would definitely have conflicts with his allies Konoha. At that time, they chose to migrate away from the ninja world continent to avoid any conflicts with the extremely powerful distant relatives of the Kyojo clan in the ninja world continent. Now, Wakao village inevitably went to collapse. The only thing to be thankful for. When the Uzumaki village was destroyed and the Uzumaki clan became a refugee, someone finally stood up to help them. A ninja named Kakuto discovered the homeless refugees of the Uzumaki clan and believed that these Uzumaki's invaders could help. When Lord Emiya was traveling to the ninja world, I met him by chance several times. I remember he mentioned to me that the people of your Uzumaki clan have always been sincere, they are friends who can entrust their lives, and maybe they can become like-minded people with me. Now can you help me manage several orphanages I sponsor? In the past, Gyauta has never been able to communicate with Wakao village. Because he was a rebellious man from Taki Hidden Village, he thought that the arrogant Uchiki village would not be likely to pay attention to him, and ignored what Emiya Shiera said. Now that the Whirlpool tribe has lost its homeland, these wandering refugees have been homeless, let the kettle try to contact and help them. However, Kakuto soon realized the obscureness of Emiya Shiera, because the people of the Uzumaki clan should even be said to be a bit surprisingly stupid. These red-haired guys were really doing what others had entrusted to him. Fortunately, this is what Kak needs. Because it's quite difficult for Gyatota to live alone. Over the years, Kaoru has been trying hard to help some people in need, as Amiya said, but he, a ninja, is only good at killing people and making money, and never has time to pay attention to anything else, which has led to the emergence of some corruption offenders from time to time in the orphanage he sponsored. His money. The money he earned by killing people. He is even corrupt. What's it? Is it easy for him to make money? As a killer god who killed all the senior officials of Taki Hidden Village, Kaoru has no psychological concerns about killing people, and even thinks that his moral level has always been low. Gyatota usually kills the orphanage director on the spot, and then begins to recruit the next orphanage director, who continues to be greedy for money. Things will become more and more outrageous. This ninja world seems to be a bit too much. Although Kaoru has always considered himself a bad person, he has some doubts whether there is still a good person in the ninja world. What happened to these orphanage directors? Although they never paid attention to it, how dare they even embezzle the money of an S-level rebel? Isn't this bullying an honest person? Only. Even the kettle cannot understand another point. This is because he got the blame for his life and has a very long life. However, the orphanage directors did not know about this. They just based on the fact that Gyatota was wanted. They calculated that Gyatota was already very old and thought that he would not receive much money in the future, so he could be greedy for one thing. Result: the Immortal Horn has been dealing with corruption offenders. Fortunately, this is probably not the case in the ninja world. According to Kakuto's idea, the person approved by the Lord Emiya should be successful. Because Your Excellency Emiya mentioned that chakra will affect people. At least Kaoru found that these people from the Uzumaki clan were really taking care of the orphans honestly, which made his mood finally improve a lot. It seems that Lord Emiya's words were right. As for the refugees of the Vortex clan, these people from the Vortex clan were at a loss and could barely find them. The place where they settled, they gradually forgot the pain of the destruction of their hometown, and they were also trying to contact other tribesmen who were separated from all over the country. Some of our tribe members have been wandering in the Kingdom of Rain. Fuzang, our tribe, married to the Kingdom of Rain. I hope to tell her about our news. Then I just happened to go to the Rain country. The civilians in the Rain country have a hard time. They have been using the battlefield by the 3 great power ninja villages. Last time I heard that someone couldn't even buy food. While talking about his itinerary, Kaoru put the money on the table with stacks of money and said in a deep voice, "This is the funding of the orphanage. I hope you can really entrust everything as Master Emiya said." Yes. Where is this money? Murder, buy the ninja's body by the Jinchao. Kaoru is an honest man, and he does not shy away from mentioning himself. I just killed a Shangnan from IWA Hidden Village, and his body is worth 1 million taels. In addition to rescuing people in difficulties, Kaoru also went to the country of Rain to find new high-priced corpses. Compared with killing people for money, other tasks are really too troublesome. I will ask you about the woman named Fuzang. Kaedo looked at the refugees of the Vortex tribe and continued in a deep voice, if you encounter refugees from other Vortex tribes, you can also let them come. In addition to the orphanage I funded, there are also the directors of the orphanage I donated who embezzled my money and I also killed me. I don't know if there are new deans in those places. Ah! The red-haired woman present had her eyes widened in horror. Destiny seems to be fair. Perhaps out of pity for the destruction of this clan, the fate of the ninja world quietly began to be tied to these two blood descendants called Vortexes. One of the girls from the Uzumaki clan is slowly learning to become Jinchuriki in Konoha, and another orphan in the Uzumaki left behind has obtained the reincarnation eye. The situation in small countries in the ninja world is somewhat dangerous. The battles between big powers have made it increasingly difficult for small countries near them to survive, especially the situation in the Rain country where Kokdokem has become worse and worse. Iwahide village, Konoha, and Sand village use the Rain country as a battlefield, and unscrupulously perform various assassination missions here, and even often attack ordinary people. No one expected it. The Second Ninja World War broke out in the Kingdom of Rain. Even this Ninja World War is even more tragic than the previous one. Because the First Ninja World War was quelled by Emiya Shiera, more people in other ninja villages participated in the war, but this time there was no one to quell the war again. Certainly. The most unexpected thing is, the person who started this ninja war was actually Hanzo Yamakiyu, the leader of the Rain Kingdom. His strength was very strong in the ninja world and had gained the respect of countless people. He was considered to be the pinnacle of the ninja and could be compared with Shiera Emiya's status in the medical ninja. The leader of the ninja village in this small country publicly demanded that the ninja villages of the three major countries stop their activities in the Rain country, otherwise the Rain country will start war against them. This requirement? Of course, I want to get a hammer. This guy really thinks he is Shiera Emiya. Whether it is Konoha, Awaken village, or Saki village, they responded immediately, and even directly regarded Hidden village as the front battlefield of this war. Certainly. No one expected anything. The Second Ninja World War kicked off Konoha's golden age. The entire Konoha's record in the Second Ninja World War was brilliant. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade actually led Konoha's ninja to block the Yamaka fish Hanzo. The raindrops in the sky fall. Even the rain is infecting the highly poisonous mountain pepper fish. There was a diamond mark on Tsunade's forehead, and black spell energy and purple chakra were gathered on her forehead. Her fist was particularly strong and powerful on the battlefield, and her self-healing ability was also quite powerful in spell mode, making her enough to block Hanzo in this frontal battle. This is... Shanjiao fish Hanzo looked a little familiar. Does the power left to you by Lord Emiya? When Yamaka Hamasaki was young, he saw Shimura Danzo using similar powers. He also saw the psychic beast slugs beside Tsunade. No wonder during the First Ninja World War, Konoha was besieged by groups. It seems that you have gained too much from Lord Emiya. Yes. And your highly toxic antidote. Tsunade's face was full of fearlessness. She had 2 antidotes between her fingers and threw them to Orochimaru and Jiraiya behind her. I looked through the case scrolls he left behind and found some records. He had treated people who were accidentally injured by your poisonous gas. Does he know Lord Weewan? The slug started asking curiously. No one doesn't know him, right? Orochimaru's psychic beast 10,000 snakes sucked and spitted the snake core, and muttered, the old lady in our place used to be talking about that person. 10,000 snakes come from the Dragon Earth Cave. The old woman in its mouth naturally refers to the white snake immortal. Only the spiritual beast Toad Wenta of Mayama Mountain is unknown. It has only heard of it occasionally but is not very interested in the story of Shiera Emiya. The white snake is still thinking about it, Lord Weewan? The slug's voice was still cute, but full of murderous intent. We should have killed it when we met it. Hey, don't get angry at me. Wan Shi wanted to retreat in panic because it knew that its strength was not the slug's opponent, and its strength was just restrained by the slug. Silence a little. Toad Wenta quickly hoped that the 2 guys who fought together would be quiet, and said in a deep voice, it seems that we should have won now, right? At least it's a victory. Jiraiya nodded. He was supported by Orochimaru and could still drink the potion. He spoke, as long as the 3 of us can hold the Shanjiao fish Hanzo here, there will be no problem with the battlefield on the other side. It does look like this now. Orochimaru's eyes fell on Tsunade. He saw the changes in Tsunade after turning on the curse seal mode, which made his eyes a little hot, because he had been longing for powerful power. For strength. It also made him want to overcome the taboos. For example, some forbidden techniques that seal internally with Konoha leaves. The existence of these forbidden techniques may be a secret to others, and it is not a secret to Orochimaru, who is a 3rd-generation Hokage disciple. Certainly. It is very difficult to learn these forbidden techniques. These forbidden techniques are often found in the Book of Konoha's Supreme Seal, and each forbidden technique takes a long time to study theories that are penetrated. Forget it. After returning to this war, he should find a way to gain more powerful strength. His teammate Tsunade's strength has grown too fast. It seems that there is no hope of winning this war in Rainland. Yamaki Hamanzo sighed. He realized that he could not solve the 3 young people in front of him, especially Tsunade's curse seal recovery ability and medical ninja ability, allowing her to block all his attacks head-on without fear. Koba's new generation ninja. You guys have really grown up. From today, you will shine in the ninja world, so I'll give you a name before the end of the war, Konoha Sunin. Have you finally decided to give up the war? Tsunade looked at the Samsaka Hamasaki as if she was about to give up, and she felt relieved because this battle was also a huge burden to her. Because of the curse seal left to her by Shiera Emiya, she kept practicing chakra control in order to enter the curse seal mode, and also allowed her to develop a yin seal that can be used with the curse seal according to the medical ninja method. If she hadn't practiced hard enough during this period and was able to use the power of the curse seal and yin seal at the same time, it would have been impossible to block Shanjiao Hanzang on the battlefield. These forces did greatly enhance her strength, but the power that exploded in a short period of time would be exhausted. Koba's ninja. It was not me who decided to give up the war. But this war was not what I wanted to start. Yamaki Hakusaki's eyes stared at Tsunade below, calmly explaining his plan. I just want to use my strength to end the increasing battles in the ninja villages of you, like Lord Emiya during the First Ninja World War, so as to avoid the civilians of the Rain country being affected by your struggle. Tsunade already knew these things. In order to avoid the fact that the second generation of Naruto used Shiera Emiya and to avoid Konoha's disgraceful behavior during that period, Konoha rarely mentioned what happened during the First Ninja War, but other villages never shy away, and even used this to mock Konoha. As time goes by, the past has gradually subsided. However, there seemed to be a new storm in the Second Ninja World War. People like Yamao Hanzo began to frequently mention Emiya Shiera, and even hoped to quell the war like Emiya Shiera, but he failed in the end. Pity. Shanjiao Hanzo remembered the man he had met in the past and couldn't help but sigh, I don't have the power of Lord Emiya nor his prestige. That's right. People like me. How could it be compared with him? Shanjiao Hanzo shook his head regretfully, and controlled his Shanjiao psychic beast to withdraw from the battlefield. If Lord Emiya is still in the world, this world will definitely not have become like this bad thing now. Luckily he is not here. Tsunade breathed a long sigh and couldn't help but sigh, otherwise, our world looks like a ghost now, it will make him hate this era even more. Chapter 75 The Indissoluble Bond Between Orochimaru and the Crystal Coffin. Emiya Shiera. I have never liked this era. After growing up, Tsunade knew something. For example, her grandmother Uzumaki Mito mentioned that Shiera Emiya does not like this era. He always hates all wars and ninjas, hates the intrigues of ninjas, hates people's deception and concealment, and hates everything in this era. Except for her. Shiera Emiya has always liked her when she was a child. When she was a child, she yearned for becoming a medical ninja, which made her the only person who was inherited by Shiera Emiya's will. Unfortunately, Tsunade remembered his ninja experience over the years. When he grew up, he was not just a medical ninja, and he inevitably became Jeongai Mia for Konoha. One of those ninja groups Shiera hates. Even. She also became the executioner in the war. Anyone who joins the war will inevitably be stained with blood. There will always be someone who wants to kill her, and naturally she will be killed by the stronger her. Even. The power that the person gave her was also used by her to fight. No. Not necessarily. Because that person will always save the world. No matter how disliked the world, he would work hard to save the suffering people in the world, just as he always tirelessly treats the seriously injured in the war, just as he would take the initiative to stand up and calm the First Ninja War with his fame. The guy named Hanzo, Shanjiao, was right. Actually, if he is still there, this world will definitely not become so bad. Let's go. Go back and report to the village. Tsunade walked towards his teammates while frowned and wiped his palms, trying to wipe the mud and blood on his palms clean. Tsunade, use this. Orochimaru pulled off his shawl and handed it to her. Although Orochimaru didn't quite understand why Tsunade cared about her hands at this moment, he knew that Tsunade must have felt a little uncomfortable with the war. As a teammate, Orochimaru's attitude is very tolerant. Ha, how can you use your shawl? Tsunade quickly waved her hand subconsciously and rejected Orochimaru. She rubbed her palm hard and had to choose to give up, and laughed mockingly. Never mind. Anyway, I can't wipe it clean. Haha. Jiraiya's arm was still on Orochimaru's shoulders. He felt a little relaxed because of the victory. He chuckled, find a clean place and wash it clean. Is that true? Tsunade couldn't smile on her face. When she couldn't help but look up at the hazy sky of the rain country and looked at the raindrops falling from the dark clouds in the sky, she suddenly spoke a sad word. Is there any clean place in this era? Orochimaru and Jiraiya were both silent. In fact, not only is there no clean place, even the darkness and mud are everywhere. After the battle, while they were resting near the battlefield, they met 3 orphans walking into the battlefield with bread on their backs. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan. The purpose of the 3 orphans is very simple. I hope to learn ninjutsu from Jiraiya, because Jiraiya often travels in the ninja world and has left a reputation like a knight. Although they wanted to worship another ninja as their teacher, unfortunately, that ninja didn't have time to pay attention to the 3 of them. Can you still buy bread? Orochimaru glanced at the rusks in his hand, and looked at the wide bread in the orphans' backpacks with some vigilance. If you can still buy bread during this war, it doesn't look like an ordinary orphan. Ah, no. Yahiko quickly explained, hoping that the other party could understand. This is what we received from Lord Kakuta yesterday. Lord Kakuta has been distributing food. Kaedu. Yes. Nagato and Konan were not good at communicating, so he could only explain seriously by himself. Since the war in the Rain country, it should be because everyone has had a hard time. Lord Kaoru came here, and has been distributing food to refugees. He would personally send children who lost their parents to orphanages in other countries. Originally, they almost went to the orphanage as well. Even Kaoru asked them about a woman named Fuzang, and mentioned that among them, Nagato and his tribe members were alive, and asked them to wait for them to send them away after they had given them food, but Nagato refused because his friend Yahiko had the idea of wanting world peace. Okay. Kaedu also highly recognizes the stubbornness of the Uzumaki clan. Anything entrusted to the Vortex clan will be stubborn to complete, and it is not easy to persuade them. Pity. No one is a qualified teacher. End. Kakuto is very busy with work. Because he had to keep making money, he had no time to guide the 3 little ghosts to practice, and he didn't think it would be a good thing to become a ninja. Even before leaving, Kauto warned them seriously. If you become ninjas, you will die. Once you become a ninja, you will inevitably fall into a fight between ninjas. Even if he kills all the senior leaders of Taki Hidden Village, he will not be able to escape from the fight between ninjas. Pity. The three little ghosts didn't want to listen at all. They chose another person who is also famous in the ninja world. That's it. Yahiko looked at Jiraiya and explained seriously, we originally wanted to learn from Lord Kakuto, but Lord Kakuto didn't have time to pay attention to us. We didn't want to go to the orphanage, and we also wanted to be ninjas who could bring peace to the world. I couldn't help but feel a headache. What's wrong? Why did I become the alternative to the three little kids? Are these three small ghosts think they have time to take care of them? That man named Kaoru is right. Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and his temperament became more and more cold under the tempering of war. Three little ghosts like you may die on the battlefield at any time. If you become ninjas, you will be destined to die in the fight. It would be better to be sent to an orphanage by him and become an ordinary person and survive. Tsunade couldn't help but look at the long-haired boy in it. Those eyes. Jiraiya suddenly noticed the eyes of the long-haired boy, which were a pair of legendary eyes, the eyes of the legendary god Six Paths Immortals. The Eye of Reincarnation. At this moment, Jiraiya remembered something that the Big Toad Immortal once said when he first arrived at Mayama Mountain. He was carrying a burden of finding and guiding the fate of a prophetic son who could change the ninja world in the future. As Jiraiya grew up, he also began his journey in the ninja world, hoping to discover the son of prophecy mentioned by the Great Toad Immortal, but he never gained much. Now, he seemed to have found it. This child with the Rinnegan may be the legendary son of prophecy. I'll stay and take care of them. Jiraiya decided to stay and teach the three children. Because this is the fate that the Great Toad Immortal will accept sooner or later, and he even prepared for it, believing that the war should come to an end. Anyway, there should be no trouble. Jiraiya looked at his two teammates with a little embarrassed look. Yanjiao Hanzo has surrendered, and this ninja war should be about to end. But Tsunade couldn't help but frown. This is a bit reckless. Orochimaru could not understand his companion's actions, but he was always willing to respect the other party's choice, but he also had different opinions. Maybe the best choice is to let the three of them leave with the man named Kakuto, because our war is far from over. Yes. It's not just the end. It can even be said that it has just begun. With the end of the war between Konoha and Yu Hidden Village, Konoha and Sakuro officially started the war. In this battle, Haki Sakuromo became famous with his superb sword skills and the Arashi blood in his body, and strongly killed the two puppet master captains of Sakuro. Same. This also attracted greater hatred. The elder Cho of Sakai personally commanded the puppet master's army, forcing Konoha to send more troops to stop the massive invasion of Sakaikai. In order to resist the army of sand ninjas, Konoha even sent all the newly graduated students to the battlefield, including Tsunade's younger brother, Yoshiki. After Tsunade's grandmother Uzumaki Mito died after stripping the 9 tails inside her body, Tsunade was left with only one relative, Yoshiki, and she has always favored this younger brother. This is a treasure left by Grandpa. Tsunade gave his elder grandfather, Hashirama Shizumi, to his younger brother, hoping that it would bring good luck to his younger brother, and knocked him on the forehead. Why can't you become a medical ninja like your sister? I want to protect Konoha. Become a hero who protects Konoha. Yoshiki was very ambitious and waved his little fist. Sister, the medical ninja cannot become a hero who protects Konoha. Who said that? Tsunade punched him in the head. Pain. Gyeongshu covered his head and retreated aside. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru stood beside them and smiled happily. In fact, it is indeed difficult for medical ninjas to protect Konoha, but they may not be able to protect the world. Pity. The medical ninja who protects the world is a taboo in Konoha. Then please, Orochimaru. Tsunade entrusted his newly graduated brother to his friend, hoping that Orochimaru could protect his brother in this war. Unfortunately, Tsunade finally underestimated the cruelty of the war. Because Jiraiya stayed in the rain country, Tsunade and Orochimaru had to lead 2 troops to intercept the Satsuki army. Konoha paid a heavy price and finally won the war, and this price finally appeared on Tsunade. Rope tree. Tsunade's brother died in battle. Sorry, Tsunade. Orochimaru had cold sweat on his cheeks, holding the pendant of the rope tree in his hand. Tsunade entrusted his brother to him, but he failed Tsunade's trust. Tsunade ignored Orochimaru and just walked toward the direction of the rose tree's corpse in a daze, calmly uncovering the white cloth on it. Orochimaru stood outside the door, and a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. He didn't know whether it was for the death of Rose Tree or because of Rose Tree's death. He felt that things hurt his species. Life is really fragile. Die. It cannot be the end of a life. When human beings die, they will lose everything, their relatives, their friends, and all the connections they once had in this world. Tsunade stopped in the morgue of Rose Tree for a long time before she came out. She reached out and took the pendant of Rose Tree and did not blame Orochimaru. Fortunately, the war is finally over. Although more and more people died in the war, and the lives of many excellent Konoha ninjas remained on the battlefield forever, they took several years and finally had a hard time. It was difficult to win this battle against Sand Hidden. Tsunade returned to Konoha village. She lay quietly in the medical ninja room, holding the pendant left to her by the first Naruto in her hand, staring at the silhouette in the coffin. This scene. It looks a bit terrifying. However, Tsunade seemed to be not afraid of the corpse at all. She had been lying in the secret room, frosting the pendant in her hand, not knowing what she was thinking. Death is not the end of life. She has encountered more than once the death of her relatives, and her heart should no longer be so fragile. The traces of the deceased remain in the hearts of the living, and they can live forever and forever. Just as Tsunade tried hard to convince himself to give up a dangerous idea, Orochimaru, who had been worried about something wrong with her, found the secret room. He saw Tsunade lying dejectedly on a camp bed, and also saw the crystal coffin placed in the middle of the secret room. Orochimaru, is something wrong? Tsunade raised her head a little decadently, her scattered blonde hair draped between her neck. She seemed a little dissatisfied with Orochimaru walking into this secret room. Orochimaru shook his head and couldn't help but want to come over step by step, because he also knew a legend about the crystal coffin. This is that person's crystal coffin. It is said to be for medical ninjas to learn from. Tsunade sat up boredly, not hiding anything about her teammate. I just wanted to learn a certain forbidden technique here to resurrect the rope tree, but if you think about it carefully, it would be fine if you blaspheme to the dead. After all, she once saw Shiera Emiya with her own eyes. At that time, Shiera Ushi, who was reincarnated in the filthy land, like a living dead. Tsunade picked up the pendant in his hand and threw it on the crystal coffin, as if he finally let go of his grudges in his heart. Rose Tree probably won't like living like him. End. Resurrection of one person will require sacrifice of another person's life as a sacrifice. Tsunade talked about Konoha's forbidden technique and taboos without hesitation. Her eyes looked at the silhouette in the crystal coffin and suddenly started to mock herself. If I become that kind of ninja who uses any means, it will definitely disappoint him. After all, I am a medical ninja after all. During this period, she finally let go of her knot. However, Tsunade did not notice another thing. A hint of curiosity flashed slightly in Orochimaru's eyes, not curious about the crystal coffin, but about half of the corpses. Ninjas from ancient times. His teacher, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru, the village's Naruto-assisted Shimura Danzo, and his friend Tsunade, were all particularly powerful because of the power given by that person. Speak up. Tsunade asked casually while tidying up her scattered blonde hair. Are Jirei coming back soon? I should be back soon. The war between Awaken Village and ours is about to begin. Orochimaru mentioned the recent plan of the village senior management. The teacher and two Naruto consultants believe that they should take advantage of the great victory of defeating Sakai village and defeat the invading Iwahide army in one go. Whatever you want. Tsunade had long been numb to war, and she finally became like a ninja and completely accepted her fate. It's enough to wait for their orders. The war finally came to its final end. With the gathering of Konoha Sunin, Konoha finally won the victory over Iwaki village, and the entire ninja world became riddled with holes due to the Second Ninja World War. Although Jiraiya thought he had found two children, such as the Rin-Egan child, and the two students who were under the samsara, were more genius than his teacher. But Jiraiya believes that it may not be the case, and he still needs to continue his journey. I plan to travel, too. But I will treat my illness while traveling. Tsunade stood in front of Konoha's spiritual monument and remembered the stories she had heard in the past. She decided to walk again along the path Emiya Shiera walked, and began to save the world like Emiya Shiera. I will stay in the village and continue to learn more techniques. Master all the techniques in the world and know all the knowledge in the world. Orochimaru became increasingly eager for knowledge and power. Okay. It will be inconvenient for me to go out. Tsunade thought that one of the friends stayed in Konoha, and she planned to entrust her crystal coffin to Orochimaru. Leave the things in that medical secret room for you to take care of me. When the village lifts his ban on one day, it's okay to send it to the medical department. Anyway, it was just to use it as medical ninja learning materials. Orochimaru had seen the crystal coffin a long time ago. Tsunade didn't think he had to hide it from Orochimaru. What's more, it's just something that a medical ninja uses, and it should be worth it according to the fate he left to the world. Remember to wipe it clean. Tsunade ordered his friends without hesitation. Good. Orochimaru nodded with a smile and agreed to his friend. What are you talking about taking care of? Jiraiya is a little confused about their mystery language. A very precious treasure. Orochimaru shook his head and said softly, you won't be interested in that kind of treasure. So, I don't know when I will see you again next time. Jiraiya was very free and easy. He didn't ask them about their secrets and planned to leave on his own. Only Tsunade remembered that he had received the teachings of Shiera Emiya in the past. He found a sacrificed comrade in arms niece among some children who were willing to learn medical ninjutsu and took the child on the way together. Konoha Sunin. Only Orochimaru was left. When Orochimaru carefully wiped the crystal coffin in the secret room as Tsunade's instructions, a narrow light flashed through his eyes, as if he had seen some treasure. I originally wanted to find a chance to get it. I didn't expect Tsunade to choose to entrust it to me like this. Orochimaru's palm fell on the crystal coffin, stroking the trace bit by bit. He remembered the scene when he saw this crystal coffin for the first time, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, Tsunade, I have already planned to try to learn the forbidden technique that can resurrect the rope tree, but not to blaspheme the soul piece of the rope tree, but to gain more powerful power from this man. Tsunade, you, the teacher, and the curse seal on Danzo, but it's a very jealous force. For the strength. It's nothing wrong with any means. I'm just learning from the ninja I admire most, the second generation Naruto who once shamed Konoha. Chapter 76 The Story of Little Kakashi. Many of Konoha's forbidden techniques were invented by Tobirama Senju. Although the reputation of Tomomi Senju is not generally bad, Orochimaru has no moral integrity obsession. He does admire the second-generation Hokage Tomomi Senju. After all, Senju Tobirama's approach really brought power to Konoha. But it's not enough to get Emiya Shiera's body. Orochimaru also needs to find a way to obtain the art of reincarnation of the filthy land. Orochimaru secretly sneaked into the secret room where the forbidden art was sealed, but found that the filthy reincarnation technique was not in the forbidden art room. He only found an immortal technique that made him more satisfied. Unfortunately, The difficulty of learning this access control technique is quite high. Because this access control technique involves the soul that Orochimaru has never paid attention to, the research on the soul is equivalent to a brand new field, which makes Orochimaru, who thinks he is knowledgeable enough, feels a little difficult. Fortunately, Tsunade has been traveling all the time. Orochimaru thinks that he still has time. If nothing unexpected happens, the art of reincarnation in the filthy land should still be left on the seal book under the control of Naruto, and he should be able to find out the access control technique. During this period, the situation inside Konoha became a little worse. The victory of this Second Ninja World War also caused Konoha to suffer heavy losses. He once wanted to send students who had just graduated from ninja school to the battlefield. In order to improve the strength of the village, Konoha's senior management finally touched the forbidden thing like their teacher, Tomomi Senju. For example, the cells of the first Naruto Senju Hashirama. At a regular meeting of Konoha's senior executives, Shimura Danzo mentioned that they needed to use human experiments to restore the wood escape power of the first generation of Naruto. This is a blasphemy of the first generation of Lord Naruto. Sarutobi Hinazan's face was a little worried, as if he was still hesitant about this, if the people in the village knew about it. As the third generation of Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hinazan is getting older and he feels the heavy responsibility he has on his body. On the one hand, he has to consider the feelings of Konoha ninjas, and on the other hand, he has to consider the imminent threats from the outside world. Daily Kill. Have you seen this ninja war clearly yet? Shimura Danzo's face was already wrapped in bandages, holding tea in his hand, and persuaded in a deep voice, this war is not just the end. The next war may come sooner. In order to protect Konoha, we should do anything. We must find a way to get the power of the first generation of Naruto again. It is enough to keep the entire experiment process confidential. Then let it be left to Duanzang to take charge. Naruto's consultant Shimura Koharu agreed to Shimura's proposal. The matter of this experiment must be kept strictly confidential. Naruto consultant Mito Minai also did not object to this matter. But Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to their proposal, but also put forward his own bottom line: if there is a major problem with the experiment, you must stop immediately. How can human experiments be absolutely safe? Shimura Danzo took human life as a price, but he also took the opportunity to mention another thing: if we get some knowledge of that honor, it may be able to reduce casualties in the experiment. After all, he is the greatest medical ninja and the first person to use human surgery to treat. That Your Excellency's soul has long ascended to heaven. Sarutobi Hiruzen completely ignored Shimura Danzo's words. Actually, I got some news. Shimura Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hinata. He didn't believe that the old friend didn't notice it. I heard that Tsunade brought back a crystal coffin from the wet bone forest. This matter. It did not hide it from Shimura Danzo's eyes. At that time, it was just because of Tsunade's identity and she was always staring at her, worried that Tsunade's overreaction would lead to chaos in Konoha and that she had not learned it. Only after learning the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, Shimura Danzang kept putting this matter on hold. Now, Tsunade has left Konoha. During this period of vacancy, Shimura Danzo believed that this matter could be mentioned. Konoha had obtained half of the other corpse of Emiya Shiera again. Now there is only one problem left, that is, no one in Konoha has mastered the art of reincarnation of the filthy land. In order to learn the art of reincarnation in the filthy world, Shimura Danzo took away the art of reincarnation in the secret room, which is also the reason Orochimaru had not found. However, when he truly saw the difficulty of learning the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, Shimura Danzo really didn't have this confidence. Fortunately, he also knew that the real key to this art of the accessory is not the caster, but the Emiya Shiera who was resurrected by this accessory. Now, Shimura Danzo only needs someone to use this access control technique to revive Shiera Emiya. Shimura Danzo knows Konoha ninja very well. If there are still people in Konoha who can learn the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, then the person who is most likely to use this art of custody will only be able to use the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru, who is called the ninjutsu professor in the ninja world. As for Sarutobi Hirazen's use of the filthy land to let Emiya Shiera return to his current life, then the rest of things don't need him, the third generation, to worry about it. Shimura Danzo still has some experience in how to use Emiya Shiera. When Shimura Danzo accompanied Emiya Shiera to travel to the ninja world for 10 years in his youth, he knew Emiya Shiera's kindness very well. It was easy to use Emiya Shiera to do things for Konoha. He even thought he would do better than his teacher Senjo Tobirama. But Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately refused. We must not use that honor again. Sarutobi Hinata immediately objected, remembering the conflict between their companion Akito Tobira and his teacher Senjo Tobira, and remembering the humiliating past during Konoha. Say something that shouldn't be said. Shimura Danzo just didn't sit in this Naruto position. Sarutobi Hizawa is very clear about his third-generation Naruto position, but he is very nervous. He has made so much effort to restore Konoha's reputation over the years. He doesn't want to experience that past again. Those who experienced the First Ninja World War were not dead. At this time, if Konoha takes advantage of the story of Emiya Shiera and spreads it, isn't it enough for their fathers to suffer the humiliation they suffered in the Kingdom of Grass? Even if they can use Emiya Shiera to become powerful, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't even imagine what will happen in the future once Konoha's reputation is damaged again. Even if he chooses death like his teacher, Tobira, he cannot restore Konoha's reputation. Both generations of Naruto of Konoha used saints like Shiera, especially after he took office. He mentioned to other ninja villages that he would no longer use the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. Once he violated this promise, will anyone believe in Konoha's credibility? Rizan, but you should also know. Shimura Danzo also put forward his own opinions. His eyes were staring at Sarutobi Hinazo and talked about the most concerned issue of Sarutobi Hinazo. If we can use that honor again, it means that more people in the village will survive in the future. Danzang. Sarutobi Hinako angrily rejected Shimura Danzo, thinking that this friend of many years was really unable to understand the key points. Do you want the next generation in the village to think that you are not as humiliated as our companion, Takasuke? At the beginning, The accusation of taking the wind from the autumn road is still in my ears. How come this guy, Shimura Danzo, dared to mention the old things again? As the third generation of Naruto, Sarutobi Hinesan gradually realized the importance of a good reputation during this period. It can bring more entrusted tasks to Konoha in the peace era and obtain a better diplomatic environment in the war era. This is difficult to obtain with money and strength. No one in Konoha is allowed to practice the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. This is from the ban on Naruto. Anyone who violates the ban will be sentenced to severe punishment. Sarutobi Hinata was worried that Shimura Danzo would still refuse to give up, so he immediately issued a ban on Naruto, forcing Shimura Danzo to take advantage of loopholes in this matter. Sunkill. Shimura Danzo wanted to persuade him a few more words. Give up those unrealistic ideas immediately. Sarutobi Hinazan's face turned ugly and he shouted in a deep voice, I know better than you what the consequences will bring about using the access control technique to resurrect that adult. You have been dealing with the intelligence work in the village for a while, but for the sake of interests, your vision has become a bit narrow, so you don't understand how important Konoha's reputation is to us. No one is allowed to touch the access control technique. It is absolutely not allowed to contact the crystal coffin in the medical secret room. Sarutobi Hiruzan's attitude was particularly strict, and there was no sign of weakness in this matter. Shimura Danzo's face became particularly ugly. He had never suffered such embarrassing accusations, but just picked up the ninja knife and wanted to leave. Rizan, you will regret it. Danzo, I am Hokage. After Sarutobi Hiruzan finished speaking, he stared at Danzo Shimura's back tightly, hoping that Naruto's will can be implemented in the heart of this old friend. Any Konoha ninja must abide by the absolute ban issued by Naruto. Those who violate the ban will be punished severely, even Naruto assists are no exception. Bang! Shimura Danzo closed the door to the conference room heavily. The two Naruto consultants watched their old friends quarrel over this matter and couldn't help but look at each other, but they were also a little unable to tell the right or wrong about the matter. On the one hand, naturally, Emiyashi-era's influence is fading. On the other hand, it is also Shimura Danzo's proposal that is beneficial to Konoha. If Konoha can keep the matter of Emiyashi-era secret, she can use Emiyashi-era's power to enhance Konoha's combat power in the future. As for provoking accusations and sieges from other ninja villages, Konoha seems to be in a hostile state with other great power ninja villages. Especially the former ally Union Village. Even Union Village tried to abduct Konoha's second nine-tailed man Kuriki some time ago, and the former alliance had long been broken. Snort. After Shimura Danzo left the Naruto, he looked back coldly and chose another direction. It's just a pity. Because Sarutobi Hinasar is the most likely to learn to be reincarnated in the filthy land. Shimura Danzo just thought for a while and then remembered the young man who was very interested in any technique and knowledge. If Naruto's disciples used this art of reincarnation to resurrect Shiera Emiya, then he would not be blamed. Just so. That crystal coffin. It was always the other party who was taking care of it. The idea of Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru hit it off. Because Shimura Danzo held the magic scroll of the filthy reincarnation in his hand, Orochimaru took the crystal coffin of Emiya Shiera in his hand. The rest of the time was just waiting for Orochimaru to slowly learn this magic method of the filthy reincarnation. Just so. The two of them also colluded with each other. For example, in the human transplantation experiment of Hashimara cell, the large-scale death of the experimental subject attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hinashen. He ordered the plan to stop, but Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru colluded with each other and chose to continue the experiment. The focus is still on the reincarnation of the filthy land. For Shimura Danzo, he believed that as long as he had given priority to complete the reincarnation of the filthy land and obtained the Emiya Shiera, other problems would be easier to solve. What a pity! I have never seen that honor before. Orochimaru was very interested in Shimura Danzo's enthusiasm, and seemed to not quite understand why Shimura Danzo was very interested in him and Tsunade. Snort. Shimura Danzo is getting older and his temperament is becoming more and more extreme. He only has one sentence left in his evaluation of Emiya Shiera, a person who is very easy to use. Certainly. Konoha will definitely not think so. For example, in a small family in Konoha, there was a little guy who grew up curiously asking his father about the story about Emiya Shiera that he heard every day before going to bed. Have there really been such a perfect person in the world? Of course it existed. Hashiki Shuomo's lips chuckled, and there were wrinkles on his lips, which made him look a little older. Tell me a secret that I can't tell. I've seen such a perfect person with my own eyes. Dad wants to lie again. Little Kakashi wanted to hide in the quilt like a little adult, and unhappily reminded, I'm not a 2 or 3-year-old child, I'm a person who has been dead for more than 1,000 years. Ha 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 ha. Haki Shuomo patted his little head and said another thing with a chuckling, Dad is going out, maybe. Do you want to perform a mission? Can I take good care of myself? Little Kakashi quickly signaled that he could do it. I will come back as soon as possible. Haki Shuomo patted Kakashi's head and helped his son turn off the lights. The whole room fell into darkness at this moment. Next moment, a light appeared in the darkness. A splash of lightning appeared on Hashiki Sakumo's fingertips. The lightning was gentle like water without a trace of sound, illuminating the road like a flashlight, allowing Shikiki Shuomo to slowly walk out of the dark room. Does Lan die? Little Kakashi sneaked out of the quilt and watched his father leave his room. He already knew that it was Ian's blood release limit. In the future, he could practice hard and awaken that power in his body. However, this little guy would never have thought of it. The journey of Hashiki Shuomo's mission was full of thorns, so when his father returned, the warm family, which was already half missing, underwent drastic changes. Chapter 77: A Promise That Can Never Be Realized Again. Protect Konoha and protect companions. These two things should have been the existence of the same concept. However, when these two things finally clash one day, how should ninjas in the village choose? Everyone will have different ideas. If we follow the will of the first Naruto, we should do whatever it takes to protect Konoha, but Haki Sakumo is a man who is good at thinking, and he believes that the lives of his companions should be more important than missions. If even your companions don't cherish them, that will make the ninja truly degenerate into a tool. The world seems to be strange forever. Small card Cassie has tried to think like an adult. Even such a mature little guy doesn't quite understand why his father just took a mission some time ago and saved his friend who was on the mission together. He fell from a war hero and a candidate for Naruto to a waste that everyone blamed. Even the rescued person is also blaming his father. But my father was unable to make any excuses about these things. Because some people say that his father violated the ninja rules and caused Konoha to suffer huge losses of interests, he should resolutely carry out the tasks in the village, rather than act privately on his will. This made little Kakashi a little difficult to understand. However, Kakashi still respects his father very much. When everyone blames him, he still stays by his father like a well-behaved and sensible child, because his father is still a hero in his heart. But Hashiki Sakuroshi gradually became quiet and simple. He even focused all his energy on accompanying his son. When Kakashi passed the ninja school entrance examination, a long-lost smile appeared on Haki Shuomo's face, which made Kakashi finally feel a little happy. Until late at night, little Kakashi suddenly realized that his father seemed a little strange. He always said something to himself in the middle of the night, holding the short knife that once made him famous. Old Master Emiya. That would be great if you're still there. Shiki Shiriki always remembers the man he met when he was a teenager, because humans always hope to get guidance from the people they admire when they are weak. No matter how powerful human beings become, they will always encounter this confusion. They will always need to hope that stronger people can point out the way. I always feel that the village is on an abnormal path. If a person watches his companion die in order to protect Konoha, what is Konoha protecting? If the interests of the village were sacrificed to protect their companions, then Konoha suffered significant losses and violated the original intention of protecting Konoha. If the interests of the village are used to measure whether the companion is protected, then the life of the companion should become a possible trading tool. However, everyone in Konoha has recognized the will of sacrificing all costs for Konoha. This will has become a conventional rule, but he has broken this rule and become an alien among ninjas. Dad! Little Kakashi rushed over and hugged his arm in fear. He looked at the short knife in his father's hand, and the child seemed to be able to feel his father's lifelessness. I'm a little scared. Then, can I stay by Kakashi's side? Haki Shuashi gently stroked little Kakashi's head. Little Kakashi nodded quickly. In the little guy's room, the father and son finally began to mention the conversation about this period, but they discussed this issue at this time. Dad is sad about what's happening recently. Yes. But I don't think my dad did anything wrong. Little Kakashi held his father's arm and muttered in a low voice, "If even his companions don't cherish them, then what else can I cherish? You are too young, Kakashi." Shikishi Shiriki smiled and didn't plan to talk too much about these topics with his son, but he picked up the bedtime story beside the bed and planned to coax his son to sleep. "Dad, have you really met Lord Emilia Shiera?" Little Kakashi held down the picture books of those bedtime stories and wanted to use his own way to make his father happy. He seemed to believe that his father had actually met Shiera Amiri. "I remember what his father said, what kind of person is he?" Shikiki Shuomo chuckled and talked about the person he met in his teenager. "He is always very busy at work, always cherishes his time very much, and rarely willing to talk to anyone around him, so many people think he is a proud person. But he has never been arrogant. He always treats everyone equally. He will always be doing one thing for his life, that is, to work hard to save every life in his eyes, just like a god who warms and loves the world." The reason why he chose to become a medical ninja is because he no longer wants anyone to suffer the pain of losing a loved one. When Haki Shuomo said this, his heart burst out, and his palm touched his son's head and he couldn't help but pause slightly, because he remembered what the man once said, the pain of losing a relative could not be ignored, even that man. After Kakashi's mother died, even Hashiki Sakuroshi was unable to support it. The man looked at his well-behaved and arrogant son and was a little afraid to think about how much blow his son would suffer after losing his father. However, Haki Shuomo was always with his son, and he also saw another point. Someone was also attacking his son for his damage to Konoha's interests, causing his son Kakashi to be criticized in the village. This son. I am also accompanying myself through this question. However, it's this one, the son's love for his father. It made Haki Shuomo feel a little reluctant to continue to accompany him in the village to continue to be questioned. Perhaps only death can help all this? But he couldn't tell his son. The next afternoon, little Kakashi returned home. When this little guy pushed open the door, he saw his father lying in a pool of blood. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Obviously, I have been with my father. Obviously, I have always supported my father. Why did he choose to die because of this? However, Haki Shuomo's death did not seem to wash away his shame. Not many people came to attend his funeral, and some even accused him of harming the interests of the village. Fortunately, those who came to attend the funeral were of great importance. At least Konoha Sunin, who once respected Haki Sakuromo, came to attend the funeral, and even this funeral became a rare gathering for them. I thought you wouldn't come back. Orochimaru was a little surprised when he saw Tsunade coming back. How could it not come back? Tsunade looked at Haki Sakumo's photo with some dissatisfaction, and his face was very dissatisfied with it. I heard that someone accuses Haki Senior of violating the rules of ninjas. When is it not the rules of ninjas to protect his companions? As a friend of Haki Sakumo for many years, Tsunade did not think Haki Sakumo was wrong, because she would make the same choice if she was in the same position. What bullshit rules? Tsunade remembered the rumors in the village and couldn't help but scold. I don't believe there is any bullshit task, which is more important than the lives of you and Jiraiya. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Tsunade saw the smile on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, and she was in a bad mood and cursed, Orochimaru, don't you think that what the idiots in the village are right? When we were fighting with IWA Hidden Village, in order to get rid of Jiraiya's burden, you still wanted to kill Jiraiya. This is a past event. During the Second Ninja World War, the three of them were surrounded by IWA Hidden Village, and were seriously injured and unable to escape for a while. At that time, Tsunade was still trying hard to save Jiraiya's life, but Orochimaru advocated killing Jiraiya and chose to retreat. If reinforcements were not waiting for the end, Tsunade and Orochimaru might have a conflict. But this is the ninja's code. Jiraiya stood beside them and couldn't help but sigh. At that time, if we hadn't waited for reinforcements, Orochimaru's idea was not a mistake, or even the best choice. Even if he killed me at that time, I would agree with his approach, and I wouldn't agree with your approach to protect me at that time. Get out of here! Tsunade's face was obviously very angry. Jiraiya ran away in a mess. Orochimaru was still standing stubbornly, even smiling, as if he didn't care about his former behavior at all. He just looked at Tsunade quietly. Sir Tsunade, please calm down. Shizune, who was standing next to Tsunade, quickly persuaded him in a low voice. The village has completely changed. Tsunade took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. She remembered the communication between her grandfather's first-generation Naruto and Shiera Amiri. When the rules and regulations in the village become a place that can even sacrifice the lives of the companions for the benefit of the village, the will of the grandfather left behind has been distorted by the people in the village. That person mentioned it to my grandfather. This was originally a two-way question. If the senior management in the village thinks that the life of the ninja in the village is more important and gives up the interests of the village for the lives of his companions, he should be praised rather than blamed by the senior management of the village, because this will form a two-way rush. The ninjas in the village will also complete the tasks assigned by the village without hesitation because the top leaders attach importance to their lives. The top leaders will also make the village better and better because the ninjas in the village will spare their lives to protect the interests of the village. Ninjas are not afraid of sacrifice. They will protect each other's companions. Because of the existence of companions, there will be no meaningless sacrifice. The village is not afraid of damage to interests. Because there will always be ninjas who understand that they are born in a village worthy of protection, and people are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the village without fear. But when the senior management in the village thinks that the interests of the village are better than everything, there will be no cost for the interests of the village, and even sacrifice the lives of companions for this. The relationship between the ninja and the village, which should be close to each other, will become mutually exclusive. At this time, someone will awaken like Senior Haki Sakuroshi. Little devil! Your father is not wrong. The only thing that is wrong is this unrecognizable Konoha. Tsunade glanced at the short figure standing in front of the tombstone and said coldly, "Don't blame your father for being cowardly. What's wrong is this era that people don't like. Practice the landun created by awakening your father and implement the will left by your father." Little Kakashi was a little silent. "Are you leaving?" When Orochimaru saw Tsunade's figure who was about to leave, he seemed to feel a little reluctant and somewhat expectantly complicated. "Tsunade, the situation in the ninja world is not very good now." Ninja World War. Maybe it's going to start again. So what? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with inattentive expression, and her voice echoed in Orochimaru's ears with a little coldness, "This village with twisted hearts is no longer necessary to stay. I hate Konoha now more than ever." After saying that, Tsunade seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Orochimaru, if you have done the 4th generation, let's change all this, maybe I will come back at that time." Good. A smile finally appeared on Orochimaru's face. In this era, Konoha, the entire Konoha believes that Orochimaru, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, has become the only Naruto candidate. Orochimaru knew that what he was doing might arouse the disgust of his former friends, but he believed that as long as he hid his darkness, just like his teacher, the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutoki Hinaru, he could still return his former friends. Unfortunately, this agreement will never be realized again. When the 3rd Ninja World War was completely over, many children grew up in the war, and many people were still immersed in the sorrow of their own loss of relatives. Even Konoha was not at peace after the war, and the outbreak of the Nine-Tail Rebellion made more people lose their relatives. But all of these have nothing to do with Orochimaru. Whether it is Konoha's Naruto position or those illusory powers, it is far less important to him than his own eternal life. Only when he lives is meaningful. In order to achieve eternal life, Orochimaru will do whatever it takes. When Orochimaru's human experiment hidden in the darkness of Konoha was finally discovered by his teacher Sarutobi Hinata, he decided to cut off all the bonds in the past and left Konoha and became a rebel ninja. He gave up his agreement with Tsunade and took away the crystal coffin left by Tsunade in Konoha. Koi calendar 55 years. When Orochimaru defected to Konoha for several years, the last crystal coffin ushered in its destiny since its birth. Compared with the tragic stories of its masters in the underworld that have witnessed in thousands of years, everything that has happened in decades is so insignificant. Chapter 78 The Life Letter of Shiera Emiya to the World. The country of Sichuan. In the gloomy underground fortress, a long row of candles illuminated the corridor. A long-haired man in a black robe of auspicious clouds stretched out his pale palm and stroked a candlelight beside the corridor. An evil smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Rumble. A vibration came from the ground. A secret room slowly opened in front of the long-haired man. The situation in this secret room is a bit weird and looks a bit extravagant, because there is a delicate and gorgeous crystal coffin placed in the middle of the secret room. Half of the corpse was stored in the crystal coffin. If you observe through the transparent crystal coffin, you can even clearly see the human organs of the corpse, which look like human specimens to learn medical treatment. A young man wearing a hood stood in front of the crystal coffin. The young man wore glasses and admired the crystal coffin in front of him, his eyes full of indulgence, as if this crystal coffin was extremely exquisite in his eyes, so that he was still a little unsatisfied when he heard the door of the secret room open. Do. The long-haired man walked into the secret room, his smile became a little pleasant, and he slowly said, "Hello, it seems that you like my collection very much." Orochimaru. The young man turned around and lowered his head respectfully to apologize. "Sorry, Lord Orochimaru, I was a little fascinated just now." The young man is called Pharmacist Dog. As Orochimaru's subordinate, Pharmacist Dora knows his boss. This adult was very tolerant of his subordinates and did not care about the offense and usurpation of his subordinates. It would be enough to complete the orders he issued. This does not mean that Orochimaru is a kind person. As an S-level rebel ninja who is famous in the ninja world, Orochimaru's standard for measuring his subordinates is like treating tools that can be used or discarded at any time. Orochimaru only cares whether the other party is useful. If the other party is useless, Orochimaru will make the other party an experimental material and make the other party useful as much as possible. If it is useless, it will be more useful in the next life. If the other party is very useful, Orochimaru's attitude will be particularly lenient, and even as warm as his own children. He is always such a person. Okay, Do. Orochimaru was very generous to treat the very useful pharmacist Dora, and even chuckled and took the initiative to help the other party explain, "I can understand your obsession. After all, this is the first human specimen that appeared in the ninja world. The first medical ninja to appear in the ninja world, the first medical research human specimen was born from using his own body as the material for making it. We can even see this 1,000-year-old ninja through half of the body in the crystal coffin. What a great idea was before his death." Orochimaru slowly approached the crystal coffin in front of him, with a hint of obsession in his eyes. "Even for me, every time I see this precious collection, I will be amazed at this masterpiece that has been passed down for thousands of years, let alone you medical ninjas. In the eyes of you medical ninjas, maybe this man's status can be comparable to that of the six-path immortals." Yes. Pharmacist Deo stood beside Orochimaru, staring at half of the corpse in the crystal coffin with a burning look, and told the story he had heard since he was a child. Amiya Shiera, the first to pioneer the concept of medical ninja. The first medical ninjutsu system that spans thousands of years is developed. Legendary, his medical skills are superb. Pharmacist Do stared at the crystal coffin and couldn't help but slowly move forward. In his hands, no matter what serious illness it is, it can be cured. Legendary, his character is noble. In his hands, there are more cured patients than a country. And at the last moment of his life, in order to break the prejudice of surgical dissection and treatment of diseases, and to make it easier for later generations to learn medical skills, he asked his friend to divide his body into two and make two human specimens sealed with crystal coffins. What a great person! Pharmacist Do stretched out his hand and stroked the lines on the crystal coffin, and said the first time he heard the orphanage director who adopted him often said, "Medical ninja is to endure the pain that people cannot bear and to save the world who are born in pain." It is precisely because of Emiya Shiera's noble definition of medical ninjas that the ninjas are willing to protect medical ninjas while fighting. Even in the bloody and cruel ninja war in the ninja world, everyone is unwilling to kill the medical ninjas in the enemy village. Pharmacist Do felt a little ashamed after saying this. "In fact, I am good at medical ninjutsu, and I am even better at it than most people in the ninja world, but my character seems to be nobility at all." However, Pharmacist's guilt was just fleeting. In such a confused ninja world, everyone has no other choice but to fight and grab profits. Even Tsunade Hime, who is known as the most skilled medical skills, dare not say that she is noble, let alone an ordinary medical ninja like herself. Speak. I never thought about it. There is actually a crystal coffin in Lord Orochimaru's hand. Pharmacist remembered the legend about two crystal coffins and asked about its origin. It is said that the whereabouts of these medical ninjas dream of the whereabouts of these crystal coffins were unknown a long time ago. One of them was in the hands of the second generation of Naruto Senju Tobima, but it later triggered the first ninja war. Fortunately, the people in the crystal coffin calmed the war. Yes. I'm also curious about the existence of that crystal coffin. It's a pity that I was born too late and I could only get this bottle. Orochimaru shook his head, and a look of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. This crystal coffin has been sealed in the wet bone forest of slugs, and later it was handed over to Tsunade by the slug. I see. Pharmacist Do suddenly realized. The psychic beast that is best at medical treatment in the ninja world is the owner of the wet bone forest. The first medical ninja in the ninja world back then would definitely get the slug's psychic contract, and before he died, he left a specimen of his body to his partner. The noble character of Emiya Shiera will definitely entrust the slug to hand over the body specimens to the future genius who is good at medical ninjutsu. There is no doubt. The most powerful medical ninja today is Tsunade. Since Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were both Konoha Sunin, Pharmacist Dora also knew some news about Tsunade. Tsunade and the slugs in the corpse forest had long signed a psychic contract and relied on the power of the slugs to shine in the war. Sir Tsunade. Pharmacist Deo understood this and also recognized Tsunade's medical skills very much. If it were Master Tsunade, it was indeed worth entrusting this collection. Hee. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, and he slowly shook his head and said, "This collection is not helpful to Tsunade, it just makes her even more depressed." For Tsunade. This crystal coffin shouldn't actually appear. Orochimaru sighed and said helplessly, because Tsunade, when he was a child, had seen the real Shiera Emiya and had also received his teachings. Seeing two amazing humans will always make people lose themselves. Tsunade was already lost. The pharmacist's eyes became particularly complicated. Second generation Naruto, Tobirama Senju. That ninja who is best at developing dangerous forbidden techniques in the ninja world. After the last battle between the first Naruto and his old rival Uchiha Madara ended, the first Naruto Shizumura defeated his destiny opponent Uchiha Madara, but he was also severely damaged by the lifespan. Orochimaru reached out and pressed his hand on the crystal coffin, and took the initiative to reveal the secret. In order to cure the first generation of Naruto, the second generation of Naruto used a forbidden technique called the reincarnation of the filthy land and half of the other body to resurrect the greatest medical ninja. That battle. It is also the biggest crisis since the founding of Konoha village. The first Naruto Uchiha Hashirama defeated his friend and opponent Uchiha Madara, and he was also seriously injured at that time. Injury, no one can even cure it. In order to treat his brother, the second generation Naruto Tobirama broke the precious crystal coffin and used forbidden artifacts and half of the body to resurrect the 1000-year-old Shiera Emiya. Tsunade has mentioned it more than once. Actually, she met Shiera Amiri when she was a child. Maybe it can be said that I may have seen each other before. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and he remembered the back reflected in the afterglow of the sunset he saw in his childhood. That person must be him. This is really... Pharmacist Do's tone was mixed with a hint of jealous envy, and she sighed. It's an enviable past to be able to see the first medical ninja in the ninja world. Yes. Orochimaru glanced at the pharmacist Dora with satisfaction and continued, but there is no need to be envious of this, because we also have the opportunity to meet today. Tsunade got this crystal coffin from the slug's hands. When she left Konoha, she left this crystal coffin in Konoha. Before leaving Konoha, I took away this precious collection. Orochimaru's fingers poked out, stroked the lines on the crystal coffin, and praised softly, Emiya Shiera, you are such an amazing human being. Even after 1,000 years, you can feel how smart his mind is. His knowledge is useful today. Do you say? Pharmacist Do's eyes immediately stopped on the gorgeous lines on the crystal coffin, pushed the glasses on his nose, and became curious about the mystery contained in the crystal coffin. Is there any secret to the patterns on it? Yes. Emiya Shiera left a lot of wonderful ideas. It's a pity that Tsunade did not discover the secret left by the big man who had guided her. I discovered it when I planned to dissect the other person's body. Orochimaru seemed very happy with the attitude of pharmacist Dora, and was not hesitant to share the secret that spanned thousands of years. If you understand the structure of the human body well, under the light that is enough for surgery, you will find the code carved with patterns on the crystal coffin. This code is the suicide note left by Shiera Emiya to the medical ninja in this world. Chapter 79 The Second Resurrection. Click. The entire secret room was shining brightly. Orochimaru turned on the maximum light in the secret room. This is what he often uses when performing human experiments and dissections. The light illuminates the crystal coffin, and the blood vessels in the corpse in the crystal coffin become transparent under the light. These transparent and exquisite patterns on the crystal coffin gather together, and a thrilling beauty appears, and the text on it can be clearly seen. These words. It has been passed down to people in later generations after 1,000 years. These words are so beautiful that they can allow future generations to see through them what was happening to their ancestors thousands of years ago. People from later generations. When you see this suicide note, I believe you should reach the end of the road of human body research. It seems that you are going to touch the realm of death. My story may only be for your reference. While reading Emiya Shiera's suicide note, Orochimaru nodded slightly proudly, because he believed that he was indeed about to reach the end of the road of human body research, and he was indeed about to start touching the realm of death. The psychic technique. This is an ordinary technique to summon psychic beasts. However, based on this technique, I have derived an unusual guess. The psychic technique can summon ninja beasts containing chakra energy in the strange space through the psychic blood contract. Humans have souls. The human soul also contains chakra. Orochimaru's fingers stroked the wind and interpreted the secret above. He spoke extremely slowly. Can we use the psychic technique to summon human souls in the underworld to resurrect the dead and rescue the world who was heartbroken because of the death of his relatives? Pharmacist Do is very smart. This young man who wears glasses like a scholar on weekdays remembered the story Orochimaru had just told about the second-generation Naruto resurrecting Shiera Emiya. So, the second generation of Naruto has developed the technique to resurrect the dead. More than that, this secret is more shocking than you think. The smile on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth became more and more intense, and he admired the shock that pharmacist Deo was greatly shocked. Do you want to explain this secret personally? Deo. Pharmacist hesitated for a while. Although pharmacist Do highly recognizes that the more secrets he knows, the more dangerous he becomes, the more curious he feels, when facing the secrets passed down for thousands of years. Certainly. The most important thing is, when Orochimaru ordered Pharmacist to come to this underground fortress to meet, he also asked Pharmacist to capture a ninja as experimental material. Pharmacist Do slowly stretched out his fingers. As Orochimaru's experimental assistant, Pharmacist Dora is very familiar with the structure of the human body, and he also easily read out the secrets hidden in the lines on the crystal coffin. In order to be able to communicate with the underworld, Pharmacist Dog read the first sentence. Can his heart stop? The residents trembled. I got the body of the 6 paths of immortals. Do. Isn't it shocking? Orochimaru smiled happily and ordered his men to continue revealing the secret. Continue reading, the following content will make you feel more shocking. Yes. Pharmacist Do's fingers pressed the lines, and the curiosity in his heart also drove him to read continuously, and his mood became more and more shocking just as Orochimaru said. I took off the eyes of the 6 paths of immortals. Transplant those reincarnation eyes that can communicate yin and yang on my body. These eyes contain the ability to change life and death. Because Pharmacist Do's fingers stopped and his pupils involuntarily expanded because he couldn't believe the information he had read. Later, in order to make up for the huge mistake I made, I really resurrected some dead people. Do you still want to continue? Orochimaru looked at the pharmacist who was afraid to move with a smile. He was not very interested in the text behind him, but he was willing to satisfy his subordinate's curiosity. Although I don't like the content behind him, and I even knew about it for a long time, but you might like it. Pharmacist Do couldn't suppress his curiosity, and his fingers stroked the lines of the crystal coffin little by little and reached the end, interpreting the last content. Resurrection from the dead. It takes a price. My life also went to death because of this resurrection. Being patient with the unbearable pain of the world and saving the suffering world is indeed the end point I want to reach. Pharmacist Dark's eyes gradually became complicated, and the shock on his face slowly calmed down. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Lord Emiyashiera would be considered the greatest medical ninja. What a respectable fool! A trace of mockery flashed across Orochimaru's face. He even remembered the attitude of the White Snake Immortal towards Emiyashiera, and said coldly, Emiyashiera didn't have to sacrifice, because those people should have died. He used the power of the gods to resurrect those who should not have saved. As a human who pursues immortality, Orochimaru did not agree with Emiyashiera's ideal at all, because their ideas were completely opposite. Emiyashiera is indeed great. However, this does not prevent Orochimaru from trying to take advantage of the other party. I want to resurrect Shiera Emiya. Orochimaru looked at the half of the body in the crystal coffin and expressed his thoughts, using the art of reincarnation in the filthy land and this half of the body to resurrect this medical ninja who died 1,000 years ago. Is there any physical problems with Lord Orochimaru? Pharmacist Deo was not dissatisfied with Orochimaru's plan because he didn't care about anything, but was just curious about Orochimaru's motives. Or, for the secret of the Kangkong Eye. So smart! Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. It's both. First, it is indeed my curiosity about the Kangkong Eye. Because I joined this mysterious organization, I have seen the power of the reincarnation eye. If I want to get the reincarnation eyes of the leader of this organization, my strength is not enough to compete with him. I must know more about the reincarnation eyes. After Orochimaru said this, his face suddenly became gloomy. Secondly, there was indeed a small problem in my body. No. It's not just a small problem, but a fatal problem. Orochimaru discovered his weakness in wanting to achieve immortality. At that time, an eternal life forbidden technique called the reincarnation of the Orochimaru Konoha secret room was discovered. It not only enables eternal life, but also allows oneself to seize the power of others. However, he constantly uses his reincarnation to invade other people's bodies, resulting in his soul being too fragile, which is a problem he needs to find a way to solve. This kind of soul problem is definitely not something that ordinary medical ninjas can solve, and even Tsunade is unlikely to solve it. Only some people who are proficient in soul research. It's really a coincidence. In Emiyashiera's suicide note, there are information that Orochimaru is concerned about. Emiyashiera has studied the issue of soul and has also been exposed to the 6 paths of Immortal's reincarnation eye. The research directions of this medical ninja are very consistent with Orochimaru's requirements. The only troublesome place. Perhaps it was that Emiyashiera was a real good person, and even quelled the first war in the ninja world. This person may not be able to accept Orochimaru's behavior of treating human life as a tool. Orochimaru was very confident about this. Because Orochimaru believed that he would definitely be able to use the other party. After all, even idiot allies like Shimura Danzo thought that he could use Emiya Shiera, an old antique that has been dead for thousands of years. It's still a fool who willingly sacrifices to save people. Orochimaru felt that Emiya Shiera was a bit ridiculous when he thought of this. If I can't turn Emiya Shiera into a tool I control, I'm really sorry for my great reputation in the ninja world over the years. Let's get started. Orochimaru's palm slapped heavily on the crystal coffin. Click. The sound of the crystal coffin breaking is heartbreaking. Because there is only this crystal coffin left in the entire ninja world. Especially as a medical ninja, the regret on her face is almost endless. After all, this crystal coffin is a holy object of faith for medical ninjas. After Orochimaru opened the crystal coffin, he watched it as soon as possible. He inspected Shiera Emiya's eyes and was eager to keep the reincarnation eye of the six paths immortal in his eyes. But Orochimaru was disappointed after all. Because there was a hole in Emiya Shiera's eyes. Thousands of years ago, the person who dealt with the body of Emiya Shiera might have taken away the power of the Sakura Eye for his own use, or perhaps he thought that the Sakura Eye had killed such a great medical ninja and secretly took off the Sakura Eye from the body of Emiya Shiera. What a pity! Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Orochimaru. Pharmacist Dori turned a blind eye to Orochimaru's regret, and just dragged out a strongly tied sand ninja from the corner. This is the experimental material you want. The art of reincarnation in the filthy land requires not much material. There are only two kinds of materials that really need to be used. First, there is a sufficient number of dead bodies, as a medium, enough souls to summon to the underworld. Second, it is a living person as a container of sacrifice. The stronger the vitality of a living person, the more chakras, the stronger the strength of the people born from the filthy land. Orochimaru has limited conditions. Because Akatsuki's internal surveillance is very strict. When Orochimaru had not officially left the Akatsuki organization, it was not easy to find an opportunity to act alone, so he tried his best to send off his partner. Orochimaru delegated the matter to the pharmacist Dora. Pharmacist was in a hurry and could only grab a zongnin from the sand village as the sacrificial container used for resurrection. This was the best material he could provide. But what? This chakra of the Chunin is enough. In fact, this is Orochimaru's second use of the filthy land to reincarnate. According to Orochimaru's judgment, the resurrection of Emiya Shiera only uses one Chunin as the material for resurrection, which is enough to allow the other party to retain a certain amount of mind. Pharmacist Dora maintained a certain respect for Shiera Emiya and carefully arranged half of the exposed organs neatly before relocating the zongnin from the Sakai village. The Chunin of the sand village looked at half of the corpse beside him with horror, which scared him to tears. How could there be half of the corpse here? SHH. Pharmacist Takara raised the corner of his mouth and smiled to soothe the other person's emotions. Please keep quiet. As a container for the resurrection of Lord Amiya Shiera, it is a respectable thing for us, because the medical ninjutsu he created must have saved your life. The Chunin in the sand village tried hard to struggle. However, Orochimaru never cared about life outside of himself. Do. Get out of the way. Orochimaru ordered the pharmacist to leave the scope of the technique. He slowly completed the seal of the filthy reincarnation technique and slapped his palms heavily on the ground. The method of forbearance, the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. A cruel and smug smile flashed across Orochimaru's mouth. With the activation of the technique, a painted black curse barrier suddenly formed on the ground, and half of the remains in the barrier slowly turned into dust and fluttered. It should be successful. A hint of hesitation flashed across Pharmacist Do's face. If this technique fails, the traces of the greatest medical ninja left in the ninja world will completely disappear, which is too regrettable. It will succeed. Amiya Shiera's soul must be in the underworld. Orochimaru's tongue poked out like a snake core and licked the corner of his mouth, grinning and sneering. The second generation of Naruto acted by any means. After using Shiera Amiya, for the sake of Konoha's reputation, he was forced to return to the underworld to rest in peace. Dust floated up. Countless dust fell on the sand ninja. Compared with the second generation Naruto Senjutsu Baima, Orochimaru's technique is more complete, because he really hopes to obtain the power of the reincarnated person in the filthy world, and he can even barely allow the power of the reincarnated person to span some time rather than the time of death. The dust in the secret room was flying. The body of the filthy land slowly transforms in the dust. Until the end. The dust gradually dissipated. The man from the filthy land gradually revealed his true appearance. Has it succeeded? Pharmacist Do looked at the figure of the man from the filthy land nervously. It's successful. Orochimaru nodded, calling out with some expectation in his eyes, "It's time to wake up, Lord Shiera Emiya." The people in the filthy land slowly opened their eyes. What a pair of strange eyes! In the pupils, there are pairs of eyes that are like tree roots and rings. When you see them, you can notice that there must be mysterious abilities. The Eye of Reincarnation. A hint of greed was revealed in Orochimaru's eyes. However, the greed in Orochimaru's eyes quickly changed into a look of regret, because the reincarnation eye on the body of the filthy land will only be accompanied by the people of the filthy land. Once the technique of the filthy land reincarnation is eliminated, the reincarnation eyes will completely disappear. Are you resurrected again? People in the filthy land seem to be a little unaware of the situation. Yes. I resurrected your excellency. Orochimaru's mouth curled with a chuckling and introduced himself. I'll introduce myself. I'm Orochimaru, a Konoha ninja. Maybe we should have seen it. Sorry to disturb the peace of Lord Emiya. Shiera Emiya looked at Orochimaru wearing a black robe standing in front of him, and the confused change in his expression was a touch of indescribable complexity. This guy. Why are you still wearing this outfit? Are you still pretending to be a Konoha ninja when wearing this outfit? Is it a dead person to bully me and not know the truth? Could it be that Uchiha Madara Kiju still led that organization? That guy Heiju. Isn't it better to act as my own will? No obstacle. I don't care anymore. Amiya Shiera was confused, but she felt relieved in her tone, as if she had known her own destiny for a long time. From the first time I was resurrected by Tomorama using this forbidden technique, I thought that there might be a day when I was resurrected for the second time. This is a real relief. This feeling after crossing all the difficulties and dangers and reaching the end. Amiya Shiera's eyes drooped slightly, suppressing her emotions again. This resurrection plan that spans thousands of years can be successful, or even a second time, which will inevitably make people feel relaxed. Now, of course, the second stage should begin. Chapter 80 The mastermind behind Xiang Xiao organization asks how to solve the problem of Xiao organization. This resurrection. There is a more subtle difference than the last time. Because Amiya Shiera got the memory of Tobirama Senju and the various secrets of the filthy reincarnation technique, he realized the time when Orochimaru wanted to resurrect his body. In the dim underground fortress, the broken crystals on the ground were shining with glimmer under the candlelight. Shiera Amiya looked at the crystal on the ground, and a hint of relief appeared on her face, as if she had completely accepted her fate of being resurrected by someone using the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. The second crystal coffin was still destroyed. This is my fault. I'm also a little sorry for letting down my friends and trusting. Orochimaru mentioned the process of getting the second crystal coffin, and at the same time eliminated Shiera Emiya's dissatisfaction. Tsunade got this crystal coffin from the wet bone forest. She entrusted the crystal coffin to me before traveling to the ninja world, but I had to live up to her entrusting. Tsunade has grown up, right? Shiera Emiya remembered the little guy she taught in the past, and seemed to be a little surprised that Tsunade got the crystal coffin. I didn't expect she could find the wet bone forest. Tsunade is a very persevering person. Orochimaru remembered his friend and couldn't help laughing. She and I are companions who can entrust life and death. If she knew that I had destroyed the crystal coffin of Lord Amiya, even for any reason, she might have chased me, as a friend for the rest of her life. Orochimaru thought he was not telling a lie. Although Orochimaru had defected from Konoha long ago, he still believed that his relationship with Tsunade was not bad, and he did not want to hurt Tsunade at any time. Compared to Jiraiya's idiot, Tsunade is a person who truly regards friendship as an important thing. Even for Tsunade, the life of a companion is more important than all tasks. If one day is in danger, Orochimaru will definitely hope that the friends around him will be Tsunade instead of Jiraiya, because Tsunade will never abandon his friends. Certainly. This needs to be ruled out. Orochimaru did have a clear understanding of Tsunade. Once Tsunade knew that she had stole the crystal coffin she had given to her for custody, destroying the crystal coffin, using the art of reincarnation of the filthy land, she would definitely give up her trip immediately and come to chase him with Jiraiya. Let's mention these in the future. Orochimaru bypassed the topic about Tsunade with some anxiety and finally became serious. Ninja world has encountered a crisis that cannot be solved in our era, so I have to put my last hope on Lord Emiya. What crisis? Emiya Shiera subconsciously frowned. A crisis that can destroy the ninja world. Orochimaru's mouth began to suppress his smile, causing a hint of worry to appear on his face. He knew that if he wanted to use Shiera Emiya, he must use Shiera Emiya's kindness and compassion. This is not difficult to find out. From his teacher Sarutobi Hinata, from his ally Shimura Danzo, from his friend Tsunade, from his enemy Yamaki Hakusato, from his enemy Yamaki Hakusato, from his mouth, Orochimaru can know Emiya Shiera's character from every encounter with Emiya Shiera, all of which correspond to the suicide note on the crystal coffin. This is a man with great love. Orochimaru has extraordinary respect and extraordinary patience for someone like Shiera who cannot match his value. Although Mr. Umiya doesn't care, I always need to clarify why I have to disturb your soul tranquility at this time. There was a smile on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, and a sincere lie faintly seemed to be revealed in the dangerous snake's eyes. This world is about to be on the verge of destruction. Speaking of it, it may make your Excellency Emiya feel a little unpleasant. At this time, Konoha has been established for 55 years. It has been 40 years since the death of the second-generation Naruto Senju Tobirama and the last time the Supreme Lord Emiya left the ninja world. A lot of things happened in this world, and Lord Emiya once calmed down the first one. The second and third ninja war broke out in the ninja war. Orochimaru was very satisfied with Emiya Shiera's careful listening. He sincerely helped Emiya Shiera understand the current changes in the ninja world. The aftermath of the Third Ninja World War was completely calmed down a few years ago. It's been a long time. There are still many acquaintances left in this era that Mr. Emiya knows. For example, my teacher, the current third-generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinata, and Konoha's current Naruto-assisted Shimura Danzo. Have 40 years passed? There seemed to be a trace of nostalgia on Emiya Shiera's face, as if he was missing the two young men who had deceived the power of the curse from him in the past. His aunt and the others are all old, right? Yes. Sarutobi has retired. Orochimaru chuckled, as if he was a little mocking, but he quickly restrained the mockery. Before Mr. Sarutobi retired, he appointed a man named Hakumizugate as Konoha's fourth-generation Hokage, but Konoha broke out in a major incident of the Nine-Tailed Raids 7 or 8 years ago. In order to protect Konoha, the fourth-generation Hokage died in the tragedy of the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, and Mr. Sarutobi had to start taking on the position of Naruto again. In fact, Orochimaru no longer cared about the position of Naruto, but it did not mean that there was no grudge in his heart. The denial from Sarutobi Hinata still made him a little angry. Are the tragedy of the Nine-Tailed Rebellion? Emiya Shiera's eyes flashed slightly. He didn't care about Sarutobi Hinashin. While guiding Orochimaru's topic, he seemed to inadvertently find out his real goal, who is Konoha's nine-tailed Tsubasa now. I remember when Nine Tails were sealed into Mito's body, he was very well behaved at the time. It should be a little devil named Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru habitually licked the corner of his mouth, remembering the rumors of the nine-tailed demon fox that the villagers of Konoha had rejected and feared. He had never seen Naruto Uzumaki before. But as long as you have served as a senior position in Konoha, you must know that the nine-tailed demon fox is Naruto Uzumaki, and Orochimaru's guess is indeed good. It seems that a lot of things have really happened. Shiera Umiya sighed. At this moment, after 1,000 years of tension, his mood finally became unprecedentedly relaxed with this sigh. Uzumaki Naruto is already here. Then Uchiha Sasuke's intelligence shouldn't be far away? Amiya Shiera's mood was even more relaxed than when he was able to resurrect, because he could finally be convinced that he had entered the real era, an era that he wanted to come from 1,000 years ago, an era that could allow him to get rid of his constraints. The pharmacist standing next to him pushed his glasses. He realized that Orochimaru and Amiya Shiera seemed to start talking nonsense about Konoha when they mentioned Konoha, and quickly reminded him in a low voice, "Orochimaru, we don't have much time. Now is not the time to talk nonsense." Because Orochimaru's situation is not safe. That guy. Orochimaru's face became ugly. He remembered his partner in the Akatsuki organization, quickly calmed down his emotions, and continued in a deep voice, "I'm really sorry, Lord Amiya, the ninja world needs your power now. I was forced to use the crystal coffin left to me by Tsunade to resurrect you. During the Third Ninja World War, an organization named Akira appeared in the ninja world. This organization has been constantly storing level rebel ninjas in the ninja world recently, and has created many tragedies in the ninja world. Konoha has always suspected that the Akatsuki organization is brewing an unknown conspiracy. When Orochimaru said this, his voice paused for a while before he spoke. "I was ordered to defect and leave Konoha and become an level rebellious ninja, and secretly sneaked into the Akatsuki organization. This is deceiving honest people." Orochimaru believed that Shiera Emiya did not understand the situation, so he secretly used lies to deceive Shiera Emiya. He thought that the other party knew Konoha and posed as a ninja who had to defect because he was secretly convenient for the mission. Certainly, Orochimaru is not without support. Everyone in the ninja world knows that Orochimaru is Konoha's rebellious ninja, and even the wanted order issued by the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, but Orochimaru is not at all panicked. Even if the lies are exposed in the future, Orochimaru is fully confident that he will continue to deceive Emiya Shiera, because he has allies to contact in Konoha. Shimura Danzang. That ally can help him get an identity that can be trusted by Shiera Emiya, and maybe he can come over to help him personally. Emiya Shiera's expression is subtle. Pharmacist Do's head lowered. Shiera Emiya noticed the movements of pharmacist Dora. He looked at the black robe of the auspicious cloud on Orochimaru, and the expression on his face suddenly became more subtle. Originally, Shiera Emiya was a little self-doubted when listening to Orochimaru's story, but Pharmacist Dark's subconscious small movements really made him a little unable to ignore. However, when Orochimaru really cheats, it will become very sincerely, ignore the gloomy smile he shows from time to time, and telling lies is like it is true. I found out some news. The leader of this organization is named Pain. Pain has a pair of reincarnation eyes. He wants to use the power of the reincarnation eyes to rule the ninja world. When Orochimaru said this, he simply went straight to find out. However, in this world, I only found news about the crystal eye in the crystal coffin left by Lord Emiya in the world. Only Lord Emiya knows the secret about the crystal eye. Orochimaru spoke faster and faster, and his eyes slowly showed a little unsuppressed greed. Can your majesty provide some information about the samurai Amira, so that we can defeat the conspiracy of the samurai artist to rule the world? Shiera Umiya fell into thinking silently. Until Orochimaru's expression gradually became nervous, a light flashed slightly in Emiya Shiera's eyes and she spoke softly. The power of the reincarnation eye is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Even if I provide you with information about the reincarnation eye, you will not be able to defeat the other party, and any conventional means will not work for the reincarnation eye. Then what should we do? Orochimaru's mood also became relaxed. His face seemed very anxious, but he said with regret, if we really can't solve the leader of the Akatsuki organization, the ninja world may have many people killed because of the Akatsuki organization. I'm just a body of filthy land. If the other party is an evil person who wants to rule the world, I cannot help you fight against the real samsara in this world, because that is the power of God. Emiya Shiera's brows were still frowning. He felt the power that his filthy body could exert, and seemed to mention something regrettably, unless your Konoha's first generation, Hashirama Hashira, is alive, only his would escape has hope to fight against the reincarnation eye. Orochimaru's mind moved. Although Shiera Emiya was not willing to provide information about the reincarnation Emiya, he soon realized another value of Shiera Emiya, which reminded him of a human experiment he had presided over in the past. We have tried to defeat the reincarnation eye with wood escape. Orochimaru immediately told the lie and found the first thing that could use Emiya Shiera, but no one in Konoha has been able to awaken the wood exit. He wanted to recreate the wood exit of the first Hokage. Someone suggested that in order to solve the threat of Akatsuki, he would offend the taboos. He used the cells of the first Hokage to conduct human experiments one after another. Konoha sacrificed too many people to be able to fight against the samsara, which forced my teacher to terminate the experiment. Orochimaru unconsciously wanted to stick out his tongue and lick his lips. Can you recreate the wood escape of the first generation of Naruto? If you can, I will apply to the village immediately. There was a hint of heat in Orochimaru's eyes, as if he was eager to hear the words that made him beautiful from Shiera Emiya. No guarantee. Emiya Shiera frowned and did not give a definite answer. She just said, when I first resurrected the treatment of Hashirama, I studied his cells. Those extremely phagocytic cells are not something that ordinary people can bear. Even if you are fighting against the Rinnegan, the rash approach of conducting human experiments is too rash. This is also impossible. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little regretful about his failure. He wanted to discuss the adaptability of Hashimara cells with Emiya Shiera, after all, the first generation of Naruto. Orochimaru. Pharmacist Deo realized that Orochimaru and Emiyashi would immediately start to go astray once they were involved in experimental research. They seemed to want to conduct an experimental exchange on studying Hashirama's cells here, so they had to rush Orochimaru to start. Time, leaving too long will arouse Lord Scorpion's alert. I will apply to the village first. Orochimaru immediately terminated their first communication and planned to take this opportunity to get the first help from Shiera Emiya. If it is Lord Emiya, you may be able to get the power to fight against the Samsara practitioners. This is the secret fortress in the village. Please stay here for a while for the time being to avoid being noticed by the Akatsuki organization's people. Good. Shiera Emiya did not object to this. At least until Orochimaru sent Hashimara cells, Emiya Shiera would not choose to leave because he needed Hashimara cells to restore his strength as much as possible. Only this. Only then can you be more confident of being truly resurrected in the future. Now that everyone is in place, he needs to start slowly regaining his strength to prepare for the time he will truly resurrect and the candidates to help him resurrect. For example, Orochimaru in front of him. Actually, he is a good candidate. For example, Shimura Danzo is far away in Konoha. If Shimura Danzo could practice his curse seal well, his body could maintain a considerable degree of vitality, and it would be enough to revive himself. But before that, I also need someone who can help collect information. Outside the bunker, Orochimaru sorted out his auspicious cloud robe and ordered the pharmacist Dora to arrange the life of Emiya Shiera during this period. During this period, you will guide Emiya Lord when you are busy, don't let him go out. He is a truly priceless treasure. You can get Hashima's cells from another base as soon as possible. As long as you immerse him in scientific research, you should be able to trap his footsteps. Unless it is absolutely necessary. I don't want to use the art of reincarnation in the filthy land to control him. What's more, I may not be able to control him. Yes. The pharmacist bowed his head and agreed. I'll deal with the scorpion first. Orochimaru had a cold and evil smile on his face, wrapping his clothes tightly. He was very upset with his partner. Sooner or later, he found a chance to kill him. Pharmacist Dora quietly watched Orochimaru leave. It was not until Orochimaru's traces disappeared that pharmacist Dori slowly walked into the bunker, intending to guide Emiya Shiera to sort out a laboratory he liked. Pharmacist Do admires the other person's story very much for this medical ninja, because he grew up listening to the other person's story when he was a child. However, what pharmacist never expected was, the other party has also heard of his story. Master Emiya. Pharmacist Dora was pushing his glasses seriously, helping Emiya Shiera to tidy up the laboratory, while introducing himself. My name is Pharmacist Dorera, I am a medical ninja. Pharmacist, hi. Emiya Shiera paused his movements and suddenly asked for a name. Medical Master Nanoyu, have you heard of this name? Yes. Pharmacist Deo looked at Emiya Shiera at a loss. His movement of pushing his glasses was a little stiff. That was the director of my orphanage. After all, from the perspective of time, Emiya Shiera and pharmacist Nanoyu should have no intersection. After all, Emiya Shiera has disappeared for 40 years. At that time, Dean Nanoyu of medicine was not even born, so there was no possibility of any intersection. Unless they are in the underworld. Oh, it seems that it's you. As if she was unaware of anything, Emiya Shiera still looked through these new era experimental instruments and said casually, when the pharmacist Nanoyu died, her soul was trapped in the cracks between life and death due to obsession and could not return to the underworld to be liberated. She has always been concerned about her orphanage and a child named Pharmacist Do. Chapter 81 Nagato Obito Madara, what kind of chess piece are these? Click. A beaker fell to the ground and broke. Pharmacist Nanoyu. This name was almost forgotten by him. Pharmacist Dora never expected that he could hear news about Dean Pharmacist Nanoyu, even, it was from the underworld. The Dean who once raised him tenderly still thought about his child after his death, so that his name became an obsession that made her soul unable to be relieved. Yes. It seems that this is normal. Because when that gentle woman died, she didn't even know the truth, and she couldn't even recognize who her child was. Her only thought was just a fake photo, and her only wish was also a false fantasy. What's wrong? Shiera Emiya seemed a little surprised by the pharmacist's loss of composure. No, it's okay. Pharmacist Do felt that he might be a little embarrassed. 4 people in this world. It is painful for the dead to be liberated. If the soul of Nanoyu, the medicine master, was trapped in the gap between life and death because of his obsession with him, and could not go to the underworld to be liberated, how could he turn a blind eye to this? Since the death of the pharmacist Nanoyu, the silver-haired young man thought his heart had become numb for a long time. At this moment, the heart began to beat again, and even became a little painful, making his heart, which had long been empty, seem to have regained emotions. Pharmacist Do was still a little panicked inside, as if he was feeling the strong wind constantly tearing and trying to rush into his heart that had already been blocked. The silver-haired young man quickly squatted down to clean up the glass fragments, and subconsciously wanted to ask something about the pharmacist Nanoyu. Old Master Emiya. Director Nanu mentioned anything. Pharmacist Dora did not doubt the authenticity of Shiera Emiya's statement. Pharmacist Deo knew that Emiya Shiera and pharmacist Nanoyu would never know each other in this world, and only the world after death was where they might meet. Pharmacist Deo hoped that Emiya Shiera in front of him would lie to him, but the other party's noble character would not be able to lie to him. I've said a lot. After all, I'm very curious about the story of the present world. For example, about Danzang. For example, you are a sensible and unobedient child. At the end of the day, basically I was left thinking about a child named Pharmacist Do leaving the roots of the darkness. Her obsession should be that she wanted to see you. Is this how? Pharmacist Do tightly held the glass fragments in his hand tightly. But she probably has no chance. Emiya Shiera's words made the pharmacist's heart tighten. What? Pharmacist Do suddenly raised his head. No way. However, Wei Gong Shiwen's next sentence made pharmacist completely relax, and she sighed helplessly, although her soul really wants to stay in that desolate place and wait for you to respond to her after you die, in order to avoid her soul being completely lost and to avoid the death of devouring her soul while wandering, I can only send her soul back to the pure land of the underworld to be free. Your hand. Amiya Shiera noticed the blood on the ground, and a green chakra appeared in the palm of his hand, healing the wound on the pharmacist's palm. It seems that your relationship is very deep. As if seeing through the mind of the pharmacist Dora, Shiera Emiya said calmly, maybe I shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Maybe you can resolve her obsession after you die. No. There was only a wry smile left on the face of pharmacist Dori. He shook his head quickly and looked at Shiera Emiya who was treating him. I should thank Lord Emiya. The Dean has been a kind person all his life. The best result is to free her soul as soon as possible. It doesn't matter. Shiera Emiya didn't care about pharmacist's thanks. He checked the wound on pharmacist's hand healed before continuing coldly, for me, it's just a matter of doing it. The people she met in her life coincided with the people I met in her life, so she looks special. I just happened to remember her name. But for us. The pharmacist subconsciously wanted to express his gratitude. All right. Emiya Shiera interrupted the pharmacist Dora. He stopped the topic immediately and asked, is there any new progress in medicine? Pharmacist Do couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Fortunately, Emiya Shiera has long been used to the shame of these medical ninjas. In the following days, pharmacist Dao's attitude towards Emiya Shiera became more and more respectful. He also strictly followed Orochimaru's instructions to help Emiya Shiera bring Hashirama cells. Harama cells are the ultimate power of Yang and Chakra. They need powerful Yin and Chakra to neutralize them. It is normal that your experiment cannot succeed. Emiya Shiera was not stingy with the teachings of Pharmacista. He also took this opportunity to use Hashimara cells to re-enhance the power of his filthy body in the quiet ignorance of Pharmacista, so that his strength was enough to gain a foothold in this era. Pharmacist Dao was very satisfied with getting the teachings of Shiera Emiya. During this period, he made great progress in medical ninjutsu. In addition, Shiera Emiya's gentleness towards him once made him feel that he was back at the time of being taught by the dean in an orphanage. Compared with the gains of pharmacist's pocket, Orochimaru will inevitably feel itchy at this time. For a scientific madman who is addicted to knowledge and power, there is nothing more touching than putting an unknown treasure house in front of him. If the Akatsuki organization's experimental funding was not unexpectedly sufficient, and coupled with its covetousness for the Kankong-I, Orochimaru really wanted to put aside this organization and immediately follow Shiera Emiya to explore the knowledge obtained by Shiera Emiya. Especially a little. It is true that Shiera Emiya is very knowledgeable about the soul. Orochimaru secretly asked the pharmacist to take the opportunity to test Emiya Shiera's research on the soul. As a result, Emiya Shiera had never been exposed to the immortal art of the corpse-free reincarnation technique left by the second generation of Naruto, but he proposed the idea of the corpse-free reincarnation technique, and even made the prototype and theoretical basis of the corpse-free reincarnation technique in a short period of time. This kind of temptation is too great. However, Orochimaru didn't know anything about it. His actions were under the surveillance of others. There are still people within the Akatsuki organization who are more unbearable than him about the news of Emiya Shiera's resurrection. It is the person who truly expects Emiya Shiera's resurrection. In the dark cave, a black and white monster was hidden under the ground. It was wearing a black robe of auspicious clouds, which was the combination of Heiju and Baiju. Since Uchiha Madara could not resist the passing of life in the end, he combined the Heiju and Baiju body before he died, so that they could guide his chess pieces to implement the plan. I just received a message from a clone. Baiju informed Heiju of the news in confusion. We arranged for the clone who monitored the Lord Emiya to report it. Orochimaru secretly resurrected Lord Emiya Shiera using the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. What should we do now? Wei Yuan is back. A hint of joy flashed across Heiju's half-face. For Heiju, there is no more important than the news about Shiera Emiya. No matter what Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Madara's chess pieces Nagato and Uchiha Obito are far inferior to the news that Emiya Shiera. Especially when Heiju knew that Emiya had returned to the underworld, he brought back information about its mortal enemy, the Six-Path Immortals. It is precisely because of this. Heiju has been paying attention to Shiera Emiya's body. Even when he learned that Shiera Emiya's body was in Orochimaru's hands and learned that Orochimaru was studying the reincarnation of the filthy land, he kept trying to get the Akatsuki organization to approve more experimental funds to secretly assist Orochimaru with the reincarnation of the filthy land as soon as possible and reincarnate Shiera Emiya. Result: Orochimaru secretly engulfed the experimental funds and studied his own art of immortality, and even took the opportunity to secretly expand his experimental foundation. Land. This kind of corruption of funds really makes Orochimaru really hate and angry. Sometimes it thinks Orochimaru's mind may be comparable to Emiya Shiera's human experimental technology in the future, and sometimes it thinks Orochimaru's vulgar pursuits and inferior moral qualities are simply not as good as Emiya Shiera's half-toe. Now, Umiyashi is back. No need to endure Orochimaru anymore. Go and see him. Heiju didn't want to wait at all. He was eager to get information about the six paths of immortals from Emiya Shiera, and also hoped to convince Emiya Shiera to preside over the infinite monthly reading plan again. Uchiha Madara. Before dying, I found a chess piece called Uchiha Obito. As a result, this chess piece named Uchiha Obito is really a fool. So far, I didn't even see any intention of implementing the plan. Even the Akatsuki organization is still at the stage of relying on entrustment to collect funds. Although Uchiha Obito, the Peace, always thought that he was guiding the Akatsuki organization and was the real master behind the Akatsuki organization, the Akatsuki organization had collected a bunch of crooked and scattered things every day, and wanted to ask it to collect information for a little bit of entrusted. What kind of chess pieces are these? Compared to Emiya Shiera, who had never received his own guidance, almost destroyed the chess piece of the ninja sect in one fell swoop in ancient times. Uchiha Obito, the chess piece, seemed so useless that Heiju felt that his future was a bit slim over the years. Apart from the strange Maenad Sharinon ability, Uchiha Obito has nothing to think that Heiju has something worthy of attention. There is not even moral character. It was simply crushed by Shiera Emiya from any aspect. No one is as important as Ihara. Whether it's Nagato, Obito, or even Madara. In front of Wei Yuan, all these chess pieces can be abandoned by us. Heiju's attitude was very firm, and there was even a gloomy sneer on its face. Wei Yuan is back, it's time to convince him to take charge of our plans again. If Shiera Emiya can still be easily convinced by it like in the past after seeing the Six-Path Immortals, it can even immediately control Nagato to completely resurrect Shiera Emiya. As long as Shiera Emiya is completely resurrected, with the power of Shiera Emiya's heyday, it would be easy for him to collect tailed beasts, and he could use him to resurrect Kaguya. However, Heiju didn't expect there would be even greater surprises. After reincarnation through the filthy land, Emiya Shiwan can still use the power of the reincarnation eye. Although it is just a false reincarnation eye, it is definitely not comparable to other people in this era. Compared to the surprises in Heiju's mouth, Emiya Shiera seems to have undergone a greater change than the Samanika Erika. Taking advantage of the time when pharmacist Dora was not in the underground fortress, Shiera Emiya and Heiju had the opportunity to meet, allowing them to fulfill this agreement that spanned 40 years. Compared to 40 years ago, they have actually changed a little. For example, Heiju, it forms a combination with Baiju's body. For example, when Emiya Shiera, when he saw Heiju, his whole expression became a little sharp, no longer like the man who was compassionate and pity for all living beings in the past. Nowadays, Shiera Emiya is more like a sharp blade unsheathed. Obviously, the last time that Chihao Tobirama used the seal of the god of death in the 3 battles in the ninja world, or perhaps because of other things, this kind-hearted medical ninja's perception of this world has changed a little. The expression of Shiera Emiya's expression was a little cold, mixed with the dead eyes of the filthy body, which made Heiju feel a little fear and uneasy. Long time no see, Heiju. Chapter 82 Orochimaru is a spy sent by Konoha. Long time no see, O'Hara. Lord. The name of Heiju is changing subconsciously. Heiju wanted to say something but dared not say it, so he could only say hello with ease. At this moment, Heiju saw the changes in Emiya Shiera, as if he felt that it was already separated from Emiya Shiera, a sad thick barrier. Is the 6 paths of immortal? It must be because of the 6 paths immortals? If Shi Yuan of Ume changes, he must have seen the 6 paths of immortals in the underworld. What did that bastard of the 6 paths of immortals instill in Shi Yuan of Ume? I saw the 6 paths immortals. Amiya Shiera did not forget the agreement between him and Heiju. Did the Six Paths Immortals say something? Heiju couldn't help feeling a little nervous. According to his words that he had deceived Amiya Shiera, he asked first, now the Six Path Immortals are still holding on to the fate of mankind, should they decide on their own, and shouldn't it be Kaguya? Regarding his mother Kaguya's evil behavior towards humans and the various actions that turn humans into Baiju, Kurojo has long decided to find a speech in front of Shiera Emiya. The fate of mankind is determined by Kaguya. Then, naturally, Kaguya should be the decision to punish humans. It plans to convince Amiya Shiera that no matter what the Six Path Immortals said, Kaguya, as a god, has the responsibility to determine the fate of mankind. It knows that Amiya Shiera must believe this. In fact, Amiya Shiera also knows. I should just be a black man. However, compared with the past, the Ushimashi originally had more perfect rhetoric. This man in the filthy body was a little silent. His eyes slightly raised, and his temperament gradually became silent. Come. I have no idea. I may have let you down, Black Jew. I don't think the Six Path Immortals want to help us. I rely on my chakra power to go from the underworld to the gap between life and death where he is, and saw countless lost souls there. I have freed countless lost souls in the gap between life and death, and learned countless tragic stories from the mouths of those souls. I liberated their souls and returned to the Pure Land. Heiju couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Amiya Shiera. Even after death, he is still a good person. Perhaps this is also why it has always been willing to trust the other party. Only good people like Shiera Emiya prevent it from living in the world. But Amiya Shiera's words turned and his voice was cold. When they were living and suffering in this world, and when their souls were lost in the gap between life and death, the High God was always wandering in the gap between life and death. The ninja fighting in this world and the soul loss in the underworld are never within his sight. I don't understand what that God really cares about. He absolutely knew the idea of the Six Path Immortals. Is this more important? I must be wary of Kaguya's resurrection. However, this idea cannot tell Amiya Shiera. It vaguely understood Amiya Shiera's thoughts and also had some guesses about the status of the Six Path Immortals. Logically speaking, the Six Path Immortals still have enough power, so they cannot be indifferent to everything that happens in this world. He will definitely try every means to interfere in this world. If this is the case, it only means that the remaining power of the Six Path Immortals is not enough to interfere in the present world. He is just Kaguya's son and does not have the pure bloodline of Otsutsuki, otherwise he would not be shackled by his lifespan. But this is a good thing. Amiya Shiera's disappointment with the Six Path Immortals was precisely because it was able to take advantage of Amiya Shiera's opportunity, because it knew Amiya Shiera would not deceive it. Take a step back and say. Amiya Shiera knew Kaguya's true face. The first thing he did when he returned to the present world was to question or even seal it, rather than nagging about the Six Paths of Immortals here. No wonder. No wonder Shiera Emiya became like this. Is he disappointed with the actions of the Six Paths Immortals? Heiju immediately noticed the flaws of the Six Path Immortals and his own opportunity, and took the opportunity to speak ill of the Six Path Immortals with a secret criticism and criticism. Don't be disappointed, Vihara, perhaps in the eyes of the Six Path Immortals, this world is not so bad that Kaguya needs to appear. No. I once told Madara. This era is not that bad. It seems obvious that I am wrong now. Everything is like Madara said. The battle between ninjas is getting stronger and stronger until this era becomes as incurable as today. Shiera Umiya shook his head, and his eyes fell on Heiju. Heiju, I saw a darker story in the underworld than 40 years ago. The world is full of struggles and lies. Compared to the time when it was 40 years ago, this world has completely fallen into the abyss. Did you see the pharmacist next to me? Emiya Shiera picked up the example of pharmacist Dora and said coldly, he and his adoptive mother were used by Danzo and lured them to kill each other. The young man who had followed me and deceived me in the past finally became an evil extreme person. This is not your fault. Kuroja quickly helped Emiya Shiera get rid of his crime and subconsciously talked about Danzo. Now our Akatsuki organization once wanted to try to instill the will to peace in the world like you, but because of the strength of the organization, it was destroyed by Danzo once. We win. No matter how much you work, you can't change a villain with darkness in your heart, just as you can never change the prejudice of Tomomi Senyu's Tomomi against Madara. Now, everything that happens in this world only proves one thing. Our plan is correct, and it is impossible for humans who are full of fighting for benefits to save themselves. Only the real God can change all this. But Emiya Shiera's body was sitting on the laboratory bench, his palm supported his chin, and he fell into an unprecedented calm. Will Lord Kaguya really save this world? I'm only worried about one problem. If Lord Kaguya is resurrected, she will not be as high as her son, the Six-Path Immortal, and she also wants to quietly wait for human changes and turn a blind eye to the pain suffered by humans. How could it be? A great mother will regard everyone as her child. Kuriko slowly walked to Shiera Emiya, and persuaded in a hoarse voice, Ihara, you have always been the person who looks the most like Kaguya. When I see you, I feel like I see Kaguya's shadow. Only you have the same great love as Kaguya. Emiya Shiera subconsciously raised her head. Vihara. Since the Six-Path Immortals are unwilling to take action, Heiju stretched out his hand. He handed over his past invitation to Shi Yunu, then you don't have to pay attention to him anymore. Wei Yuan, we will do everything left by ourselves. After Shiera Emiya was silent for a long time, she grabbed its palm tightly in Heiju's somewhat surprised and nervous eyes. You say? Under Heiju's gaze, a smile appeared on Emiya Shiera's face, but such a smile made people look so sad. Heiju. Is this like what I experienced when I first resurrected? At that time, I didn't know about Kaguya. I thought there was no way out in this world, so I could only choose to believe in Azura in despair. Now, the smile on Shiera Emiya's face was very ugly, making people feel a little despair and silence contained in it. His voice was so hard to earth, I can only choose to believe you like that time. Wei Yuan, don't despair. Heiju looked at Amiya Shiera in front of him, remembering that he had such a desperate moment when he saw him, which made him feel sad. Damn feather clothes! Heiju couldn't help but curse the Six Paths Immortals in his heart. That bastard was obviously dead, but he almost destroyed its pawns. It would be fine if he refused to save the world, but he also destroyed Kagaya's image in Shiera Emiya's mind. That bastard! Let its chess pieces change so many times. Even became as depressed as when he was first resurrected. The Six-Path Immortals are indeed not good things, just like his son Azura. This is Emiya Shiera who once had hope for the future, the Emiya Shiera who once could do everything. However, no matter what, Heiju finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as you regain the trust of Emiya Shiera, everything doesn't matter to it. In the future, it only needs to find a way to regain confidence in Emiya Shiera. Speaking of it, did you join the Akatsuki organization? Why are you wearing the same clothes as Orochimaru? Shiera Emiya looked at the black robe of the auspicious cloud on it and frowned and asked, Orochimaru told me that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is a man named Pain. He is a craftsman with the Rinne's eye. He wants to rely on the power of the Rinne's eye to rule the world. It is precisely because Konoha wants to destroy the Akatsuki organization's conspiracy that Orochimaru was ordered to carry out this mission. He needs information from the Rinne's eye to defeat the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and then he resurrected me. Master Shiera Emiya. It seems that he was deceived by Orochimaru. Baiju finally interjected a sentence next to him and couldn't help but remind him, Orochimaru has defected from Konoha long ago. He is no longer Konoha's ninja. End. Akatsuki organizes the organization we use to implement the plan to collect tailed beasts. We have never thought of using this to rule the world. Amiya Shiera's brows were still frowning, as if he was still confused, but Orochimaru told me that he was ordered to defect to join the Akatsuki organization, and it seemed that he was not lying. Heiju and Baiju's expressions are a little unfavorable. That bastard Orochimaru. Could it be that it was really a spy sent by Konoha? Chapter 83 Zionin, Changman, there is a big man who wants to see you. Some things cannot be reconciled. For example, Heiju never dared to reconcile with the Six-Path Immortals. Because once the accounts are reconciled, some accounts will not match, and one of them will be exposed, and if the lie is exposed, the fate will become very miserable. Orochimaru never thought of. On the first day, I encountered the risk of reconciliation between the two masterminds behind the scenes. Let me tell me first. What the hell is going on? Shiera Emiya seemed a little unsatisfied with the strangeness of this incident. I remember that the Samkai shouldn't appear on Madara. Well. Heiju couldn't help but remain silent. However, Heiju had to tell some truth, so he had to pick and choose to beautify himself into a person who guides world peace. It's been too long. Mara's lifespan has come to an end. Before that, Madara chose to entrust his reincarnation eye to a boy named Nagato, and asked me to guide that boy to carry out the preliminary plan of infinite monthly reading. But the boy named Nagato later met a companion named Yahiko. Yahiko wanted to implement the peace will you leave behind. He and Nagato established the first generation of Akatsuki organization, hoping to mediate the war between major powers like you. This is not a strange thing, because many people who suffer from war in this world want to quell the war in mediation like you once quelled the First Ninja World War, but they all failed without exception. Yahiko is no exception. The first generation of Akatsuki was besieged by Danzo and Hanzo. Yahiko, the leader of the first generation of Akatsuki, died in that incident. This organization began to change, and there was also Madara's secret guidance, because Madara believed that this method was only temporary after all, and that boy named Nagato needed to change. When Heiju said this, he continued, in order to allow Nagato to go to a path of true eternal peace, Madara found another chess piece called Uchiha Obito, and he and in your name, you instruct Uchiha Obito to pretend to be his identity to guide Nagato to start the first step of the plan, gathering powerful forces to capture the tailed beast. The situation of the Akatsuki organization is quite complicated. Uchiha Obito has been disguising his identity as Uchiha Madara, and even claimed in the name of Heiju that it was from Emiya Shiera's will, so that he could better win Nobunagamon. The only two remaining elders of the first generation Akatsuki organization, Nagamon and Konan, were indeed transformed by Uchiha Obito in the name of Emiya Shiera and Uchiha Madara. The difference is that Uchiha Obito only told them the first step they planned to collect the resurrection of the 10 tails. Vihara. In the true sense. At this time, Heiju hoped that Shiera Emiya could cheer up and explained in a deep voice, "You are the source of the birth of the Akatsuki organization." Yahiko, the first leader of the Akatsuki organization, wanted to implement the peace you once brought to the world at the beginning of its establishment. He hoped to mediate the war like you. Pen, the second-generation leader of the Akatsuki organization, is also the puppet of heaven created by Nagato using the corpse of the reincarnation Eye and Yahiko after that incident. Under our guidance, he believes that he has been implementing the second path you left to this world. This kind of thing. There is really no way to lie. Because Nagato and Konan do think so. After all, Yahiko, the first generation of Akatsuki, learned that Emiya Shiera had mediated and calmed down the First Ninja World War. He led Nagato and Konan to admire Emiya Shiera very much. In order to win Nobunagamon and Konan, Uchiha Obito and Kuroja simply borrowed the names of Uchiha Madara and Emiya Shiera, claiming that Emiya Shiera had also despaired about this era, and he and Uchiha Madara left another way for the world. This kind of thing naturally aroused Yahiko's dissatisfaction and doubts. It was not until Yahiko died under the siege of Danzo and Hanzo that Nagato had to believe Uchiha Obito's words. That is, the Akatsuki organization is our companion. Emiya Shiera seemed to understand the internal truth of the Akatsuki organization. Heiju subconsciously wanted to refute. The other party is just a chess piece in their hands. However, Heiju could not refute at this time no matter what, because Shi Miyake never regarded people as pawns, just like when he treated Uchiha Madara, and even hoped that Uchiha Madara would take over the future. Yes. Heiju could only agree with Emiya Shiera's idea and offered to him. However, their progress in implementing the plan was a bit slow. In order to avoid being noticed by other great power ninja villages, the action has not been achieved yet. Now we know that those big countries have noticed. Baiju quickly added next to him and whispered, "Didn't Konoha's ninja Orochimaru have already sneaked in?" Heiju couldn't help but feel a little headache when he thought of this. What a bunch of waste! What exactly does the Akatsuki organization do for food? He recruited some rebels casually without looking at the other party's identity. As a result, Konoha spies like Orochimaru lurked. Maybe Konoha really knew their plan. Fortunately, Emiya Shiera is resurrected. As long as the power of Emiya Shiera is not in its heyday, you will not be afraid of the trouble caused by Konoha. We must get rid of Orochimaru, the spy, as soon as possible. Baiju also gave his advice next to him, thinking that Konoha's spy Orochimaru should not be sent back too much information to Konoha. Maybe Konoha has been staring at us. For Baiju, it thought so in his heart, when Duanzo destroyed the Akatsuki and secretly discovered that the Akatsuki organization was rekindled, Shimura Danzo secretly sent Orochimaru to spy on our intelligence. Wee Iwan, you should take over our plan again as soon as possible. Kuroja was really a bit too headache. He was a little suspicious of Uchiha Obito and Nagato's vision and IQ. Why did Orochimaru's exposure make the Akatsuki seem full of loopholes? It's better to be like the past. Leave it all directly to Shiera Emiya. Just wait quietly for the plan to succeed. Emiya Shiera didn't think of Black Jew's idea, because he also needed to control this plan and put in it the opportunity to truly resurrect and complete two tasks that had not been completed in 1,000 years. In the dark underground cave, the Akatsuki organization has been stationed here and is hidden. A red-haired and thin man was sitting in a wheelchair. The reincarnation eye slowly opened in his eyes, ending a practice of communicating with hidden power in the reincarnation eye. It's Nagato. Since Nagato was still familiar with the power of the reincarnation eye, he only created a puppet of heaven and did not really decide to start his own plan. Do you really believe what the mysterious masked man and Jew said? Zionin looked at Nagato, who was getting thinner and thin, with a faint depression in his eyes. Nakato, although they have been guiding you to use the compared with the pain of losing Yahiko. Nagato took a deep breath. He was so angry that his palm slapped heavily on the wheelchair. This kind of pain is simply not worth mentioning to me. There were black sticks inserted behind Nagato, which made his body burden grow bigger and bigger, but when Yahiko died, he had already experienced a heavier pain than this burden. It doesn't matter whether they say it is true or false. Nagato slowly raised his head and looked at Konan in front of him. This hidden power in the reincarnation eye will not be fake. I will use this power to help Yahiko achieve the peace he wants. When he said this, Nagato slowly closed his eyes, and the heavenly Dao puppet, who had been standing beside him, opened his eyes. This was the second generation leader he prepared for the Akatsuki organization. He also hoped that this powerful heavenly Dao puppet created with Yahiko's corpse could replace his former friend Yahiko. This is a kind of sustenance. I hope to help my dead friends realize their ideal sustenance. Xiao Nan. When Pain opened his eyes, his voice was still Yahiko's voice, but he became a little arrogant and indifferent. How is the recruitment of personnel? There are very few level rebel ninjas in the ninja world. Xionan frowned and said something that made her feel troubled, and last time Cao killed his teammates again. At that time, we were willing to join Akira on the condition of providing shelter and high-value task commissions. I didn't expect this senior to have so many troubles. This is really melancholy. Although Jiaoda joined the Akatsuki organization at their invitation and lived a life of water here, I didn't expect that Jiaoda had a little problem. He didn't seem to care much about Akatsuki's teammates and often killed his teammates for money, which made Xionan feel a headache. But Akatsuki's organization also has some problems. Because it is more troublesome to recruit powerful personnel, the Akatsuki organization can only find some well-known level rebel ninjas in the ninja world. The identities of these level rebel ninjas often mean that they often bear extremely high rewards. Kokudu. It's a bit like coming to Xiao to organize the purchase. Although Konan knew that Kokudu was very efficient in completing the task commission, he also knew that Kokudu earned all the money he earned was used to do good deeds. Even when Yahiko founded the first generation of Akatsuki, he received a donation from Kokudu, because they inherited the peace will of Emiyashi era. To be honest, Xionan has always been very grateful for his behavior back then. But this cannot cover up the trouble of killing teammates to exchange money. In fact, Nagato couldn't help but feel a little headache after hearing this. Even though he played the role of Tiendao Pain, who was full of cold-blooded and ruthless temperament, he really didn't want to deal with this good old man, Jiaodu. Help him find someone with a low bounty to be his teammate. Tiendao Pain could only put forward his own ideas helplessly. The low bounty means that the opponent's strength is not enough. Xionan had to ask another question, and even added another sentence, and he doesn't care about the other party's bounty. As long as there is a bounty on his teammate, even if the bounty is only 100,000 taels, he will kill it together with the mission target. This is more troublesome. Pain couldn't help but remain silent. Because they are not picky about food, it seems that no one can solve this problem, unless you find a teammate who is strong enough for the corner. But Kaoru has lived for so many years. It even sheltered many people from the Vortex clan. As a result, he still lives firmly in the ninja world. Other ninja villages have thought of sending people to get rid of him, but often the end result is he killed. Let me find it again. Tiendao Pain could only say one thing: it would definitely be impossible for him to drive Cao Du out of the Akatsuki organization, because Kaodu's work efficiency is very high. What's more, Kakuto is also an angel investor of Akatsuki's organization. In a sense, Kaodu is more trustworthy than Uchiha Obito and Ju, because they all know that Kaodu is a strange good person. I guess it's very difficult. Zionen's face also became a little subtle. Just as they were talking about Ju, Ju's figure slowly emerged from the ground, and a strange smile appeared on its black and white face. What are I making a dilemma? How could you come here, terrible? Zionen subconsciously wanted to block Nagato. Although Zionen knew that Ju was their teammate, she was always subconsciously worried that Ju would want to hurt Nagato. Of course there's something wrong. Zionen, Nagato, prepare for it. Baiju looked at them with a smile, politely emerged from the ground, and expressed his intention with a smile. There is a big man who wants to meet you. Big man. Zionen's brows couldn't help but frowned even tighter. Because the so-called big shots often mean trouble, and even the other party asked to see Nagato, which made her feel a little uneasy. Maybe. No, it should be said that it is certain. This is a big man that anyone in the ninja world will respect. Heiju's voice was still in a sinister way. It looked at Nagato sitting in a wheelchair and couldn't help but praise the good luck of the two of them. To be honest, the two of them are really lucky. If the person who is reincarnated in the filthy land is a person like Uchiha Madara who is not very involved in kindness, now Nagato. Zionen must have become a corpse long ago. According to Heiju's idea, he must have directly controlled Nagato to resurrect Shiera Emiya, but he also knew that Shiera Emiya would definitely not agree to do so. This noble character is really helpless. Heiju didn't want to propose something that made Shiera Emiya disgusted at this time, especially when he was regaining his confidence in Emiya. You guys are lucky. Heiju looked at Nagato's reincarnation eye and the disabled legs in the wheelchair with some regret. If you can get his favor, then Nagato's body may also have hope of recovery. Chapter 84 The Pharmacist's Rebellion. Zionen was a little uneasy. Because this really doesn't seem very safe. Due to his absolute distrust, Zionen was a little worried that the other party would want to set up an ambush to hurt Nagato. This kind of thing has not happened before. If it weren't for the joint ambush by Danzo Shimura of Kainoha and Hanzo Yamake from Yohamura, Yamake-yu, who was in Yumi village, Yasuki wouldn't have died, and Nagato wouldn't have had both legs disabled. Don't worry, even if you don't want to. Heiju's voice is always gloomy and hoarse, making people feel a strong sense of distrust when they hear it, but it is still trying hard to convince Konan and Nagato. What you want to see is the most trustworthy person in the world. Except Yahiko and Nagato. Zionen looked at Heiju coldly, with light purple eyeshadows on her eyes, which looked a little unkind, but it complemented her hair color. There is no one in this world who can definitely make me trust. What a narrow gaze. Heiju's mouth couldn't help laughing, as if mocking Zionen's narrow-mindedness. When you really see him, you will understand how arrogant you are. Do you have to go a long way? Nagato frowned as he looked at his wheelchair. Due to his legs being disabled, and his yin-yang black stick was inserted on his back, his wheelchair was more troublesome than a normal wheelchair, which also made it difficult for his body to support his long journey. Every long journey was a torture for him. He is in the country of Sichuan. After Baiju said a place name, he couldn't help but explain, although it is more appropriate for him to come over to see you with your body, but with his identity and reputation, I still recommend that you visit him in person. A powerful medical ninja and a very famous person at the same time. Nagato stared at them, thinking about the words in their words, his eyes widened involuntarily, and suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. Always. The mysterious masked man claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Heiju claimed to be the wool left by Shiera Emiya. It just so happened that Uchiha Madara appeared last time, which helped the Emiya Shiera, who was reincarnated in the filthy land in ancient times, calmed down the first war in the ninja world. It's that person. Heiju was very satisfied with the shock on Nagato's face. I remember. Nagato's forehead suddenly began to sweat, and he remembered the legend of the past, that adult, should have disappeared many years ago. You also told me that he returned to the underworld after the First Ninja World War. Are you cheating on us? Xionan's palm immediately raised, and white papers fell from her palms, as if they would attack Ju at any time. Thanks to Orochimaru. Baiju quickly spread his hands and explained seriously, Orochimaru is a spy from Konoha's group. In order to defeat Tiendao Pain, he used the Konoha's forbidden technique to bring the adult back to the human world. Is Orochimaru Konoha's spy? Konan was not surprised by this, and even turned around and signaled Nagato, I shouldn't have let Orochimaru join the Akatsuki organization at the beginning. But Orochimaru is a dangerous person. Nagato did not speak, but Tiendao Pain said at this moment, I was not sure to kill him at that time, so I thought of putting Orochimaru beside me to monitor him. Didn't I expect this dangerous person to be a spy sent by Konoha? It must have been sent by Danzang, right? Baiju touched his chin and expressed his previous speculation. Konan, Nagato, and Tendo Pain's eyes were noticed at the same time, and an extremely dangerous look flashed in their eyes. Go to see him first. Heiju hopes that they will go to see Shiera Emiya first. Compared with Shiera Emiya, anyone in this world seems insignificant. Certainly. Shiera Emiya would definitely not think so. Shimiya never thought that others were insignificant. He always believed that everyone in this world had a very high value, even if he was just sent by Orochimaru to secretly monitor him. These days, Pharmacist Do thinks that his life is a bit happy. Because he can always learn a lot of knowledge from Shiera Emiya and hear a lot of philosophy from Shiera Emiya. Especially Pharmacist Dora can also talk to Emiya Shiera about the Dean of Pharmacist Nanoya, who he started to worry about again, so he sometimes couldn't help but want to go with Emiya Gong Shiwan, a wise man from ancient times, seeks answers to life. In this world, There must be no one more suitable person than Shiera Emiya. When anyone chatting with Shiera Emiya, it seems that he can get guidance from his words. Even just chatting with him is a matter of soothing physical and mental relief. When the dean died. I don't know who I am. I don't know what the meaning of my life is. I don't seem to like anything that I particularly like, I don't hate anything that I particularly don't know why I live in this world. Pharmacist remembered his confusion during that period and also remembered Orochimaru's teachings. Orochimaru told me that if you collect all the information in the world, know all the knowledge in this world, and you can find the final answer from it. What about before that? While fiddling with the experimental equipment in his hand, Emiya Shiera guided the pharmacist Dory's thinking. I remember Danzo used the funds from your orphanage to force you to become a spy when he was a child. Do you like that kind of life? I'm very disgusted. The pharmacist subconsciously frowned and recalled his feelings during that period. Sometimes I am afraid that I will be killed after being discovered, but in order to obtain the orphanage and continue to fund it, I must do it. Emiya Shiera paused in her hand and started the experiment again. He seemed to have inadvertently said, when a person knows why he lives, he will also find that he can tolerate any kind of life. The pharmacist held his test tube tightly. You are an excellent medical ninja. Even in learning medical ninjutsu, even Tsunade may not be as good as you in some aspects. I thought you were the ninjutsu for the medical ninjutsu. It looks like. Shiera Emiya sighed, and a sentence completely penetrated the heart of pharmacist Dora. Whether medical ninja, a spy, or a ninja, all of this is not what you really want. The existence of that orphanage is the destination you always want. Pharmacist Do's arm couldn't help but droop. Real. It seems that's it. In order to allow the dean and the orphanage to exist, I can endure all the bad life for these reasons, even if it is not as safe as possible. Under the guidance of the dean, I became a medical ninja and could participate in battlefield rescue with the dean to solve the expenses of some orphanages. When I took the initiative to stand up and become a spy, it was also for the orphanage to get more funds and stay there forever. Yes. Those are the meanings that you really want to survive. Pharmacist remembered his past life, and 2 lines of tears slowly shed under his glasses, which made him remember the first time he got these glasses. The gentle dean who regarded himself as his own found that his eyesight could not see all this clearly. He gave him this pair of glasses, which also made him truly and thoroughly feel the love that was valued for the first time. These are the meaning of his survival. To this end, he is willing to endure everything. Give me the test tube. Emiya Shiera seemed to have never said anything. While continuing to concentrate on the experiment, she asked casually, is the funding for that orphanage always short of funds? When I was there, it seemed that Konoha had no orphanage yet. But an old friend named Kakuto was working hard to earn money to support some orphanages. Is Master Kaoru? When pharmacist Doc thought of this, he couldn't help but gritted his teeth and mentioned something. When he thought of this, he even felt a little aggrieved and hated. Actually, the dean once met Lord Kaoru and received donations from Lord Kaoru, who hates Konoha, for a while. Later, Danzo forced the dean to refuse to accept Lord Kaoru's donation, on the grounds that the dean was forbidden from colluding with the rebellious tyrants outside. But Pharmacist Do's palm was tightened again, and he remembered some things he had secretly investigated after becoming a spy. Danzang prohibited the dean from accepting donations outside the village, and reduced the funds allocated to the orphanage in the village as in Naruto. At this moment, Pharmacist Do can no longer hide his anger. If Danzo refused to contact them with Kaoru, he would also cut the funds of the orphanage, just to force the pharmacist Dean Nanoyu and the children of the orphanage to become spies in his hands, just to force them to eventually go to a dead end. What a bad time! Amiya Shiera's voice became a little dull, and he suddenly asked, "Are Orochimaru sent by Danzo to carry out the mission of destroying the Akatsuki?" Pharmacist Do didn't know how to speak. Pharmacist Deo didn't want to deceive Shiera Emiya in front of him. Whether it was Emiya Shiera who saved the soul of Nanoyu in the underworld or Emiya Shiera who untied his heart, it made Pharmacist Dark realize the greatness of this man. Pharmacist Deo was a little ashamed that he had been surveillance and even helped Orochimaru deceive Emiya Shiera, and he was even embarrassed to face it. But Pharmacist Do didn't know what to do. If you tell the truth, you will inevitably be disappointed Orochimaru's trust. I have no idea. Pharmacist Deo lowered his head and thought for a while, but chose to give up. I am just a subordinate of Orochimaru and I don't know the specific situation. However, Orochimaru sent information. In a few days, Orochimaru should be able to find an opportunity to come to this base under the surveillance of the Akatsuki organization. Lord Emiya should be able to know the answer from Orochimaru. Will a few days in? Emiya Shiera's face couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If Orochimaru had a chance in a few days, then the two of them probably didn't meet in this bunker. What's wrong? When Pharmacist Deo saw that Shiera Emiya seemed a little disappointed, he quickly wiped away his tears and asked seriously and nervously, "If Lord Emiya has any need, I will go to see Lord Orochimaru immediately." It doesn't matter. Shiera Emiya waved his hand and said intentionally or unintentionally, "I just want to see how much darkness is hidden in this era of 40 years, and I also want to see if I can change this era of darkness." Yes. The pharmacist nodded in a complicated mood. Sure enough. Lord Orochimaru has always wanted to keep Emiya Shiera at this base, but this base obviously cannot contain a great person like Emiya Shiera. But does this adult want to change this era? Pharmacist Dark couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He could feel the dissatisfaction of Emiya Shiera with this era because he himself was not satisfied with this dark world. But how can we change this era? Pharmacist Deo has always been considered smart enough by Orochimaru, and he could not think of a way to change this era. He even had always recognized his weakness, nor did he think that he is a person who is capable of changing this era. To be honest, I am not even qualified to think about this kind of thing. But if it were Lord Shiera Emiya, he would definitely be able to do it, right? I'll go see Lord Orochimaru. Pharmacist Dori respectfully bowed to Shiera Emiya respectfully. He wanted to report Shiera Emiya's thoughts to Orochimaru, and also wanted to think about his future. If you can. Pharmacist Do hopes to see the day when this era changes. At that time, maybe he could go back to the dean's orphanage and learn to take care of those homeless children every day like a gentle dean, right? Wei Gu Shiwen fiddled with the experimental instruments calmly, as if he had not noticed that the person around him who had been monitoring him had left. Maybe. In fact, that person is no longer the person who monitors him. After a long time, Amiya Shiera looked at Hashimara cells cultivated in the experimental instrument and turned off the experimental instrument calmly and indifferently, as if talking to himself, or as if saying something to the departing person, "It's good to leave, after all, my guests are about to arrive. When you see you next time, let's invite you to change the world with me." Chapter 85 Emiya Shiera's Secret Past. The gate of the underground fortress slowly opened. Because I could sense the chakra inside, I knew that there was no danger in it, so I took the lead and walked in front to lead the way. Tiandao Pain followed behind it. Xionin hesitated for a while before following in Nagato's wheelchair. In the dark corridor, a dim candlelight shone on both sides of the corridor. Deep in this corridor is a rich darkness, which makes people unable to see its appearance. The unknown way forward always makes people subconsciously want to retreat. But coming here, it means that it is impossible to retreat. As they slowly walked through this dark corridor along the way and walked to the deep laboratory door, a cold voice came from the door. "Come in directly." His perception is excellent. While pushing open the door, Heiju whispered to Shiera Emiya, "It seems that he has noticed that we are here for a long time, but he should be busy." When the group walked into the laboratory, they couldn't help but stop in place because they saw a man lying on the scroll while writing and drawing seriously. It seemed that the other party should be quite busy at this time. "Feel sorry. I'm a little busy today. Otherwise, we should go and greet the guests as soon as possible." Amiya Shiera raised her hand and closed the instruments on the lab, and continued to write and draw on the scroll while continuing to explain, "The scientific and technological progress of this era has been very helpful to medicine, and new things will inevitably make people want to try." Nagato and Konan were slightly stunned. Because in their inherent impression, a big man like Shiera, who seems to be waiting for their arrival arrogantly, or even sitting upright in a seat that can stand tall and quietly watching those who come to visit. But the man sat by the laboratory bench, and he seemed to be chatting about homely things when he spoke. His voice was a little cold, but not like a coldness that would keep people from thousands of miles away. "I can't see at all, this is the great man from ancient times. This technology does not seem to help peace." Tiandao Pain took the lead in speaking, frowned, and persuaded him as if he was questioning when he spoke coldly, "Amiya's medicine is sophisticated and excellent, that it can cure all diseases in the ninja world, but this method cannot save the greed of the ninja." Pen. Xionin looked at Pen nervously, then at Nagato, the real owner who was controlling Pen. She was a little afraid that she would anger the other party. Maybe our views are different. I always think that treating patients' pain is the original intention of chakra. The pen in Shiera Umiya's hand suddenly stopped. As he spoke, he turned his head slightly, revealing the reincarnation eye in his eyes, looking at Pen, who also had the reincarnation eye. The expression of the heavenly Dao Pen changed. That's the eye of reincarnation. Nagato and Konan were shocked at the same time. Because they didn't expect that Shiera Emiya also had a pair of reincarnation eyes. As a craftsman with the Samsara eye, Nagato has always believed that his Samsara eye was awakened by the gifts from heaven. People who have seen the reincarnation eye in this world say that he is a special person, but at this moment he also saw a pair of reincarnation eyes in another person. Those reincarnation eyes are also mysterious. It should even have a more terrifying power than his reincarnation eye. Because the person who possessed those reincarnation eyes was Shiera Emiya from the ancient times, and he was far from being compared with the unknown man now. Mr. Wei Yiwen's eyes are the eyes of the Six Paths Immortals. Heiju Yinli introduced the Sarawara's reincarnation eye next to him. It told the story of the past according to his own cognition. Those eyes are the Sarawara's reincarnation eye taken from the body of the Six Path Immortals. Nagato and Konan's eyes showed a look of surprise, a little shocked at the source of Emiya Shiera's two reincarnation eyes. As we all know, the reincarnation eye is the eyes owned by the Six Immortals. However, Nagato thought he had awakened his eyes like the Six Path Immortals, but this was far from the source of Emiya Shiera's reincarnation eye's eye. Those eyes. It is the reincarnation eye taken from the body of the Six Path Immortals. In ancient times, the Six Path Immortals established the ninja sect and distributed the chakra to the world. At that time, Lord Ihara believed that chakra was a force that could save the world's pain, so he created a medical ninja system that could cure diseases and save people. However, when the disciples of ninja sect who used chakra for evil appeared, Lord Ihara realized that chakra would be used by humans as a weapon to fight for interests. Heiju continued to speak in a hoarse voice in Emiya Shiera's past. In order to avoid the occurrence of humans carrying chakra into a more tragic war, Lord Emiya completely destroyed the ninja sect of the Six Path Immortals. He was only one step away from the emergence of eternal peace in this world. Yes. Only one step away. It's only one step away from participating in it. Nagato and Konan could no longer be shocked by this. Because this kind of secret is something that people in the ninja world have never known. Anyone only knows that Emiya originally created a respected medical ninja for this world, but never knew that there was such a dark secret past. If this kind of thing is spread, it will shock people in the entire ninja world, right? Pity. Mr. Wei Yiwen was still soft-hearted after all. At that time, Lord Wei Yiwen chose to leave the fate of mankind to their own decisions, and he finally believed that mankind could understand each other. Heiju glanced at Shiera Uyung and sighed softly. Master Uyung used the hidden technique in the reincarnation eye to resurrect the dead in the war, but he did not expect that shortly after he left this world, the ninjas began the chaotic 1,000-year warring states period. That technique. Zionan's eyebrows were faintly painful. Nagato couldn't help but stroke his eyes. Although Nagato already knew that there was a natural technique of reincarnation that could truly resurrect the dead, he did not expect that someone in this world had used this technique. It's really unexpected. Nagato took a deep breath and couldn't help but think of the slogans of those medical ninjas. He couldn't help but think of the pain he experienced. I always thought we already understood the greatness of Lord Emiya Shiera. Unexpectedly. This man has done more for this world. Whether it is to prevent chakra from spreading, he chose to kill Ninjasan resolutely, or to believe that humans sacrificed their lives and resurrected all the dead. This decision. People with great perseverance cannot do it. After he truly began to be able to use the power of the reincarnation eye, Nagato was thinking about his own puppet, pen, of the way to become a god. Nagato already believed that human beings' narrow vision could not truly determine the fate of the world. Only by leaping into a god who was beyond the human vision could the world change, but he did not expect that this world would have had practitioners earlier than him. Even the other party's methods were more terrifying than his ideas. However, if Shiera Emiya destroyed the ninja sect at that time and completely blocked the spread of chakra, perhaps the world will not become what it is today. From the first time he was reincarnated in the filthy land and returned to the present world, Lord Weiwen realized the mistake he made thousands of years ago. While Heiju was talking, he glanced at Shiera Emiya, who had a faint look of pain on his face, and then continued, when the First Ninja World War broke out in this era, Lord Ihara made up his mind, so he quelled the First Ninja World War on the same day, hoping to continue his will to peace. At the same time, in order to avoid a more tragic war in this world, the world left a second way. Nakaman. Don't doubt Lord Weiwen. Heiju noticed Nagato's silence, and the smile on his face became gloomy again. Your vision has indeed surpassed most people in this world, but in front of Lord Ihara, it is still a bit too narrow. Nagato and Konan were silent at the same time. This also made him unable to refute this. Because he knew that the Akatsuki had been walking behind Emiya Shiera. The Akatsuki organization once tried to recreate the peace of Emiya Shiera. They implemented Emiya Shiera's peace will and wanted to mediate the war, and tried to go to Emiya Shiera's first path. Later, they also failed. The Akatsuki organization is now heading for another path left by Emiya Shiera. They only know that this is left by Emiya Shiera as the mysterious masked man and the Kuroja mentioned, but they did not expect that the birth of the second Dark Road has always had such a tortuous history. Black Jew. Emiya Shiera seemed a little dissatisfied with the fact that Heiju mocked Nagato, and stopped Heiju from trying to continue saying something ridiculed Nagato. Feel sorry. Heiju has always been like this. I hope your heart will not be worried about its words. Emiya Shiera walked towards Nagato with no pride on her face. She calmly stretched out her palm and said, Heiju was wrong. My vision is not wider than you. I was born a little earlier than you. I have seen too many people when I was saving the patient, and walked too many roads, so I can see more people's pain. Nagato was a little ashamed and dared not reach out. It was not until he saw Shiera Emiya's somewhat surprised gaze that Nagato carefully stretched out his hand and held his palm. There was a faint complexity in his chest. Akatsuki has been implementing the will of Lord Emiya, whether it is Yahiko or pain. Yes. Whether it is Yahiko or pain. In fact, they just want to continue Shiera Emiya's will. Their dreams. It seems that it is necessary to implement Shiera Emiya's will. I know. Emiya Shiera's expression became particularly serious, as if she was sincere from the bottom of her heart. Actually, when I returned to the present world for the second time from the underworld, when Heiju told me, I realized that there were still people who had embarked on the second path to save the world. This is a more difficult behavior than a medical ninja. People walking on this road need to have extraordinary will, need to endure pain that cannot be understood by the world, and strive to change this world that people cannot change. This pain is a bit too heavy. I never want anyone to bear this pain and walk on this road, but I am also grateful that someone is willing to walk together on this road. Chapter 86: The Forgotten Mysterious Masked Man. This is our honor. Nagato shook his head gently, not thinking that he needed Shiera Emiya's gratitude, and even his attitude towards Shiera Emiya was a little touched. In this silent voice, the power of the Akatsuki organization has been transferred. Both Nagato and Konan have already determined that Emiya Shiera is their own people. They have been walking on the two roads of Emiya Shiera, so it is natural that they cannot seize the power of the Akatsuki organization with Emiya Shiera, and they even did not realize that they had been stolen. It seems like the Akatsuki organization should have belonged to Shiera Emiya. Because the two generations of the organization's actions came from Shiera Emiya. Certainly. From one aspect, the real control power of the second-generation Akatsuki organization has always been out of their hands, but the mysterious masked man who has been manipulating them behind the scenes. To be honest, compared to the mysterious masked man who proudly called himself Uchiha Madara, who always arrogantly claimed to guide them and let them execute various orders, the Emiya who stood in front of them was so approachable. He was like a fairy tale when he was a child, pitying everyone in this world. Is this your companion? Emiya Shiera looked at the Tiendao pain next to him. He looked at Nagato and Konan and lowered his head in pain, and said casually, "It seems that your relationship is really good. Even when this time comes, I hope he can stay with you alive." Yes. Nagato subconsciously replied with his head down. But he must know you will remember him. I have been saving the soul trapped by obsession in the gap between life and death, but I have never seen his soul, so he died at the beginning. When I go there, I must think that my death is very meaningful, so I can return to the pure land of the underworld without regrets. Yahiko. Tears couldn't help but remained in Nagato's eyes. Even Zionin couldn't help but wipe the moisture of his eyes. At this time, Nagato had always believed that he had killed Yahiko, and seemed to have been put down a lot at this moment. Zionen's fingers were tightly clasped, and he asked with sadness in his eyes, "Master Emiya, what will it look like if the soul returns to the underworld after death?" Every dead are different. As a person who has truly died, Shiera Umiya could not understand the pure land of the underworld. He seemed to represent the dead and communicate with the living beings in the world. His eyes looked at the heavenly Daopane with a little compassion, as if he could see the soul of this heavenly Daopune during his lifetime. If it were him, it should be watching you in the underworld. Emiya Shiera's words seemed to be easy to penetrate the hearts of the people. Every word he said caressed Nagato and Konan's pain like a trickle of water. There is no time and no space there. You who are in the world are his only sustenance. Maybe his words will also make their emotions stronger. Whether it was Nagato or Konan, they seemed to have thought of the joyful appearance of his former close friend watching them in the underworld from the words of Emiya Shiera. It was not until a long time later that Konan reacted immediately. Her fingers clasped the wheelchair tightly, looking at the black stick deeply stuck behind Nagato, and even stained with plasma, trying to propose another purpose of coming to see Shiera Amiri. However, but Shiera Umiya spoke first. So, don't let your friends down. Emiya Shiera stretched out her palm and grabbed Nagato's wrist, stared at the black sticks behind him, and whispered, "At least you have to survive well, your body seems to be not enough to bear the burden of the reincarnation It's nothing big. Cough cough cough." Nagato subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he couldn't help but coughed hard. Ha ha ha. Heiju laughed gloomy next to him. Its laughter somewhat destroyed the atmosphere in front of him, but the words he said were extremely true. Master Weiwen would not watch the patient suffer in front of him. Nakaman. Zionen was a little nervous. Have you overdrawn the power of life to use the reincarnation Emiya Shiera judged Nagato's problem at a glance. A green chakra was shining on his palm, exploring Nagato's body. Although the chakra in your body is sufficient, the power used to use the reincarnation is still far from enough. Sir Emiya, is there any way? Zionen looked at the weak Nagato with a nervous look. Pull out the chakra transmission black rod behind first. Emiya Shiera's finger pointed at Nagato's back, trying to pull out the black stick on his back, because these black sticks were also the chakra transmission black sticks of him and Tiendao Pain. It is through these black sticks that Nagato continuously input chakra to Tiendao Pain to maintain Tiendao Pain's actions. Master Emiya. Nagato refused this approach. Obviously. Nagato also wanted to transmit black sticks through these chakras to allow his former friend Yahiko to act as Pain's identity. Implement the will of Lord Emiya. Making the world peaceful has always been Yahiko's dream. Nagato clenched his fists, endured the pain of the black stick behind him, and gritted his teeth and insisted, "If Yahiko has been watching Konan and me, I hope Yahiko can always participate in our peace plan. Is there any conflict between this and healing your body?" Amiyashiera's brows frowned, and after thinking for a while, it seemed that she could not understand Nagato's meaning. Isn't it hindered? Nagato felt that he didn't understand it very much. No way. Amiyashiera's finger pointed at Nagato's back and explained softly, I am also a craftsman with the reincarnation eye. I also have a certain understanding of yin-yang escape and chakra transmission. I just think this method will cause you too much. See Lord Wei Yiwen's wishes. Heiju's voice echoed again, and his mouth smiled and said, you may be a little underestimated by Lord Wei Yiwen's other identity. Lord Wei Yiwen's true identity has always been the greatest medical ninja in the ninja world. This sentence is obviously a bit flattering. In a sense, this is not a flattery. Because Amiyashiera can indeed provide solutions to any disease in the ninja world, even the troubles of the kinemos are too heavy. Just so. Amiyashiera has a treatment method at hand. After all, Nagato's real problem lies in the fact that his chakra has been being consumed by the transition of the reincarnation eye, so that sometimes chakra has overdrawn to start consuming his vitality. I have to say, this is thanks to the Hashirama cells sent by Orochimaru. Because there is no longer any material that is more suitable for use than Hashima cells, even Amiyashiera's curse seal is inferior, and his curse seal energy can only replenish chakra. But the consumption of the reincarnation eye is very large. Amiyashiera's body in Nagato the body transplanted Hashima cells, allowing him to control the ability of the reincarnation eye to inhibit the reproduction and phagocytic characteristics of Hashima cells, and left his own curse seal on Tiendao pain. This is my curse seal. It can be converted into chakra by refining natural energy. Theoretically, this mantra print is enough to support Pen's daily actions in the Dao of Heaven. Except for some reincarnation eye techniques that require especially chakra, it cannot be used. In this way, most of the time, you just need to use your will to control the actions of the heavenly Dao pain. Are the more powerful Shenluo Tianzheng and the earth-blasting Tianxing. Nagato immediately realized the prohibition that Amiyashiera said. Amiyashiwan nodded before continuing, at that time, you need your chakra. I will surgically transplant the chakra black rod transmitter and my spell seal into your body, so that it can also provide some chakra for his actions. Besides, I will teach you to practice a chakra-controlled technique. This technique can reduce the consumption of chakra in your body, seal some unnecessary chakra, leaving only some chakra to regulate and maintain your body in a healthy state. By the way, when you really need to fight, use these sealed chakras to avoid the transitional consumption of the reincarnation eye. After all, sooner or later, there will be a need to fight. There will be many people oppose this road. Amiyashiera was performing surgery on Nagato while talking casually. No one would want someone on their head to control their behavior. Yes. Nagato expressed his understanding of this. As for your legs, this is the sequelae of the explosion and burns. Amiyashiera's fingertips appeared one by one, and a thin chakra needle was pierced into the acupoints between Nagato's legs. A delicate chakra scalpel appeared between his fingers, slowly cutting Nagato's legs. His voice calmed down a little. Compared with the troubles of the reincarnation this old injury is probably the least worth mentioning issue. It turns out that the explosion destroyed the nerves in both legs. Outside the laboratory. Or outside the operating room. Zionin stood at the door with a nervous look on his face. Because Nagato thought they could trust Amiya Shiera, he refused Konan to stay inside, but Konan was just a little worried about his injury. Ha ha ha. Baiju couldn't help laughing and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Konan, Lord Amiya Shiera's medical skills must be the most powerful." Konan thought that Baiju and Hei could never understand their feelings, but she was a little upset and mentioned another thing casually, "Mr. Emiya is back. Why didn't the mysterious masked man who kept saying that he was Uchiha Madara come here to greet him?" Heiju and Baiju were stunned at the same time. They. It seems that I have forgotten this matter. Because of the return of Shiera Emiya, no chess piece is important anymore. The mysterious masked man cannot do anything well, and has the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. They both never thought about notifying each other for a while. What to do? Do you have to abandon the mysterious masked man directly? Is this a little bad? That guy also knew more plans and had extremely strange Maenad Sharinon abilities. It would probably not be easy to kill him if he wanted to kill him. It would be difficult to deal with it if he jumped out to make trouble in the future. I'll ask my clone to inform him immediately. Baiju's original body quickly made his own proposal. I hope he will not object to Lord Ihara's will. Heiju's voice became hoarse because it had always had a bad impression of the mysterious masked man. The other party's arrogance made his thoughts really difficult for Heiju to figure out. Ju, have you been calling Lord Weiwen? Zionin raised her confusion in surprise, and a hint of suspicion flashed in her light purple eyeshadow. Will that man oppose Lord Emiya? This is a unique name that only Lord Weiwen is close to, and sometimes we can even call him directly. Heiju's voice immediately became gloomy. He reminded Xiaonan first, and then continued, that guy is arrogant and has never respected others very much. Because he is not the real Uchiha Madara. He is just a person who inherits Madara's will. Heiju contacted Shiera Emiya again, and simply sold the identity of the mysterious masked man. I just worry that he would offend Lord Emiya. Although Madara has always respected Lord Weiwen, it is hard to say that kind of guy who becomes completely arrogant after getting a little power. One of my clones still like him. Baiju sighed helplessly, not fully agreeing with Heiju's idea. Forget it, at least he also represents Madara's will. Let's deal with Orochimaru's Konoha spy first. Chapter 87, The Return of the Nagato, The Secret of Xiao. The Country of Rain. The cave base organized by Akatsuki is a little wet. Since this base is set up in the land of rain, it is cloudy. The dense rain never stopped, and there were some water droplets hanging on the cliffs on the cave. When Emiya arrived here, he reached out and touched the wet wall, and then stepped into the depths of the Akatsuki base. Sorry, we haven't found a suitable base yet. Tiendao Pain followed Shiera Emiya and took the initiative to introduce the situation of the Akatsuki's base. There are hereby dogs of heretics. Nagato walked behind them with some staggering steps. Nagato insisted on walking behind Konan, as if they were just the most ordinary members of the Akatsuki organization. He insisted that Pain accompany Emiya Shiera as the leader of the Akatsuki organization. After being treated by Shiera Emiya, Nagato seemed to have become a real person. Although his figure was still a little thin, he no longer had the thin appearance that Konan felt shocking every time he saw it. However, this is not without strange things. Because there was a mark on Nagato's eyebrows at some point, his appearance also looked like the red-haired boy when he was 15 or 16 years old. Although Nagato was still a little uncomfortable with walking, he still wanted to adapt to the feeling of being able to control his body freely. He was very satisfied with this treatment. He could feel the increasingly filling chakra and vitality in his body at any time, at least enough to support his reincarnation. Nakaman. Zionin almost fell down when he saw Nagato and wanted to subconsciously support him. Xiao Nan, let me walk for a while. Nagato refused Konan's support and whispered, Mr. Emiya said that what I need now is to get familiar with my legs again. Nakaman. Ju's figure came over. Baiju raised his finger and wanted to use the spore technique on Nagato. If necessary, I can prepare a clone for you to assist you in your actions. I will be able to move easily soon. Nagato shook his head and flatly refused the other party's help. What a pity. Heiju's voice sounded a little regretful. Recover as soon as possible. Emiya Shiera's voice came from the front, as if he was casually talking about future events. If your legs can move freely soon, if there is anything in the future, you can also go out with your teammates Konan and Pain. Yes. A smile finally appeared on the corner of Nagato's mouth. Just so. This is exactly what he thought. Nagato was a little happy because Shiera Emiya was willing to understand him. In fact, every time Pen is out, he needs to follow Pen secretly, but he looks like the mastermind behind Pen. From now on, he no longer has to hide these things. He can even stand with Zionin openly, just like they were standing beside Yahiko at the beginning. What's more, with Emiya Shiera, there is no need for him to hide behind the scenes. After all, he only needs to implement Shiera Emiya's will to peace, and he still hopes to act with his former teammates. End. Nagato didn't think he was a qualified leader either. Even though he had been manipulating Pain, he just created a false fantasy that Yahiko was still leading the Akatsuki organization to satisfy himself, as if there was a mental problem. There are few members of the Akatsuki organization now. Tiendao Pain was still like a conscientious leader, and he told their mentor about the situation within the Akatsuki organization. There are only 4 teams in the entire organization, Konan and me, Ju and the man who claimed to be Madara, Orochimaru, and Akazan Scorpion, and Kamita. When he said this, Tiandao Pain seemed to remember something and turned around and asked Zionin, "Zionin, what is the name of Jiaoda's current teammate?" "No teammates." Zionin reminded him helplessly, and his brows frowned and fell into deep melancholy. The last teammate's bounty at the gold exchange venue was 1.5 million taels, so he accidentally killed his teammate in the mission and replaced his teammate's body with money. Everyone present fell into deep silence. Kaedu. Baiju couldn't help but feel tricky about Kaeru's affairs and sighed helplessly. When can we not treat his teammates as mission targets? After Baiju finished speaking, he looked at Zionin and Nagato again. To be honest, why did you two insist on recruiting this trouble guy at that time? For Baiju, the horn is really troublesome. After all, Baiju and Zionin have always been responsible for recruiting people. Baiju is responsible for finding suitable people, and Zionin is responsible for recruiting them. The existence of Kaedu is really a huge burden on it. Because Senior Kaeru is strong enough. Nagato's mentality seemed to be back when he was a teenager. His expression was very serious, and he was not as cold as Pain in his words, and he respected Kakuto's identity very much. What are you? Emiya Shiera couldn't help but think of this long-standing person. Senior Kaeru has always recognized Lord Emiya's will. When Nagato mentioned Kakuto, he would inevitably mention Kakuto's attitude towards Shiera Emiya and asked, "Did Lord Emiya have had a relationship with Kakuto? I heard that Kakuto had been active for a while before the First Ninja World War." "I'm an old friend." Emiya Shiera's voice hidden into the dark bass. "They should be back, too." Zionin calculated the time based on the habits of members of the Akatsuki organization. Deep in the base of the Akatsuki organization, there is a huge statue here. The statue looks very ugly, looking like a human figure, with 9 eyes on its head and skin all over its body is like a dead tree. The heretic golem. Or, it is the tent-ailed body. Even if it is only left with its body, it has vigorous vitality and powerful power. Standing deep in the base, it seems like a living thing that may recover at any time. Certainly. Its real purpose is not combat. Only when all the 9 tailed beasts in the ninja world are collected and all the chakras of these tailed beasts are injected into the heretic golems can it truly be resurrected and possess the power of heaven. When the members of the Akatsuki organization return, they will see this heretic golem. They also know that the Akatsuki organization's plan is to collect the tailed beast to resurrect this heretic golem. However, according to the rare members of the Akatsuki organization now, they all think that this plan is a bit difficult. After all, the tailed beasts are basically in the hands of the Daguo ninja village. The strength of the entire Akatsuki organization is slightly disadvantageous than that of tens of thousands of ninjas in the 5 major countries. If you want to snatch the tailed beast from those big countries, you will definitely encounter a thunder strike. Once the plan is exposed, it is likely to attract siege from the 5 major countries' ninjas. Therefore, the members of the Akatsuki organization nowadays don't have much hope. Since they are all S-level rebels, they simply regard this organization as a temporary shelter. Diagonally speaking, Xiao organization is quite qualified. Because this organization can help him provide a lot of high commissions. Although the teammates provided by this organization are not very strong, and they are often evil people, they can also be exchanged for him as wealth. As for Orochimaru, when he and his teammate Akaza Scorpion returned to the base of the Akatsuki organization, the two planned to return to the base's laboratory. One continued to study his own techniques, and the other continued to study his own puppet, and they laughed at each other from time to time. But today is obviously an exception. Because Xionin informed the three of them to go deep into the base where the heretic golems were stored, they will participate in welcoming a new member and announce some important matters. Is there a new guy again? Gyao doesn't care about this kind of thing either. If the members recruited by the Akatsuki organization are all this level rebels in the ninja world who are extremely sinful, Kaoru only hopes that the bounty of these newcomers is high enough. Is this newcomer my teammate? Gyao stood in front of the heretic golem, turned to look at Xionin, and he always spoke bluntly, "Xionin, can you help me find a teammate with a high bounty?" Xionin's face immediately became a little painfully entangled, and he took a deep breath and persuaded, "Didn't the companions of Xiao organization ask you to exchange for money? But their strength is too weak. If they are accidentally killed during the battle, they will die in the battle. Such valuable corpses cannot be wasted." Kaoru had a little cold face, and he didn't care about the so-called companions at all. "I don't think they are my companions, they are just teammates who are performing missions together. I don't need companions either. When I was in Taki Hidden Village, I regarded the ninjas in the village as my companions, but those companions chose to abandon and betray him, and even wanted to kill him." Companion? None of these is reliable. The teammates of the Akatsuki organization are not as reliable as those of the stupid-minded guys of the Uzumaki clan. At least the red-haired group would not choose to embezzle his money, nor would they want to hurt him. Except for some little kids who are a little clingy, there is nothing else that makes him unhappy. But the same is true for others. Even Orochimaru and his teammate Akaza Scorpion disliked each other. If they hadn't killed each other, they would have taken action long ago. Red Sand Scorpion is an S-class rebel ninja from Sand Village. The 3 generations of Feng Ying who secretly assassinated Sand Village chose to defect. He is a powerful puppet master. He only cares about his puppet art and thinks that his puppet is his companion. Snort. Let me delay my time. The Red Sand Scorpion likes to study puppets on weekdays, and has no interest in welcoming newcomers, and his voice is obviously a bit cold. Maybe it's a very interesting person. Orochimaru's mouth curled up, and he was more interested in the newcomer from the Akatsuki organization, because Orochimaru liked to encounter some interesting abilities. If the other party's abilities are so interesting that it would be even better if he could seize the other party's body. If he is not interested. Of course Orochimaru would not choose to leave. Because Orochimaru also wanted to get the Samurai Eye, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, especially for the Samurai Eye, he sacrificed the last crystal coffin in this world and resurrected Shiera Emiya. But That big guy is really troublesome. Pharmacist Deo sent a message yesterday that Shiera Emiya wanted to leave the base, as if he wanted to change this dark world like he had quelled the war in the ninja world back then. Still such a naive and kind person. Now the world is completely different from 40 years ago. Emiya Shiera's prestige is no longer as good as that of 40 years ago. All ninjas in the ninja world are fighting for benefits for their own villages, and no one will ever be willing to completely give up their interests for one word of his. The shadows of the Awakened Village, Yungzio Village, Sand Village, Konoha, and Fog Village, these great power ninja villages have all started to use some dark means for the village in frequent battles. Ninjas who have been blinded by interests and have been concealed by the dust of the ninja Deo will no longer believe in their innocent will like their ancestors. End. What can happen even if it changes? After all, this world has come to this point. Everyone has their own greed, and everyone has their own desires. Sooner or later, the world will slowly become like ninjas fighting and deceiving each other for their own interests. Orochimaru planned to find some time to quietly escape from the surveillance of the Red Sand Scorpion, return to the base and persuade Shiera Emiya, so that he could give up this naive idea, so that he knew that this dark world could no longer be saved. Zionin looked at Orochimaru, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Konan wanted to kill Orochimaru when Orochimaru returned to the Akatsuki organization base, because the other party was most likely a spy sent by Danzo Shimura to spy on Akatsuki. But Zionin has no absolute certainty. The Way of Heaven Pain was not absolutely sure to kill him. It will interest you. Konan looked at Orochimaru and narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous look. This time the newcomer is very strong, and he was once a familiar person. Is that true? Orochimaru immediately became interested. Even the horns and the red sand scorpion were aroused of curiosity. It's been delaying your time. The figure of the heavenly Daopain stood on the golem of the heretics. He looked down at the people below and said in a deep voice, "Let me introduce it. The first newcomer is named Nagato. From now on, he will serve as my partner and Zionin, and act with me." After saying that, a red-haired boy walked out. When the red-haired boy appeared, the scorpion of red sand seemed to have no feelings about it, but the Kamen and Orochimaru couldn't help but look a little surprised. Because this boy has seen it before. It was just that the last time I saw him was at least a long time ago. Why didn't I grow up at all? Even his eyes were still a pair of reincarnation eyes. Isn't this little devil your two former companions? Kauda frowned and remembered the story of the red-haired boy passing by with Pain and Zionin. He didn't understand what happened behind this. When Kakudo joined the Akatsuki organization, he felt a little strange because he recognized Pain, who looked like Yahiko in the past, but was a little young. Now, Nagato, why are you so young? Senior Kaoru. Nagato bowed to Kodo politely, and he still looked very polite, just like the boy who had heard from Kodo's mother's clan and received bread from Kodo's hands. Zionin stood beside Nagato and explained softly to Koto, Nagato was sick before, and his body had just recovered recently. Oh! Jiao immediately lost interest. Because for him, Nagato was assigned to Pain's team, and the three former little ghosts gathered together again, which made him not surprised at all. What to do? Is it such a newcomer? Only Orochimaru's eyes flashed slightly with a narrow light. He looked at Nagato's reincarnation eyes and then at the reincarnation eyes of the heavenly Dao Pain. Two pairs of reincarnation eyes. In addition to this, there is another thing that makes Orochimaru feel weird. Because Orochimaru had seen Nagato's current state, he couldn't help but think of his former friend. This state, this little ghost has learned the Yin Seal. Using Yin Seal to maintain his peak state, I remember this technique should have been invented by Tsunade. It should have been Tsunade who cured his illness and taught him again, right? Konan, Nagato, Pain, Yahiko. During the Second Ninja World War, Orochimaru met these former little ghosts with Tsunade, and knew that they were Jiraiya's disciples. Only Tsunade in the entire ninja world has the possibility and motivation to heal Nagato and teach Yin Seal. Next. It's an important matter about the future of the Akatsuki organization. Tiendao Pain looked at everyone present and his voice became serious. Everything in the Akatsuki organization comes from the will of a truly great man. Perhaps you should have heard his name, and even those present have seen him. Chapter 88 Orochimaru, I am not Konoha's spy, do you believe it? At this time, there is no need to mention the past, right? Kaoru frowned and was a little dissatisfied with the words of Tiendao Pain, because he knew that the source of the Akatsuki organization was Emiya Shiera. However, after all, it was the first generation of Akatsuki. If the people from this generation of Akatsuki organization still want to act under the banner of Shiera Emiya, it would make Kakuto feel a little unhappy. What kind of people are there in the Akatsuki organization now? Although Jiaoda cursed himself, he knew very well that Akatsuki was a dangerous organization and he didn't think it was this organization can also be related to Emiya Shiera. No. Actually, Xiao has never changed. Tiendao Pain did not choose to refute Kaoru's remarks, and continued in a deep voice, we are still implementing the will of that adult. Stop saying these funny words here. Kaoru raised his head with some dissatisfaction, and his voice even became a little cold. I admit that you three did implement the will of that adult, but the Akatsuki organization now has no more contact with him. Senior Kaoru. Nagato quickly stood up to appease Koto. However, Nagato's spirit really became split. He comforted Kakuto here, and Pen, who was controlled by him, still played the role of the leader of the Akatsuki organization with all his heart. There are some secrets that you haven't noticed. Tiendao Pain's voice also became cold. He looked at Kaoru and continued in a deep voice, in order to allow truly eternal peace in the ninja world, that adult has also left another way for this disappointing world. This is the meaning of the Akatsuki organization's revival. And earlier than the birth of the Akatsuki organization, there is another person walking on the second road. This person once helped that adult quell the first ninja war. Is Uchiha Madara. Kakuto remembered the first time he saw Shiera Emiya, and he was still impressed by it. Good. Tiendao Pain nodded and continued in a deep voice, Uchiha Madara has also received guidance from that master. Before he died, he also extended the second road of peace to the Akatsuki organization, so that we also got a second choice. We still implement the will of that master. Even. When Pen said this, his eyes fell on Orochimaru, because a Konoha ninja used the evil forbidden technique to resurrect that adult again. We also had the opportunity to contact that adult, and we have truly received his approval. Orochimaru's heart tightened. The fact that he secretly resurrected Shiera Emiya was discovered by the Akatsuki organization, and even the Akatsuki organization had sent someone to contact Shiera Emiya. When? How did they discover it? Did Shiera Emiya really leave a second way? The Akatsuki organization has always been implementing the will of Shiera Emiya. Nagato and Konan's figures have slowly stood near Orochimaru, a position where they can attack Orochimaru at any time. Obviously. This is also a premeditation. This is not only Emiya Shiera wants to accept the Akatsuki organization, but also a premeditation against Orochimaru in advance. As a person who is extremely sensitive to crisis, Orochimaru immediately realized his troubles. He could sense two chakras that exploded at any time. Own. It's going to be in trouble. Has anyone else blasphemed his soul's peace? Kaoru didn't know the situation very well, so he just frowned and a complicated regret flashed across his face. Now, where is Lord Emiya? What's the meaning? The red sand scorpion raised his head mechanically and dully said the name that had always been respected, Pain. Are you saying that Shiera Emiya resurrected again? Good. We have found the people who really should control the Akatsuki organization. Tiendao Pain's body slightly retreated, moved away from his position, and turned slightly. From today, Lord Emiya Shiera will officially take over Akira, and all actions of Akira's organization will be decided by him personally. I believe everyone should not have any opinions. Accompanied by the voice of the heavenly Dao Pain, a figure walked up calmly, slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of reincarnation eyes were quietly staring at the people under the heretic gospel. Long time no see, Kaoru. Master Emiya. Kaoru's palms couldn't help but clenched into fists. When Emiya Shiera really appeared, Kakuto felt nervous for a moment and immediately relaxed. It is precisely because of what Shiera Emiya once said that he found the meaning of his survival in these 40 or 50 years of life. He did not expect to see each other after many years. Akatsuki's plan. Jiao couldn't help but raise his confusion. Akatsuki's plan does come from me. Emiya Shiwen nodded and continued calmly, although I was a little surprised when I heard the story of the Akatsuki organization that there were still people continuing the second path. But now all this proves that the second path is right. The medical ninja I once founded cannot change the emergence of the warring states period, and even the peaceful wool I left behind cannot prevent the birth of the ninja war. Jiao couldn't help but feel silent. Because he knew that all what Emiya Shiera said was right. Whether it was the chaos in the Warring States period or the 3 outbreaks of the Ninja World War, Kakuto had also witnessed it with his own eyes, and he vaguely understood the meaning of Amiri Shiera. If the ninja world always looks like this, then Weigong it seems not surprising that Shiera guides Uchiha Madara and even the Akatsuki organization to another path. But this is a bit too amazing. The greatest medical ninja in the world, once stood in the sun and accepted the attention of the existence, but wanted to stand in the dark and embark on another road. A path that is destined to be understood by the world. Even Kaoru couldn't bear it. He didn't want to see Shiera Emiya become like this, but it was natural for the other party to become like this. So much so that Kaoru lowered his head slightly in silence. He recalled the past impression that Amirishi Shiera had gently healed himself and concealed the complex feelings in his heart. This kind of life is very painful. It shouldn't be the choice of Lord Emiya. It doesn't matter. Emiya Shiera's voice was a little calm, as if he was calm and said his mind was changing. Someone should always do it. In this world, I have seen the ninja fight that will not stop in this world, and I have also seen countless tragic souls who died in the struggle in the underworld. At that time, I made up my mind and learned a lot from the ninjas of that era when I was resurrected last time. One of them is that you can use all means to achieve the goal of eternal peace, and it doesn't matter if it is not understood by the world. I know. What you do is the right thing. The kettle can only be silent. He didn't know these things. Because he always saw Emiya Shiera illuminating the darkness shrouded by others with light, but he never knew the pain of Emiya Shiera when she saw the darkness. Emiya Shiera's eyes flowed slightly and fell on the other person present. His voice was a little calm. Meet again, Orochimaru. I may want to say sorry to you first. I should not be able to use my power to help Konoha destroy Akatsuki. Orochimaru's spirit had long become nervous. That one sly became the shuriken that flew towards him. He used the filthy land to reincarnate the real master of the Akatsuki organization, and even mentioned that he wanted this master to help him destroy the Akatsuki organization. In order to gain the trust of Emiya Shiera, Orochimaru always believed that Emiya Shiera was still the kind-hearted person of the past, so he chose to deceive the other party as Konoha, and even told a lie that he was ordered to defect and destroy the Akatsuki organization. But Emiya Shiera's will actually changed. During the conversation between Emiya Shiera and Kakuto, Orochimaru also realized this problem. Due to the 3 ninja wars, this man's mind has changed. He is no longer the medical ninja who was willing to treat everyone with absolute goodwill in the past. He has transformed into a terrifying strong man who uses any means for the so-called eternal peace. He has also taken over the Akatsuki organization that has been implementing his will. My own situation. It may not be very good. Orochimaru had already vaguely felt Nagato and Konan getting closer. He seemed to be able to sense that the chakra on their bodies would rise up at any time, as if he was about to kill him in the next moment. Obviously, Emiya Shiera has already determined that he is a spy sent by Konoha, and told Konan and the others about this. They want to get rid of him as a spy here. The worst thing is, this place has 3 pairs of reincarnation eyes. Nagato, Pain, and Shiera Emiya, the 3 of them must have mysterious and terrifying powers. Orochimaru even personally experienced the terrifying power of the Samsara Eye. More than that, the reactions of others were also fierce. Is Orochimaru Konoha's spy? The red sand scorpion asked loudly in disbelief, and a scroll quickly appeared on his palm, and he immediately wanted to release his puppet. This bastard! It turned out to be Konoha's spy. Kakuto's figure immediately tensed up. If you are a ninja who has no good impression of Konoha, Kame must be one of them. He had seen the grand occasion of other ninja villages in the ninja world spitting on Konoha. Even those ninja villages later fell so bad that they were even worse than Konoha, and they could not change Kairu's view of Konoha. Orochimaru, was it Danzo who sent you here? Xionin had already recognized this fact in her heart. Her palms began to slowly turn into origami, and explosion talismans appeared faintly in the middle of the origami. Nagato was silent and just raised his fingers. If I say... Orochimaru's mouth curled up a smile, and he slowly raised his head to look at Emiya Shiera, smiling and trying to explain, actually, I am not Konoha's spy at all, but just Konoha's rebellious ninja. Will you believe it? The moment when the words fell, Orochimaru's figure suddenly fled to the cave. To be honest, under this situation, Orochimaru actually thought he didn't believe it anymore. If it weren't for his real defection from Konoha, Orochimaru would have suspected that he was really a spy sent by Danzo to defect and sneak into the Akatsuki organization. After all, I was a spy from Konoha, but I told Emiya Shiera in person. Chapter 89. If you need it, I can become a spy sent to Danzang. Kill him. The voice of the red sand scorpion is full of murderous intent. Everything is inspiring. Nagato raised his palm and the whispered sound echoed in the cave. As the reincarnation eye in his eyes suddenly activated, a terrifying gravitational force emanated from his palm, firmly locking the target on Orochimaru, who wanted to escape. This little devil! Orochimaru also understood the situation of Nagato. If Nagato was sick before, it was not Tsunade's credit, but Shiera Emiya to cure him. Perhaps the power of the Yin Seal also came from Shiera Emiya's personal teaching. I have forgotten. Although Tsunade developed the Yin Seal, perhaps when Tsunade developed the Yin Seal, it was Shiera Emiya's guidance for her childhood. As Orochimaru's body was pulled back by gravity, origami quickly pressed against his body. One of the origamis had the mark of an explosion talisman. Die! Xionin's palm suddenly raised. The detonation talisman on Orochimaru's body suddenly exploded. However, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out a long snake, and another Orochimaru spit out from his mouth. However, Orochimaru's legs turned into a snake's tail, and he swam far away again with speed. Don't try to escape. The red sand scorpion hurriedly chased after him. Akazan Scorpion had no idea about the power changes of the Akatsuki organization, but he always felt that he wanted to kill Orochimaru. Nani-I method and psychic technique. Orochimaru's palm quickly formed a psychic technique, and a brown python emerged from the smoke and opened his mouth and swallowed the red sand scorpion. Do you need to take out these tricks? The red sand scorpion looked at it disdainfully, and his fingers flew out chakra threads, instantly cutting the brown python into several segments, and blood immediately sprayed into the cave. The red sand scorpion was not afraid, and rushed through the bloodstain and chased him out in a stern manner. He knew that he could not let Orochimaru go no matter what he did today. Tiendao Pain, Nagato and Konan followed closely behind, and chased out quickly, and their bodies almost flew up at the same time. This lineup. Even attacking a ninja village is enough. What's more, it's just used to chase or kill Orochimaru. Snort. Orochimaru raised his fingers. Although Orochimaru had no hope for whether he could control the reincarnation of the Emiyashi, he still wanted to try it at this time. However, just as Orochimaru wanted to try, he found that he had cut off contact with Shiera Emiya's body. It was obvious that the other party had unlocked the control of the reincarnation of the filthy land. Sure. Orochimaru couldn't help but grit his teeth. This kind of control of the reincarnation of the filthy land is of no use to the Emiya. On the head of the heretic golem. Wei-Gu Shiera calmly put away his actions of unlocking the reincarnation of the filthy land. Compared to the last time he was reincarnated by someone using the immortal land, this time he didn't need any concealment to unlock the immortal land's reincarnation. He even mastered this technique from the memory of Tomomi Senju in the past. Whoosh! A black stick was thrown out of thin air from his hand. This yin-yang black stick suddenly hit Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru immediately noticed that the black rod blocked his chakra transmission. He didn't care much and pulled out the black mace and ran out in a mess. Orochimaru. White paper floated around Konan, and wings of origami turned into origami were slowly formed behind her. She flew at high speed as if she had turned into an origami angel, and her voice coldly declared Orochimaru's fate, no matter what. You can't escape today. That may not be. Orochimaru's fingers stood up, and his vertical pupils looked back and forth at the people chasing him, and suddenly spit out a purple poisonous mist at them. Toxic. Nagato hurriedly reminded everyone. Wind escape and airflow dance. Nagato quickly formed a seal and released a wind escape. The wind escaped the airflow immediately blew away the poisonous fog from the cave. In such a small cave space, it is actually difficult for him and Pain to exert their combat power. If you are not careful about powerful techniques, you can collapse this base. Obviously. Orochimaru also knew this. Because he had seen the power of the reincarnation eye, he knew that he could not just escape because he would be chased by them. Nagato, Pain, Emiya Shiera. The 3 reincarnation eyes can crush him countless times. But staying here is also a chronic death. Orochimaru's palms quickly closed. When it comes to the ability to escape and save his life, he didn't think there was anyone in the ninja world that was easier than him. After all, he had contacted the other party at the risk of being killed by Pain, and even saved his life from Pain's attack. Next moment, Orochimaru's body suddenly turned into countless white snakes. These white snakes swam quickly into the corner of the cave, making everyone in the Akatsuki organization look numb. They couldn't find which one was Orochimaru. Or everyone may be this guy. It's so difficult. No wonder we'll be sent out to perform such dangerous tasks. I'll go outside to sense his whereabouts. The figure of Tiendao Pain rushed out directly, not in the cave at all. His voice was very calm, as long as you sense the appearance of a snake, kill it immediately. Zionin, let's go. Nagato and Konan followed along. The red sand scorpion was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He thought for a while and rushed out, because he knew that Orochimaru could not stay in the cave. The black blood vessels of the grim respectful Yu were drilled out of Keiru's body, and he felt a little uneasy. If Orochimaru lets spread the news about Akatsuki and Lord Emiya, this won't happen. Shiera Umiya shook his head, his figure jumped down from the heretic golem, and his palm gently fell to the ground, sensing the whereabouts of every white snake in the cave. Next moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The underground of the entire cave began to shake. The 3 Nagato who had been searching for the whereabouts of the white snakes were immediately discovered the vibration of the cave, which made Nagato realize something immediately. Why did I forget? You can use the earth escape ninjutsu. Nagato rubbed his brows with a headache, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I may have really relied too much on the power of the reincarnation eye. The power of the reincarnation eye is so powerful that he has forgotten that he has mastered 6 chakra changes in nature, and is even proficient in all the mainstream ninjutsu in the ninja world. I can't claim it. Zionin shook his head and comforted his friend. At least you still remember to use the wind escape technique when you encountered poisonous fog. Inside the cave, under the tremor of the earth escape technique, the gaps in the corners of the ground are constantly shrinking. The white snake clones that Orochimaru escaped were quickly squeezed to death by the movement of stone land, constantly shrinking Orochimaru's possibility of escape. A white snake finally couldn't stand this chronic death. He hurriedly climbed out of the hidden corner in the cave and exposed his head, opening his mouth and spitting out Orochimaru's body. A green sword light came into Orochimaru's eyes. The speed of this sword light came so fast that it spread for dozens of meters long, and in an instant it pierced Orochimaru's chest and nailed his body to the wall. Chakra Scalpel. This medical ninja technique was once again used to fight. In the entire Akatsuki tissue, only one person can use the chakra scalpel to such an extent, penetrating Orochimaru's body like an arm. The most terrifying thing is the other party's perception ability. Even when Orochimaru had just emerged from the white snake's mouth, the green light of the chakra scalpel had already flew over, making him unable to react. Cough. Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Just tie your hands. Amiya Shiera put away the chakra scalpel on his palm, watched Orochimaru's body fall to the ground, and walked step by step towards Orochimaru, and said calmly, "You should know that you can never be my opponent." Orochimaru's eyes twitched. This man Amiya Shiera. Although he looked peaceful, he felt a sense of aura on his body. But this is normal. Amiya Shiera is indeed a terrifying ninja. How confident is he in his perception ability that he dares to draw his sword at that moment? How confident is it to say such things in your own strength? Orochimaru gritted his teeth, and his neck suddenly stretched out, and he opened his mouth and bit in the direction of Shiera Amiya. He also spit out a strange talisman from his mouth, as if it was a little weird. Tiu escape Tiu spear. Keiru's figure stepped in front of Shiera Amiya. His fist suddenly turned black and punched Orochimaru with a heavy punch. Bang! Orochimaru's head shrank back in a mess. Shenluo Tianzheng. A repulsive force appeared in the palm of Shiera Amiya's palm. However, this repulsive force was controlled so subtly in his hands that it would touch Orochimaru's body just right, and it was more like squeezing his body and pushing it towards the cliff. Puff! Orochimaru felt that his body was severely injured when he was hit by this repulsive force, and was pushed and hit the cliff and squeezed the already severely damaged organ. Orochimaru's mouth could only be opened in a hurry. One arm grew out of his mouth, and the other Orochimaru came out. The Big Snake Flow Substitute Technique. This substitute technique was enough to restore his severe injury to recover. The only problem is, this substitute technique will consume a lot of chakra. Bang! The sharp green sword light slashed over again. Orochimaru's body had just left and shed his body, and the green sword light that was more than 10 meters long cut open his body. This move was even more fierce than the knife just now. This kind of swordsmanship, it will always appear at the moment when he just recovered. It happened to be at this time that Orochimaru had the lowest vigilance. Orochimaru's upper and lower body were instantly cut off by the knife light, but dense thin snakes emerged from his upper and lower body at the same time, making people's scalp numb when they looked at it. The thin snake instantly wrapped its body back together to make him recover. Whoosh! The chakra scalpel is elongated again. Swipe it out. It actually cut off one of Orochimaru's arms directly. Blood. Finally it splashed out. It seems you are not an immortal body. Amiya Shiera's voice finally showed a little sudden. Who? Orochimaru breathed heavily, and he covered his arms tightly, feeling his pain and mental and physical fatigue. I have been completely suppressed by the other party in the battle. Can't resist. Even at all, I can't resist. How did such a terrifying character become a medical ninja? When he was a child, Tsunade had been learning medical ninjutsu with Shiera Emiya. Why didn't he learn how to use a chakra scalpel to cut out this kind of sword technique that was sometimes majestic and sometimes agile? Although Orochimaru knew that he could recover through the unique Orikiri flow substitute technique, he knew that he could not escape the attack of Shiera Emiya. A trace of fear finally flashed in Orochimaru's pupils, but the corner of his mouth still subconsciously laughed and praised Emiya Shiera, wanting to hide his heart. I am really a ninja from the ancient times. My perception ability is so terrifying that it is impossible to hide. The control ability of the reincarnation eye is even better than that of pain. The sharp sword technique is always a move when I can't resist. So, do you have to accept your own destiny? Emiya Shiera's eyes raised and she whispered, I can't let you pass on the information before the Akatsuki plan is truly implemented. At this moment, Emiya Shiera doesn't look like a medical ninja at all. This man has truly become the decisive controller of the Akatsuki organization. I have never sent any information to Konoha. Orochimaru covered his broken arm wound and could only explain helplessly, hoping that the other party could believe the truth in his mouth. In fact, I have defected from Konoha long ago and have never been a spy who defected by order. I just think that Mr. Emiya may have a good impression of Konoha ninja, so I want to deceive him with this lie when I use the filthy land to reincarnate and resurrect Mr. Emiya. This is really just a misunderstanding. Is that true? But it's a pity. Emiya Shiera's eyes gradually became cold. He raised his palm to Orochimaru, and the chakra scalpel in his hand reappeared in the green sword light. When I was resurrected by the filthy land twice, this time you and the Konoha ninjas were deceiving and exploiting me the last time, and I will no longer believe you. Orochimaru's heart was as if struck by lightning. This is really, the previous generation committed a crime. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile bitterly. Because even he himself did not expect that the last time Senju Tobirama deceived Emiya Shiera and made this medical ninja look like this, from a noble person who always believed in others to a person who was always full of doubt. If you want to be strange, just go to Konoha's ninja. Whether you go to Tobirama, or go to Hizawa. The chakra scalpel in Shiera Emiya's hand was completely solidified, and the murderous intent was released without reservation. If you are really a spy sent by Danzo, maybe there is still some intelligence value to me, but unfortunately you are no longer worthy of trusting and have no value. Etc. Orochimaru's forehead was so shocked by this momentum that a cold sweat broke out, and he immediately betrayed his allies without hesitation. I can really provide some Danzo's information, and even help Lord Emiya to trick Danzo out. When I was in Konoha, Danzo was always my ally. In a sense, I can indeed become a spy sent by Danzang at any time. When Orochimaru said this, he smiled again. If you even give me some time, I can become a spy sent by Lord Emiya to Danzo. I know that Danzo has gained power from Lord Emiya. In recent years, he has used that power to do a lot of things that Lord Emiya hates. Selling out allies. It really makes Orochimaru have no psychological burden. If the benefits of allies are harmed or selling off allies can benefit Orochimaru, he will definitely be unruly, not to mention that selling off allies will have to save his life from the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru's morality and conscience have always been below the horizon of the ninja world, and even below the average within the Akatsuki organization. His morality and conscience really do not allow him to protect his allies' information at this time. I can sell my allies at ordinary times. At this time, why are you still keeping your allies? Anyway, Danzo is not a good thing either. It is impossible to help him, the rebel ninja, take the seat of Naruto. Emiya Shiera frowned and began to ponder. Master Emiya. Kakudo seemed to be a little unanimous of Emiya Shiera's approach. He did not think Orochimaru was trustworthy. It is better to execute him for such a dangerous person as Orochimaru. Is it dangerous? Emiya Shiera glanced at Orochimaru, who was once again embarrassed to cover the wound on his broken arm, and the other party's face looked a little the panic that has not faded. Orochimaru's expression was a little bit unfair. Although this man is indeed a big shot, and his image as a medical ninja has always been aware of his terrifying power. He has no power to fight back in his hands, but his eyes really look a little rude. Are you weak? At least it is much stronger than the red sand scorpion. Chapter 90 Orochimaru, Nothing You Have to Hide. Orochimaru was a little unhonest. Even though Orochimaru now seemed unable to resist in the hands of Shiera Emiya and was directly sealed with a confident and evil smile on his face. This also made the Akatsuki people think that he was too dangerous. Although Orochimaru was very willing to use Shimura Danzo's information to exchange for his life, the members of the Akatsuki organization still hoped to execute Orochimaru first. Orochimaru is very dangerous. The red sand scorpion immediately expressed his attitude. Indeed. Tiandao Payne's voice was cold and he made his own suggestions. If he was asked to leave, it would be impossible to catch him again. This matter needs to be carefully considered. Kakuto also agreed with their proposal very much and agreed in a deep voice, if Orochimaru leaks out, Lord Emiya takes control of Akatsuki's intelligence. It's better to kill him. A killing intention appeared in Zionen's eyes. Yes. Nagato nodded too. Really? I didn't expect that I would be disgusted by so many people. Orochimaru smiled and didn't want to resist. He seemed to accept his fate helplessly. He swept around the Akatsuki organization, and his eyes still fell on Shiera Emiya, because he knew that the real decision was always in Shiera Emiya. Anyway, he was also powerless to resist. Now he can't escape from the Akatsuki organization. Even if Shiyumiya really cared about the opinions of these people in the Akatsuki organization and executed him on the spot, Orochimaru had no choice but to accept his fate. Anyway, he did not leave a backhand for resurrection, although the backhand for resurrection had an extremely low probability. However, a green chakra popped out of Emiya Shiera's palm, exploring Orochimaru's physical condition. His eyes narrowed slightly and he noticed the secret on Orochimaru. It doesn't matter. I originally just wanted to get Danzo's information from him, but now it seems that no matter how I deal with it, he will be useless. Orochimaru's face changed. Because he knew that Shiera Emiya must have found something. This ancient medical ninja is very proficient in the study of souls and is indeed very likely to discover abnormalities in himself. His soul is very fragile. Emiya Shiera put away his palm and unceremoniously exposed Orochimaru's secret. He has dealt with his soul. Even if there is a problem with this body, the soul fragments in other places will be resurrected if they get chakra. No wonder. You're not very scared. I originally thought you wanted to be sure that I was still a rude medical ninja. I could choose to agree when I encountered a solution that could be resolved through peaceful negotiations, but now it seems that it is your backhand to make you confident that you will not die here. Orochimaru's face changed and he immediately smiled again. No, I am still very afraid of death. It is a blessing for humans to survive. I didn't expect that this little trick was not hidden from Lord Emiya. But that's right. A hint of praise appeared on Orochimaru's face, and no longer surprised that Emiya Shiera discovered his secret. Your Excellency Emiya should be the first person in this world to invent the use of natural energy to make a spell seal. I just made a little improvement on the spell seal. When I tried to improve the spell seal, I didn't expect that the spell seal would have this ability. As Emiya Shiera said. Orochimaru did not leave any help. When he left Konoha to defect, Orochimaru left a high-level heavenly curse seal on one of his disciples in order to avoid his fatal crisis. At least he will have a chance to be resurrected when he dies in the future. This also means, even if Orochimaru died here on the spot, he could still be resurrected with the spell left in Konoha. The only problem is that this method of resurrection is not stable, and I don't know when will it be resurrected by accident. In comparison, Orochimaru must still not want to die. At least you don't have to wait for hope that you will be resurrected in the future. However, this has also truly become a bargaining chip that can be negotiated. It was obviously just a prisoner, Orochimaru smiled, and it looked like he was the one who had regained control of the situation. For us, letting this body still live in the world, cooperation together in the future is not a better choice, but it is within the scope we can all accept. If the Akatsuki organization wants to capture the tailed beast, it must require some information from the Great Ninja Village, and I happen to have some channels for this information. In addition, the Akatsuki organization has always been worried about from the snooping of Shimura Danzo, and I can help solve all these. Is there any better choice? The Red Sand Scorpion raised his head and looked at Orochimaru with dissatisfaction. Certainly. After Orochimaru finished speaking, the smile on his face became even stronger. The best choice is, of course, I will continue to stay in the Akatsuki organization and follow Lord Emiya, because the misunderstanding between me and Lord Emiya was originally just a lie. A group of people from the Akatsuki organization couldn't help but look at each other. Orochimaru. He is really a talent. Shiera Umiya couldn't help but sigh. Even from the perspective of emotional intelligence, Orochimaru is also a talent, and he really has the scientific research and development ability that Amirishi Shiera has to pay attention to. For example, Orochimaru's use of the curse seal. In ancient times, Shiera Emiya actually tried to improve the natural energy seal like Orochimaru, sealing his soul fragments in the seal in exchange for a chance to resurrection in the future. In order to survive as expected. Shiera Umiya had really tried his best to do it back then, but his progress was too fast. The power he obtained later made his soul powerful enough to penetrate the pure land of the underworld, and as a result, he was unable to tear his soul apart. Can't you really kill him completely? The voice of the red sand scorpion was heard. He seemed not to be interested in Orochimaru's so-called proposal. He only wanted to kill Orochimaru with clear purpose. Shiera Emiya shook her head. So, can I keep staying in Akira? Orochimaru's smile slowly calmed down, and he looked a little sincere. I really hope to ask for advice and study with your Excellency Emiya. Orochimaru really wanted to get more knowledge from Emiya Shiera. He knew very well how rare this opportunity was, and perhaps there would never be such an opportunity in the future. After all, Emiya Shiera has changed. After experiencing the last resurrection, Shiera Emiya no longer easily trusts anyone. Only by staying in the Akatsuki organization can you get the other party's knowledge. What Shimura Danzang? What is the plan of the organization? What information about the ninja country's great power ninja village? It doesn't matter to Orochimaru. He just wants to draw enough nutrients from Emiya Shiera's knowledge to improve his theory of immortality. Although this is part of my selfishness. Orochimaru looked at Emiya Shiera and continued to work hard, but, even if the thought of Your Excellency Emiya has changed, and wanting to use other means to truly achieve peace in the ninja world, it will not hinder the progress of medical ninja world in technology, right? Emiya Shiera's face seemed to be a little moved. You are just for eternal life. The scorpion of red sand also directly talked about Orochimaru's little thoughts. Before this day, he was Orochimaru's teammate, and even had exchanged these so-called technologies. The scorpion of Akazan knows Orochimaru very well, and he inevitably feels a little contempt in his voice. Humph, the ugly immortality can never be as good as the eternal art. Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help but jump up. This past teammate. He actually dismantled his platform at this time. Orochimaru. I have some regrets, I can't believe you. Emiya Shiera seemed to be moved by the words of the red sand scorpion, and her eyes finally raised. For you, betrayal and deception are natural for you. I can't tolerate you staying in the Akatsuki organization anymore to avoid any threat to their actions in the future. Your will that exists in your heart is not a ninja who will remain loyal to Akatsuki under the suppression of power. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little sweaty from his forehead. This great man from ancient times. The eyes were so sharp. For Orochimaru, even if he has a huge power gap between him and others and has to choose to lower his head for the time being, he will try his best to look for the possibility of turning against the enemy. No need to deny it. Amiyashiera's eyes fell on Orochimaru, who was trying to refute, and a cold voice echoed in the cave base, "Under the gaze of these eyes, everything about you will be hidden." Yes. There was a little helplessness at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. If you desire eternal life, then you will definitely be afraid of a short life. Shiera Emiya looked at Orochimaru still indifferently and calmly said his plan: "I will go to Konoha in person and find out where the seal that can resurrect you will remain." Orochimaru's face quickly turned ugly. It may be difficult for others to find out the whereabouts of the Sky Curse seal, even if it is a long time to inquire about information in Konoha. But it's different for Shi Miyamiya. This man from the first man who created the spell seal in ancient times was very likely to discover his heavenly spell seal. Once Shiera Emiya saw the Konoha ninja carrying the spell seal. You can act under the monitoring of Red Sand Scorpion during this period. I believe that the power of the curse seal carrying fragments of your soul is not something that ordinary ninjas can bear, and there must be no large numbers in this world. I should not make any mistakes in my judgment of your soul, and at present there is only one at most. Shiera Emiya looked at Orochimaru's face becoming more and more ugly, and continued calmly, "I will bring back the curse seal that can resurrect you, just treat it as the mortgager hostage you are willing to become a spy of the Akatsuki organization." Orochimaru clenched his fists, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his long tongue poked out and licked his lips. The anger seemed to ignite his heart at this moment, but his eyes became particularly dangerous. "Is it possible for me to refuse?" "No." Amiyashiera rejected Orochimaru, but his attitude suddenly became gentle. Under the cold appearance, a hint of warmth appeared. "Don't worry, I know that the carrier of that curse seal must be a very important person to you, so I will not rashly hurt that person's life." Chapter 91, The Shocking Change from Konoha. "Thank you." Orochimaru's face still had a little anger. In this world, there is nothing more terrifying and angry than the discovery of his biggest secret, which also involves his most feared life and death. The only person who possesses the heavenly curse seal. It is also a ninja who is willing to put some human emotions in Konoha. "Sir Emiya, is this a bit dangerous?" Tiendao Pain had to remind Amiyashiera. "It's a danger that you can't call it." Amiyashiera didn't feel troublesome about his plan to go to Konoha, nor was she worried about encountering danger, let alone he had great help. To be honest, Amiyashiera can even enter Konoha openly. Konoha can't do anything to him now, and it's also an excellent opportunity for Shiera Emiya. There is a high probability that there will be some large number of commissions in this era, because the two real protagonists of the ninja story have appeared. At the same time, there are still enough people who can touch the system. According to Amiyashiera's understanding of the system, the commissions distributed by the system often follow some famous ninjas. When he was resurrected and traveling to the ninja world, he met many ninjas with good strength but never triggered any commissions. Outside the Akatsuki organization base, Emiya Shiera and Ju embarked on the itinerary. If you go to Konoha, just deal with Obito's trouble. Kurojo's gloomy voice reminded Emiya Shiera a remaining question. Uchiha Obito is the one left by Madara, and he has been staying in Konoha recently. Actually, Obito is not a hassle. Baiju didn't agree with Heiju's opinion, and at this time he said good things about Uchiha Obito. Obito is just a little impulsive in doing things and should not resist Lord Emiya's wishes. He always thought he was Madara's successor, so he would become a little arrogant when he imitated Madara. Like a squid. Emiya Shiera seemed to be curious about the Uchiha Obito who was still working diligently in Konoha, but his reincarnation eye covered all his emotions. He is different from Madara. Kuro absolutely sees Uchiha Obito's heart very thoroughly. Haha, Madara's will is stronger than his will, and he is just. It's just a chess piece. This sentence is definitely inconvenient to say. Uchiha Madara's temperament is indeed arrogant, and he is even arrogant, but he is not a brainless idiot. Uchiha Obito's arrogance is a bit arrogant and stupid. After inheriting Madara's will, he thought he was the savior. Pity. If it were the past, Heiju wouldn't mind his stupidity. However, when the real savior Emiya Shiera appeared, Uchiha Obito's existence was inevitably a bit annoying. What happened to Obito? That big happened. A white Jew clone came out from under their feet, and his face was still a little confused and said the news he brought back in person. Is Obito dead? Heiju's somewhat surprised voice was actually a little thankful. It would be great if Uchiha Obito died directly, and there is no need to worry that he would disrespect Shiera Emiya. Ah! Baiju's clone shook his head quickly and explained, no, it was a problem with Konoha. Uchiha Obito and a guy named Uchiha Itachi killed all the members of their Uchiha clan, as if only a 7 or 8-year-old child was left. Emiya Shiera's eyes flashed. Why do they kill all the Uchiha clan? Baiju's original body was very confused about this matter. Have no idea. Baiju's clone was also extremely confused about this kind of thing. If Uchiha Obito kills all the Uchiha clan, it is understandable, because they all know that Uchiha Obito needs some spare Sharinans to use a life-saving technique as a cost. Uchiha Itachi helps with it really makes Baiju unable to understand, especially Baiju's IQ is not too high, and his mind is burned out and can't even figure it out. Where are they? Baiju's original body quickly asked about their whereabouts. When I came, I was still in Konoha. Baiju's clone scratched his head and said embarrassedly, but I told Obito that Lord Emiya has been resurrected, he should be back, right? Go and meet them. Emiya Shiera's fingers knocked on his arm. But it's a real big event. Heiju's voice was a little unlimitedly moved. It remembered that when he and Shiera Emiya met for the first time, Shiera Emiya assassinated Indra. The Uchiha clan is a descendant of Indra. Same. It is also the clan that Heiju has been staring at. Because Kagaya's resurrection requires the crane of reincarnation, the only hope for the crane of reincarnation is the Uchiha clan. It did not expect that the descendants of this Indra would actually perish, which made it completely make up its mind. This time the plan to resurrect Kagaya. No matter what, its plan cannot fail again, because the demise of the Uchiha clan is likely to never be able to give birth to the reincarnation I. Just now, Emiya Shiera seems to have the same mind as Heiju. Emiya Shiera looked up at the moon in the sky. His voice was like a gambler with no way out. Heiju, if the Uchiha clan really perished, Madara is likely to be the last pair of reincarnation eyes in this world, and our plan cannot fail anymore. It won't fail. Heiju quickly persuaded Shiera Emiya. Heiju's heart was extremely melancholy, and he had to work hard to comfort Shiera Emiya first. Heiju seriously wanted to find a reason to cheer up Emiya Shiera's confidence, and there are still people in the Uchiha clan who are alive. Didn't he say that a child survived? The country of fire. There seemed to be a blood moon hanging in the sky. In a forest outside Konoha village, a mysterious man wearing a mask stood on a tree in the forest, quietly waiting for the man he had just recruited, Uchiha Itachi. Regarding Uchiha Itachi, a fellow tribe with strong strength, complex thoughts, and possessed a maniatoscope Sharingan, the mysterious masked man always wanted to recruit the other party as a man from the Akatsuki organization, but the other party has always refused to recruit him. But some unexpected surprises came tonight. Uchiha Itachi inexplicably proposed to help him massacre the Uchiha clan. This fact made the mysterious masked man feel a little surprised, but he still thought that this matter was beneficial to him, so he immediately agreed and even participated. A lot of gains. The mysterious masked man was very satisfied with his gains. He got many spare Sharinans tonight, which can be used to allow him to use a powerful technique. This is good news. Unfortunately, there is another bad news. It is said that Orochimaru resurrected Shiera Emiya and refused to let him visit Shiera Emiya, as if he was a subordinate of Shiera Emiya. This news, it made him feel a little unhappy. How come an old antique who had long died came back to life? The mysterious masked man knew in his heart that no matter what aspect it was, he would not be able to reach Shiera Emiya, but he still hoped to control Madara's plan of using infinite moon reading in his own hands. Even if Madara resurrected, he would do this. He wanted to create a new world with his own hands. This absurd and false world, it should be transformed into a new world by yourself. Just as the mysterious masked man was thinking about how to continue to master the UI plan after the appearance of Shiera Emiya, some abnormal movements appeared in the forest. Whoosh! A figure fell beside the mysterious masked man. This figure was wearing a delicate umbu uniform, and was still stained with a strong smell of blood. His voice seemed to be a little bit trying to cover up the peace. I've been waiting for a long time. It's not long. The mysterious masked man's voice was a bit steadily and arrogant, and he said coldly, "Have you cleaned up the tail that follows you?" Solved. Uchiha Itachi didn't say much about how to deal with the other party. Follow me. The mysterious masked man nodded and said in a deep voice, "I originally invited you to join my organization to provide a new path, but I just received a message that some changes may occur in my organization." Change. Uchiha Itachi's eyes became sharper. Good. The mysterious masked man looked up at the sky. A hint of complexity appeared in the hole in his mask with a scarlet Sharingan exposed. "Now, let's really introduce my organization to you, there will be another real big shot inside." Big man. Uchiha Itachi's eyes also narrowed. This mysterious masked man who has always called himself Uchiha Madara in front of him, Uchiha Itachi once suspected the true identity of the mysterious masked man. However, the entire ninja world knows that Uchiha Madara did not die in the battle with the first Naruto. After assisting Emiya Shiera to calm the first ninja world, he has been hiding in a corner of the ninja world. He only has a complete Sharingan. The mysterious masked man happened to be able to use one eye, which made Uchiha Itachi vaguely want to dispel his suspicion. Now, this man named Uchiha Madara. He actually called other people a big shot? Is there anyone with a higher status in the ninja world than him? In Konoha village, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinako was holding his pipe with some melancholy. As Konoha has been in power for the longest time, the Naruto, Sarutobi Hizen, has experienced many things. He has experienced the most glorious first-generation Naruto era in Konoha, and also experienced the most difficult second-generation Naruto era in Konoha, and has come step by step to this day. Now, Sarutobi Hinata is already an old man. As an older and older person, the problem of being considered kind and soft-hearted in the past inevitably began to amplify, making him tolerate and indulge in the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, which eventually led to the tragedy of the destruction of the Uchiha clan tonight. Although, since the establishment of Konoha, the confrontation between Uchiha and Konoha's senior leaders has been announced to be completely destroyed after the Uchiha clan's demise tonight. However, for Konoha, this is a huge loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just sent Uchiha Itachi away. He learned the identity of the mysterious masked man from Uchiha Itachi. The other party has always called himself Uchiha Madara. Is it possible? Sarutobi Hinazan couldn't help but recall the scene where he had seen Uchiha Madara in the past. He knew that this was possible because Uchiha Madara and Amiri Shiera had an intersection. Now, I can only hope that Uchiha Itachi. Before Uchiha Itachi left, he entrusted Yugu, Uchiha Sasuke, the only remaining Uchiha clan, to him, saying that he would join the Uchiha Madara's organization as a rebel ninja and would find a way to collect information from that organization. 3 generations of adults. The corpses of the Uchiha clan have been dealt with. A dark tribe with silver-white hair was beside Sarutobi Hinazan, whispering their mission and other situations, but the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan in the Konoha police force building are unknown, and it is impossible to determine whether their bodies have been dealt with. No need to pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, indicating that he didn't have to care about those things, and he really didn't have the energy to care about so much. Although I just removed Danzo from his position, Danzo should have let his angle training class handle it before. After saying that, Sarutobi Hitsuzo mentioned another thing. Now Danzo no longer holds any position. The Umbu training class he established before has been disbanded. Break up the people inside and insert them into Umbu. Yes. The Anbi ninja bowed his head and agreed. In fact, there is another name in the Umbu training class called the Root. The head has the same treatment as the Anbi ninja. It is an armed force belonging to Shimura Danzo, and he is unwilling to obey the orders from Naruto. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hinesan sighed a long time ago. He remembered the story about the mysterious masked man. He felt a little unable to grasp the future. He gently taught the Yunhai Anbi ninja beside him, the burden of the future of the village will eventually fall on you young people. A storm is brewing in the ninja world. This storm may even destroy Konoha. Please be more diligent in the future. The Anbi ninja just lowered his head and said nothing. This Anbi ninja is Haki Kakashi, the son of Haki Sakumo. Since Haki Kakashi's father had an accident when he was young, his heart has been closed. He met his companions who could entrust his teammates but died one after another. The fourth-generation Naruto Shiro Fukumizu Gate couple, who had always treated him kindly, was also killed in the Nine Tails Rebellion. To be honest, Haki Kakashi thinks that it doesn't make sense to live. Because he seems to be in a painful life all the time, and never sees any hope for his future. If he lets him practice diligently, he will not feel that it is of use. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you have weak strength, and it doesn't matter if you die. At least you don't have to endure endless loneliness and pain like a scarecrow in the field. Kakashi, don't let down the blood release limit on your body. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinashen paid more attention to the power of the Uchiha clan than ever before. He didn't want to see a kind of blood in Konoha disappearing. Lan Dungshuji is a great man who taught your father. I hope you can cheer up a little, pick up the glory of the past again, and prevent the traces left by that lord from dusting. Chapter 92 Obito, how do you guarantee that Uchiha Itachi is not Konoha's spy? Kakashi Haki was indifferent to the teachings of the third generation of Naruto. Because Haki Kakashi has long become a man with a heart of decay in his constantly shattered life, it is difficult to raise any emotions about anything. According to Haki Kakashi's idea, the destruction of the Uchiha clan was because his former companion was from the Uchiha clan. The murderer was once his subordinate Uchiha Itachi, which was also because of this that shocked him. However, after dealing with the bodies of the Uchiha clan, he no longer had any thoughts, but it made him feel that the road of life was even more difficult. What is the blood retreat? It's just a means of fighting. When Haki Kakashi used Thunder Escape to fight, he also tried hard to awaken the blood limit of Lan Dun in his body. He also tried to develop a set of tactical methods that match Lan Dun based on the Kyandu he had developed. Now, it doesn't matter. Even if the third generation of Naruto said that this was taught to his father by a great man, it would not cause any turmoil in Haki Kakashi's heart. How? What a great person! Will it change his life? Could that great man be able to recover living his former dead companion? Haki Kakashi listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's nagging on his own, and then went down to continue dealing with the things about Umbu, and his style was still not very energetic. Senior Kakashi. A broad-looking and square man came over and asked in a low voice, "Are those ninjas at the roots going to join Umbu?" Tianzang. Haki Kakashi finally raised his eyes and nodded slowly. The roots have been disbanded, and they will also be from Umbu in the future. The appearance of this person. He reluctantly made Haki Kakashi willing to say a few words. When Haki Kakashi had no energy, he secretly discovered the blood release boundary of the body of Tianzang, who was still a root ninja. He also discovered that Tianzang was under control and persecuted by Shimura Danzang, so he brought Tianzang back to the Umbu from Shimura Danzang. In a sense, he also needed to be a little responsible for the person he had saved. Tianzang hesitated and didn't know whether he should answer. Because Tianzang knew that those ninjas at the root must have the mantra control of the old boss Zhang, they would definitely be loyal to Danzang, but he didn't know whether he should say it. What's wrong? Haki Kakashi felt a little strange. No. It's nothing. Tianzang quickly shook his head and decided to tell Haki Kakashi about this. Lord Danzang is very good at cursive seals, and they still have controlled cursive seals. What's the point? Haki Kakashi reached out and put his hand on Tianzang's shoulder, but there was no movement in his eyes. Even if the curse seal on their bodies is removed, the curse seal in their hearts cannot be eliminated. Compared with this Tianzang who is worth saving, the root ninjas sent are murder machines that have been truly brainwashed by Shimura Danzo. They have no feelings at all, and will not be moved by anything. They only have the tasks to be carried out in their hearts. These things. He doesn't need to report to the third generation of Naruto. Because the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru is good at using curse seals. The third generation of Naruto will definitely find the curse seals that are controlled by people on these root ninjas. Naruto did not mention these, so why should they do this in one go? I'll go to the monument to comfort the soul in the back mountain. Haki Kakashi's palm drooped, and he went back to change his clothes in a slutty body. He thought he should tell his dead companions about the destruction of the Uchiha clan. After all, the other party once used to be proud of the Uchiha clan. When Haki Kakashi thought of this, he couldn't help but reach out and stroked his eyes that were blocked. He also had a Sharingan given to him by his former companion. Sharingan and Landun. In fact, Haki Kakashi has always had 2 blood limits. Even if he has 2 powers of blood transcendence, for Haki Kakashi, these powers make him unable to find the meaning of his existence. On the other side, the border of the Kingdom of Fire. When the mysterious masked man and Uchiha Itachi arrived here, they received news from Baiju's clone, asking them to see Shiera Emiya immediately. Mr. Emiya wants to see you. After Baiju's clone heard this news, he added, by the way, Lord Emiya has taken over the Akatsuki organization. You must respect Lord Emiya. My body has always been worried that you will not respect Lord Emiya enough. This matter. Actually, it is quite important. Because Baiju's original body likes Uchiha Obito very much, black is definitely only annoying to Uchiha Obito, but they don't want Uchiha Obito to treat Umiya Shiera without respect. However, they all know Uchiha Obito is indeed such a person. Even when he inherited Uchiha Madara's will, he was a little arrogant in his attitude towards the elderly Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito only believes that the most important thing is to be able to create a new world of infinite moon reading, and no one else is important. Master Emiya. Uchiha Itachi frowned and was a little confused. Snort. This is the big guy I want to talk about. The mysterious masked man said indifferently that Shiera Emiya's identity was a little dissatisfied with the fact that Shiera Emiya accepted the Akatsuki organization, the medical ninja Shiera that calmed the first ninja war, and in the bedtime story you heard when you were a child, you must have often appeared. The broken hair on the mysterious masked man's head fluttered in the wind, and he did not respect Emiya Shiera's mentality. I just received the news before we came that Orochimaru used the art of reincarnation to re-enter the other party from the underworld. Uchiha Itachi's face was shocked. This is... what a big joke! How could the Akatsuki organization have something to do with the other party? Although Uchiha Itachi guessed that the identity of the big man was extraordinary, maybe he was a figure like the shadow of a village, he definitely didn't expect that he was such a big man. That's Shiera Amiri. Shiera Emiya, who sang the story of 1,000-year medical ninja in the entire ninja world. Even children on the streets and alleys should know the other party's story. A dead saint. Nothing more powerful than his identity shocked. You must respect Lord Emiya. Baiju's clone tried helplessly to persuade the mysterious masked man. He was particularly persistent in this matter. He hoped that the guys that Baiju's clone liked would not offend the other party. I see. The mysterious masked man looked at Baiju's clone with some dissatisfaction and said coldly, if he doesn't destroy my plan, I will give him the respect of his predecessors. These nonsense. What are you talking about here? The mysterious masked man was a little dissatisfied with the style of Wei Gong Shiwen's overlords. He couldn't help but feel even more annoyed when he heard Baiju's clone's persuasion. That's good, that's good. Baiju's clone sneaked into the ground with a smile. It's... Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but be curious about the ability of Baiju's clone, because he could not sense the other party's whereabouts. Just an idiot. The mysterious masked man judged Baiju's IQ without any hesitation. It is mainly to search and explore information for my organization. It sounds like it's not your organization anymore. Uchiha Itachi thought of Baiju's clone and took the opportunity to provoke the relationship between the mysterious masked man and Shiera Emiya. Will the other party really agree to my joining? I remember that Lord Emiya is a great medical ninja. He has always taken it as his mission to save the world's pain. It should be unlikely that he would like us, the bloody ninja like us. Snort. No need to say this. He wouldn't have time to pay attention to the Akatsuki organization. The mysterious masked man remembered the story he knew from Uchiha Madara and said coldly, "It's hard to say that he will be the same as when he was resurrected in this world for the first time. He is curing illnesses and saving people in the ninja world to calm the war. We are secretly implementing the second peace plan." But it finally changed. At least the mysterious masked man knew that there would definitely be someone within the Akatsuki organization who would be more willing to obey Emiya Shiera's orders, because he had completely convinced Nagato and Konan in the name of Emiya Shiera. The second peace plan. Uchiha Itachi began to be curious about this matter again. Uchiha Obito seemed to be a little particularly tolerant of Uchiha Itachi, his fellow tribe, and talked about the secrets during the First Ninja World War without caring about it. Good. Emiya Shiera realized that the war in the ninja world could not be changed. He also prepared a second plan that could make the ninja world peaceful but did not choose to implement it. He believed that the second plan was the path that humans would choose in the worst situation. Now, this big man who has been resurrected should also realize that the world is bad enough now and needs to be rebuilt a new world. Uchiha Itachi's heart suddenly started to beat violently. This is really some unexpected. I have just joined this organization, and have received so much information before I even joined this organization, and this information is enough to shock the entire ninja world. Snort. I can only blame the second generation Hokage of Konoha. If it weren't for that second generation subject, the Uchiha clan would not have been destroyed. If it weren't for that second generation subject who developed the forbidden soul blame technique of reincarnation of the filthy land, we wouldn't have got the second peace plan that could change the world. While mocking Konoha's second generation Hokage, the mysterious masked man quickly took Uchiha Itachi to the place where they were about to meet. I don't like these old guys who have died long ago to participate again, because this world no longer needs them. However, what the mysterious masked man didn't expect was the person who really doesn't need in this world seems to be himself. When the mysterious masked man and Uchiha Itachi had not yet truly seen Shiera Emiya, he was blocked by Ju's figure. Heiju, who has always been generous enough to treat him in the past, looked disliked when he saw him, and even questioned the matter about Uchiha Itachi he brought. We just caught a Konoha spy. Heiju glanced at the mysterious masked man, a gloomy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Uchiha Itachi. Can you guarantee that he is not a spy sent by Konoha? The mysterious masked man's heart burst. Because he really couldn't guarantee this matter, he even planned to find someone to serve as Uchiha Itachi's teammate and let that teammate monitor Uchiha Itachi's actions. Uchiha Itachi's heart tightened. Because I am really a spy from Konoha. Does the Akatsuki organization have another way to detect spies? End. Which spy, Konoha, was caught by the Akatsuki organization? Chapter 93, Provoking two Uchihas only requires the simplest means. When someone is disliked by someone, no matter what this person does, it is wrong, and even the friends around him are wrong. The mysterious masked man did not think that Uchiha Itachi was his friend, but he really felt that he had this feeling vaguely. It was a mistake for him and Uchiha Itachi to appear here. What the hell? Does this guy Heiju want to betray him? No. This doesn't seem to be betrayal. Because Heiju is the will of Shiera Emiya. This dark monster is loyal to its master, and it wants to betray it. It's also so natural. Really? I thought Emiya Shiera had resurrected. Is anyone here supporting him? This guy never dared to treat him like this before. The mysterious masked man glanced at Heiju's half-sinister side face and replied coldly, Itachi is the manpower needed to implement the Akatsuki plan. Itachi killed his entire clan. Koha has also issued a wanted order for his rebel ninja. Unless Koha is brain sick, he cannot be a spy sent by Koha in any case. The mysterious masked man was very suspicious of Uchiha Itachi's intention to join the Akatsuki organization, but he had to protect Uchiha Itachi at this time and wanted to maintain his dignity. Don't Uchiha still has a survivor? Heiju's smile suddenly became even more sinister. Uchiha Itachi's palm subconsciously clenched into a fist. That's his younger brother. It is also the spare item he left for the Maniatoscope Sharingan. The mysterious masked man became more and more dissatisfied and forced himself to help Uchiha Itachi defend himself. Itachi has opened the Maniatoscope Sharingan, and is also suffering from the Maniatoscope Sharingan blindness. Itachi wants to make his younger brother awaken the same Maniatic Sharingan in the future, seize his brother's Maniatic Sharingan in order to leap his pupil power and open up a pair of eternal Maniatic Sharinans that will never be blind. It is precisely in order to obtain the power of the eternal Maniatoscope Sharingan that Itachi chose to kill all his tribes to stimulate the hatred and pain in his younger brother's heart. Heiju was suddenly a little silenced. Because the reason for the mysterious masked man is quite sufficient. How? A scarlet murderous intent appeared in the mysterious masked man's eyes, and he asked coldly, "Do you think your master has been resurrected and you don't need me to help you execute the plan?" When the mysterious masked man thought of this, his voice suddenly became gloomy, and he no longer concealed his identity. "I represent Feng's will." Yes. There is no need to hide it. Because after Emiya Shiera returns from the underworld, he must also know his background, and he doesn't need to use Uchiha Madara's banner to hide his identity. After all, in the past, pretending to be Uchiha Madara and acting in the name of Uchiha Madara was just to serve Nagato and Konan. Now Nagato and Konan have defected to Shiera Emiya, and perhaps the other party may know his true identity. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the mysterious masked man in surprise. What this sentence means? This guy has never been Uchiha Madara? So who is this fellow tribe who has never revealed his identity? Hey Ju, let them come over. Emiya Shiera's voice seemed particularly gentle than Kurojo's questioning. He didn't seem to care about these things, he represents Madara's will. Madara and I are cooperative alliances in this matter. We never thought of letting Madara miss the Eternal Peace plan. Ju's figure can only slowly get out of the way. Respect Lord Emiya. Baiju's original body once again reminded the mysterious masked man. Snort. The mysterious masked man raised his foot forward unhappily. Uchiha Itachi was thinking while following behind the mysterious masked man. Although Uchiha Itachi could feel a calm breath, his vigilance at this moment had already been mentioned to the highest level. After all, what they want to meet is a big man. A big man who is longer than the history of a ninja. However, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but be a little surprised. When they actually met Shiera Emiya, they only saw this great man like a scholar, holding a pen in his hand and writing something on a blank scroll. Give them 2 glasses of sugar cane juice. Shiera Emiya gave an order without raising his head. His body was shrouded in the shadows by the dim candlelight, as if he was still focusing on what was in his hands. Sorry, sit down a little, you just quarreled a little and disrupted my mind. Uchiha Itachi had some uncontrollable peace in his heart. Although the other party looks gentle like a character in a bedtime story, people can't help but want to feel good about it, and even have some concerns about disturbing him. But once you remember that the other party had a deep connection with the mysterious masked man's conspiracy plan, and even resurrected, you directly seized the power of the mysterious masked man, which made people feel a sense of separation. It is hard to imagine that the other party is the legendary saint. Real. Unbelievable. Perhaps the entire ninja world cannot imagine it. A saint who once left behind a medical ninja heritage for later generations is also a dark organization that secretly controls a huge conspiracy. Snort. The mysterious masked man snorted coldly, sat down on himself, and even took off the mask from his face indifferently, revealing a broken face. The face looked intact on one side, but the other side looked full of scars. One eye socket was a maniatoscope Sharingan, and the other was just an ordinary Sharingan he transplanted. Ju mentioned it to me. Wamiya Shiera continued to write and draw on the scroll while asking casually, "You are Madara's successor, your name is Uchiha Obito." Snort. Uchiha Obito's face was not good-looking, as if he was too lazy to answer such low-level questions, which made it obvious that he respected Shiera Emiya who had seized control. His arrogance. He was not allowed to bow to Shiera Amiri. Even if Uchiha Madara is resurrected, Uchiha Obito will not allow the plan's control to fall into the hands of Uchiha Madara who guides him, let alone this guy Amiri Shiera. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi was shocked. Because of this name, he had heard of it. When Konoha commemorates the heroes of the Third Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan talked about Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito is a hero of the Third Ninja War. He died in the battle between Konoha and Iwa Hidden Village. Before his death, he entrusted one of his Sharinans to his friend Haki Kakashi, which caused controversy among the Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, he survived that year. Uchiha Obito looked at Emiya Shiera coldly and asked in a deep voice, "I just want to know what you mean. A resurrected dead man took away my control over the Akatsuki organization. Isn't he really trying to kick Madara and me out of the plan?" Uchiha Obito stared at Shiera Emiya in the shadow, as if she wanted to see the other party's plan, or, do you want to control that power? Although their plans and goals are consistent. But Uchiha Obito refused to believe Emiya Shiera. Because the controller of the Infinite Moon Reading Plan can not only determine the future of the ninja world, but also gain power beyond all ninjas during the implementation of the plan, Uchiha Obito has to doubt the other party's thoughts. Don't worry. I'm not interested in that power. Emiya Shiera raised his head slightly, his eyes slightly raised, revealing the reincarnation eye in his eyes, staring at Uchiha Obito's eyes. I have already obtained the more powerful kind of power you desire in ancient times. Natural child. Heiju's voice couldn't help mocking Uchiha Obito, and even mocking Uchiha's clan. The Uchiha's Maniatoscope Sharingan is indeed as short-sighted as ever. Heiju was merciless when he mocked him, and he also took the opportunity to praise his favorite chess piece. Mr. Weiwen has never coveted that power. What he wants is eternal peace in this world. With your short-sighted vision, do you think you can guess his abilities? The Eye of Reincarnation. Uchiha Obito's face suddenly changed. The appearance of those two reincarnation eyes made him careless about Heiju's mockery. What the hell is this? Why did the Umiya originally have a pair of reincarnation eyes? This ancient antique in ancient times was not just medical ninjutsu, but even had quite terrifying strength, because the reincarnation eye must mean strong power, and his strength was not enough, so he could definitely not bear the reincarnation eye. This kind of thing. Why didn't Uchiha Madara mention it before? But Uchiha Obito was not afraid. Because he himself awakened a magical maniatic Sharingan ability. This ability is enough to allow him to ignore all attacks in the ninja world, and he can almost be invincible in any battle. Uchiha Obito reacted in his heart and immediately glared at Ju fiercely, but only received Baiju's worries and Heiju's ridicule. Compared to Uchiha Obito's shock, Uchiha Itake's mood was not so stable. His body subconsciously tensed when he saw the Rinnegan. That's a pair. Eyes that are more terrifying than the Mainladian Sharingan. Even just a glance made Uchiha Itake's mind unable to help but want to get deeply involved in it. He knew that the opponent's strength must be far above him. Snort. I see. Uchiha Obito's mood completely calmed down, subconsciously raised his legs and said coldly, "Since you don't care about that power, it's easy. We just follow the same cooperation you have with Madara.